is there anybody that knows they're going to be here the whole time that can do a recording, a backup recording for us? Fraser? Okay. Let me give you, usually we don't have any problems. Let me give you the power. We'll give you the power to do a recording. So I've just given you the power there, Fraser.
Beautiful. That's recorded.
Awesome. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. We're recording on my side. Awesome. So, a little bit of housekeeping. Casey's feeling a little bit under the weather. Now he's my, secondhand, like tapper expert, but
hey guys, I am going to mute myself.
Okay.
I've got, construction going.
Okay. All right. But we're going to start posting T1s and T2s and such. But he's going to be helping me, take a look at those for you. So if you see Casey Inman in the, group, I call him the Inman. His real name's Inman. But in the call to action, the T3s is you say, just reach out and say, I'm in, right? And he gets a lot of people to say, I'm in, right? So we call him the Inman. But, so that's him. And, yes, and thank you, Welton, for muting yourself out. If you have a really loud keyboard too, like, and you're doing a bunch of typing, like sometimes that really picks up on the microphone and it makes it hard to, hear. So, if you're going to be doing a lot of typing or something like that, it'd be really, really awesome if we can, just mute yourself out on that as well. I know my wife I have a really quiet keyboard and she's got a really, really noisy one. So, if you got a noisy keyboard, we might want to mute ourselves out on that. So that is the housekeeping. Here's what I want to do. I want to review yesterday, but I make you guys do all the hard work or some of the hard work. So, if you will, chime in and tell me what stood out for you most about yesterday, right? And I'll kind of let you guys do the hard work there. So any brave souls want to go first here?
I will.
All right.
Hey, Travis.
Hey, John. Good to see you, sir.
And you, mate, and you. So for me, the timer stuff. Now, I've been doing, offer creation for a long, long time, and every single one of those points I agree with totally. But it was the way, it was the, where is it? Something that really got me was the identity side of things. No, sorry, not the identity, the reputation side of things. Mm-hmm. How other people are viewing.
Yes.
That to me was like yeah, because I know how big that is. If you write copy in the weight loss market, you speak about how, how their friends will be asking them what they've done, that kind of thing. But in the market that I was trying to rack my ideas for, that one I hadn't thought about. That was a big, big light bulb moment for me.
That is awesome. And that right there I'm always overly enthusiastic sometimes, but understanding that, makes like a world of difference in money. I've got a client who's in the financial space and he basically teaches people options and stock trading and everything. And he was in a hotel room with his father at one point, and his dad doesn't know a whole lot about trading, but he was doing some trading on his computer, on his laptop. And his dad, said, what are you doing there? And he said, well, I'm trading in my stock account, right? And he showed him where he started the year from and where he was at this point at this year. And his dad looked at him, put his hand on his shoulder and said, Matt, I'm proud of you. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, dude, do you know like how many men like would do just anything to have their father be proud of them, right? So that's a big story that he tells. That's kind of like the Heaven Island story. Now the Hell Island story is when he wasn't doing well. Now he never actually did this, but he thought about it. Like he was losing so much money. And back then he still got, paper statements. It was mailed to the house. And he actually he never did it, but he actually thought about running out there and getting the mail and getting that paper statement before his wife saw it because he wanted her not to see that. So it's a really good example of reputation, not only on the Hell Island side, but the Heaven Island side, right? But we also got to think like, how is what we're recommending them in our offer, how is that going to compare? How is that going to help them or hurt them on their reputation side, right? And so we need to get in front of that, right? Like for people writing emails, part of what makes them quiver over the send button is how am I going to look to people when I send this, right? And that's part of it. So just for me to ignore that is going to hurt my conversions, right? So I got to get in front of that, right? And hopefully handle that before they get in the boat. So that's a really, really amazing takeaway, John. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
I'll chime in one.
Thanks, Rebecca.
One of the things that I heard you say yesterday was about where you present the price. And I've done sales a really long time with lots of different offers and markets. And it's always been like, okay, is this important to this person at this time? And then here's the price. And I really like how you described where you position it so that you can come back and kind of resell, their situation.
Yeah.
Present pain to be like, you know what, you're right. Here it is. I'm in.
Yeah, it's a great takeaway as well. It's a hard one if you've been used to doing it the other way. It's a hard one. It's like, I don't want to tell them, right? Let's wait till the end. But, at some point you're going to tell them what the investment's going to be, right? Now, there's some other, I won't say tricks, but sometimes you can anchor even a higher price point. So sometimes we'll start campaigns out, and like if the price point's going to be like say $2,000, right? We might start out the campaign saying we could ask. I don't like to say charge. We could ask $10,000 for this program, but we're not going to do that, right? And then like maybe the next email, what we'll do is we might even have the subject line. Here's why I'm not asking $10,000 for blank program. And then we start the email with all the reasons why we could ask $10,000 because of this. We could ask $10,000 because of that. And if all we did was this, it would be worth, $10,000 all by itself, but we're not going to do that. And here's why. And you want to have a really good why, not like because it's a damage sale or something like that, right? But something going on in the market. Like we have somebody that teaches people how to start Facebook or start ad agencies, right? And part of the reason why he wants to help people is because there's so many bad ones out there, that he wants to make sure that there's good quality, ad agencies. Otherwise it gives the whole industry a bad reputation. So even though he could ask $10,000 for his training, he keeps it lower so that he can help people get started and get well quality trained people out there, right? So having a good reason why is super important. So you can position it that way. So perfect. Well, I saw your hand go up there, sir.
I really like that one. I think to me that the price, where you put the price is that's the second biggest takeaway I got from yesterday. To me, I think one of the biggest challenges that I have, and I've seen a lot of people have in the space, is how to start the conversation. And I remember you said something yesterday to the point where if you can start the conversation very smoothly and get the ball rolling with people, that's even much more powerful than the close. And I thought about that all last night, and I was thinking, wow, man, that's actually true. So thank you for that.
Awesome. That's a great takeaway. Jim Camp, who's passed away now, but he wrote one of the best negotiating books, which is actually, I think, a great copywriting book. But he wrote a book called Start With No. And one of the things that he said was that you're always safe in the prospect's world if you start out with their problems, right? Like there's nobody, like everybody. And I sometimes like make a joke. I say pretty much like how I open stuff is like get people to start talking about their problems, right? Which is typically not hard to do. Keep them talking about their problems, right? And then you say, hey, would you like to do something about it? Now, that's oversimplification, right? But that's kind of like what we do is like you find a problem thread, you get them talking about it, why it sucks, why they're still dealing with it, and then like, hey, would you like to do something about it, or are you going to continue doing the same thing you're doing, right? So it's an oversimplification, but exactly like, and sometimes I will do a reverse, right? So if I'm like, let's say I'm reaching out to somebody for an agency, client, right? So let's say that I know that you have like a high-end mastermind, $25,000 mastermind. So I might reach out to you, and instead of saying, hey, could you use more people in your mastermind? I might say, hey, well, are you full up? Are you filled up? Are you at max capacity for your mastermind? Right? Because sometimes it's better to get a no, right? Even though people tell you got to make them say yes all the time, right? Sometimes it's better to get a no, right? No, I'm not.
Dental patients. Exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
Like, can you handle more dental patients, or can you handle more customers?
Absolutely, right? So like you're a dentist, right? Like if you reached out, and I don't know if they all do implants, right? But I've had to pay I probably shouldn't get too personal with you guys, but I know what implants go for. But if I was to reach out to a dentist and say, hey, is your schedule completely booked for 4-on-4 implants or for implants? They're probably going to be like, no, right? Do you want more? Like,
Yeah.
maybe you don't, right? Or like my restaurant and the carryout orders, like, hey, are you guys at capacity for your carryout orders? Can you guys, if I was to bring it, or if I was to bring a group in there, like, could you guys handle them for lunch? Yeah. Right. So start out with like the things that might be those, problematic, but maybe start it in a reverse, right? Hey, I don't know if this would be for you, but great points there. Learning how to open, I think, is the better skill than closing, right?
Love it.
Awesome. Anybody else? You guys are doing great. So how do one of the things I wanted you guys to make sure you took away yesterday, what color is the yield sign? No, I'm just kidding.
Red.
How do we get the ball rolling? What's the 2 words that I really wanted you guys to remember?
Present pain.
Yeah, that present pain, right? I will still make this mistake because entrepreneurs are so vision oriented, right? We just think in visions, like we're moved towards kind of people, right? But even that, so being like what motivates us a lot of time is when we have some type of present pain, right? But so we always want to go to like, am I presenting my offer? Am I giving them an escape from hell? Right? There's nothing wrong with presenting heaven, but we have to offer to pull the thorn out of the lion's paw first before he's going to be open to going on the 1,000-mile journey or the 100-step journey even, right? We gotta pull that, thorn out. It'll be a lot more, successful. Anybody else?
Actually, I do have a quick question about that.
Yeah.
Real quick.
I can't see who's talking there.
Chris here. Sorry, I'm messing around with
Chris
my
Gardner. Okay, awesome.
charter. So in terms of, I've been thinking about this a lot, in terms of taking the paw out of the lion's thorn or thorn out of the lion's paw or whatever. So with my particular offer, most of what I do is done for you. So besides kind of giving them clarity and insight, there's not a whole lot I can really do to help them. Most of my clients are looking for pretty big outcomes, funnel build outs, etc. So in terms of the, help them take the thorn out of their paw, it's usually not a thorn. It's usually a pretty big honking like axe in their back or something like that. I don't know if I'm thinking about it wrong, but like for a done for you service, any kind of insight on how I address that pain, how I remove that thorn?
Yeah. Well, yeah. And if there's an axe in the back, that's, not a bad thing necessarily. Hang on one second. Somebody's got a little puppy barking back there. Is that you, Chris?
Yeah, that was me.
Oh, okay, cool. I just want to make sure that it was the person talking. So, yeah, if it's a bleeding neck, like you want to lead there, right? Why wouldn't you? Like, hey, I'm going to ignore your bleeding neck and move on. But I might, and I don't know, I know a little bit about what you do, Chris, but I would suggest that people don't really want the funnel. They want something that the funnel creates. And then I would look at the Heaven Island and see, what, like if a woman says, well, I want to, feel pretty again, right? That's Heaven Island, but if she says that, then we can almost extrapolate like what hell is, right? But key important point is like Maybelline does not sell makeup. Maybelline sells beauty. And once you understand that, your whole world opens up. Like I don't focus too much on e-com guys, but these poor e-com guys, right? They've got lists of like hundreds of thousands of buyers and they don't know what to sell them because they think, oh, well, I just sold them my Ivory wedding drops, or my, and I'm like, well, who buys those? Well, usually older people, right? And I'm like, so like in essence, you're selling anti-aging stuff. And they're like, ding, ding, ding. Okay. So now they got a whole, like, what are they really selling? So I would look at like, what are they doing with the funnel? Because if they could probably get the result of the funnel without the funnel, they'd probably just do away with that, right? Your funnel is the screwdriver, right? So maybe it's, what is that for them, right? What hell are they trying to escape? The funnel is the boat out of it, and you building it is a better bridge because they don't have any timer risk, right? But what is it they're escaping from, right? And part of the challenge sometimes in doing this is we're not specific enough with who we're thinking about. So one of the things I do is like think about the client you love working with, you got a great result, and then extrapolate from there. And I'm not saying that's the only person that you work with, right? But one of the stories I tell very often, and I'll tell it very shortly, I was talking to a girl and she says, I'm a life coach. And I'm like, okay. And we started talking. I could just tell she was really, really struggling. And I'm like, do you mind if I ask you a frank question? And she's like, sure. And I'm like, are you broke? And she's like, yes. So I said, who's somebody that paid you a lot of money that you loved working with? And it turned out to be a guy that owned a public relations firm, right? And I'm like, do you know more about public relations firms and PR execs than the most life coaches? She's, oh yeah, absolutely, right? Why not help PR execs that are having trouble with their work-life balance, right? She's like, oh, right. The cool part is that they have very different problems, different but similar, right? Of what they're trying to do, right? So I would have you like figure out a couple people that are in your avatar, right? And what is it the hell that you're helping them escape from? Your funnel and you doing the funnel for them is just the bridge, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah, 100%.
For me, a lot of what I do is for bigger companies is they're bleeding money. Like even if they're a 7-figure, 8-figure company, just because you're making a lot of money, if you're making $1 million and spending $1.2 million, like that's a bigger problem, right? So a lot of what I do for people isn't about email. It's not about taking their customer list and giving them a better customer funnel. I'm helping them get paid again, right? I'm helping them meet payroll. I'm helping them those kind of things, right? So that's kind of like the hell for my done for you agency, is what I do for them, right? They can really give two shakes about what I do in the email side of it. Just like make me money. I've got salesmen, I've got people, I've got, all these things going on. Help me make my numbers, right? So. Is that helpful, Chris?
Yeah, definitely. Thank you.
Awesome. Anybody else?
I guess I have a question on that, because if that's like a pretty common pain, I guess that businesses have. So is it just like it's pretty much selling the same way? It's just the mechanism. Like if someone were to be building funnels or writing copy, or do like whether they do that or running ads, they're just coming at it to solve the same problem. They're just what the solution that they're using is different. Is that right?
Yeah. So it manifests itself in different symptoms. So if a company has like a salesperson or two salesperson, there's all kinds of implications around that. If you have two salespersons, then you have to keep them filled up with leads. If you don't have leads, guess what? They're not happy and they're going to go somewhere else, right? So that I got to keep my salespeople filled up with leads. So if I can come in and offer them another turnkey for what I do, offer them a turnkey profit system, right? Or give them warmer leads that they can keep because for some reason, like business owners don't think, I've got this big email list. Why don't I use my email list to send my salespeople leads, right? They'll just go back out to Facebook or wherever they're advertising from. There's a little country club here in my town. When I sold POS systems, like they've been here since like almost the early 1900s. My boss tried to sell them a POS system for years, and he tried to sell them, hey, faster order times into the kitchen and all this kind of stuff. He would send me over there and do audits and see how much money they're losing by inaccurate tickets on their POS system. But what ended up selling them is I realized they had 4 women up in the admin office processing all the billing. And because the country club, like people come in, you don't pay there, you bill it out, right? They had 4 women on the payroll. So when I went in, they have a board of directors. So we go in and we start talking about this stuff. I could tell none of them were listening. I'm like, hey, maybe this isn't an issue for you, but I see you got 4 women up in the admin office. Like that seems like a lot of payroll. Woo! They all looked at me, right? I'm like, you'd only need 1 probably part-time if you have the correct system and automation in place for billing out to your members. That got the deal done, right? So kind of understanding those, where the money's going and the symptoms on a more finite level. Yeah, it is about profits for my particular business, but I just can't sit there and talk about profits because any monkey can do that, right? That's what anybody's like, oh, I'm going to help business make profits. So they start talking about profits, and it doesn't hit home, right? Because any monkey can start talking about, hey, are you profitable or not, right? Does that make sense? Awesome. You guys are great reviewers. Anybody else?
Okay, I'm going to bite really quick. Again, Chris here. So there's a lot of marketers in here, obviously. So with some of this marketing stuff, sometimes, like, I don't know, I get the feeling that it's really not a thorn in their paw. It's more of a desire that they have. Like, they want the funnel because funnels are hot and sexy right now, and they want the whatever, like lead gen, autopilot lead generation. But there's not a lot of pain around it. They're making money. They have other lead generation channels. It's not a huge kind of pain point. What are your thoughts on situations like that? Especially, I don't know, I was just like, as I start to work with higher and higher level clients, I realize they're really not as desperate. I do see a lot of stuff around time. People want the done for you services because they want to free up their time. So that's definitely a pain point, but yeah, I don't know. What are your thoughts when someone just kind of wants something?
Yeah, they don't want the funnel. And you have to go deeper, right? So when somebody tells me I'm just looking for a better converting funnel, I'm like, well, how come? And they'll even be like, well, what do you mean, how come? because that's what you need. But what's happened that you need that now? You could there's all kinds of funnel people out there. Like, what's happening, right? And there's almost always something that happened. There's almost always a trigger point or some reason why they want it, that's deeper underneath that, right? Almost 100% of the time. And if there's not, like if they're just wanting a funnel to have more leads and more funnel, that's probably not my right avatar, right? They're just, so something's not, and I'll just say, hey, that's totally cool. Like people come to me all the time, I just want to learn how to write better. That's totally cool. I can't help you with that. Like I solve big, like cash flow problems, right? I'm good at turning audiences into big ticket sales, right? Is there anywhere around that we can discuss, or like, are we over? Is it the end of us, right? And you'd be surprised. Like one of the things I'll say often, and we're going to talk about this tomorrow when we go into stance, but part of the stance that we take, whether we're on the phone or whether we're tapping people in, is that, and forgive my junior highness, but I really want this to stick out for you. We'll talk more of this as stance, but my stance is I'm a doctor. And I fix big, swollen left testicles, right? Big, they're swollen up like a grapefruit, right? The problem with that is not every guy wants to come in and he'd be like, hey, my knee's sore, right? Because sometimes it's a painful problem, right? And if I get the feeling like, hey, it's not his knee, or he's not like this ointment that I'm giving him, like he's not going to use it, right? I will just say like, hey, I'm feeling like some distance between us, or I'm not feeling like I'm really understanding what's going on here. If it feels like what's happening is, I can't be of help. Like, what should we do from here? Right. And then they'll either tell you, hey doc, yeah, my left nut's swollen up like a grapefruit. Well, maybe we should take a look at it. Yeah, let's take a look at it, right? Now again, I'm not saying this just to be crude. I really want something that'll stick out in your head, right? This is very often, and sometimes they're not comfortable with me yet, right? So I'll say that, hey Chris, we're just getting to know each other, and I feel like maybe you're not comfortable sharing with me what's going on in your company. And that's okay, but I don't know how to help you. So, what do you suggest we do from here? And let them in the call. But those are the things, like if you keep coming across that, right? And you're going to get really, and I know you're a rock star already, but if you get really good at figuring out what are the 2 or 3 big things that I fix, and then I just have that done for you, right? Like people saying yes, you'll end up having to turn people away. I don't mean to brag on myself, but I've got a waiting list of 80 people, just waiting for agency stuff, right? And usually me, when I get on a call, I got to do it nicely, but it's me, not accepting them, right? Cause I just want to work with big lists. I think it's the same amount of money for me if I work with a small list or a big list, right? So I'm not trying to get up on a high horse here, but what's happening is they're not telling you they're not telling you about their left testicle. They're telling you something that sounds good, right? Hey, if you just want somebody to put a funnel together for you, there's all kinds of people in India and the Philippines that can do that for you. I'd be way too expensive. Right?
Memorable example.
What was that?
Memorable example.
Yeah, it's like, and that's why it's like, hey, if you're just looking to write better copy, there's all kinds of Kindle ebooks you can get for $2.99.
So, see in the T1, do you call out the testicle, or do you say it in a nice way? Because no one's going to raise their hand to the testicle publicly.
You'd be surprised, yeah. I mean, like I'm kind of using that figuratively, right? But yeah, a lot of times when you can call it out, it can be really, really powerful. Like sometimes you might have to do it in a little more humorous way or not be so frontal about it. But You know.
The left testicle, is that their present pain, like from the T1 that you're going after, or is that like the deeper level layer that you're uncovering individual to each person? It's not a specific.
Yeah, it's probably the present pain, but you know, if you went deeper, like it's like, you know, how is this grapefruit testicle affecting your life? You know, well, I'm a biker. I can't get on my bike, and I can't do this and that. And sex is out of the question, right? It's like, you know, well, that sounds awful, you know, like, and again, get them to talk about their problem. It's like, are you ready to drop trowel and see if I can fix this, or, you know, you want to continue on, right? And again, I'm being extremely extreme, but like this really, really, like, you'll see this a lot as you start helping people and just tapping, right? And we don't try to convince anybody. Like, we can talk about stance. We don't try to convince anybody, but we extrapolate, like, what are they doing this for? And then we just keep bringing that back up. Awesome. You guys are like one of the best groups for asking questions I've had in a long time. And I am like, thank you, Lord. It helps my self-esteem, right?
I got a takeaway.
Cool. Let's do it.
So one thing that you said yesterday is like the most important skill or most valuable or lucrative skill is not closing, but being able to open conversations. And I'm seeing that, like, I can see it, like, that's making sense to me. And then I hear like all these little snippets. And I know it's not just about the scripts and everything, but it's really about the principles behind it that are making it run. And you could probably switch out a bunch of different ways to say stuff. But some of the stuff that you've just been saying off the cuff is just gold. And I'm like wondering if like all these sentences you have, questions, like you have them all in like one thing. Because otherwise I'm going to go through these videos and just create one master document of everything you've ever said pretty much. It's so good. You know, I've been writing a bunch of it down, but I know some of them I've missed.
Yeah, well, awesome. Thank you. That's great. That's a amazing takeaway. I do have, we're going to go over, T1s, T2s, and T3s and follow-up taps today. So I got a lot of the basics in there for you. And I've even got more that I'm going to funnel you guys, more in there. And we're going to talk even more about it tomorrow when we talk about stance and, you know, after we deliver the T1, T2, and T3. But this is a great segue into what we're talking about now. What I want you guys to understand is I love systems and everything, but we're dealing with human beings, right? And we want to consider this more of a dance. Like, we do something and there's a response. We do something and there's a response. Now, the worst way to dance is to be all tight and like, oh, I stepped in the wrong spot. Oh no, I stepped over here. Oh, did I step on your toe? Like, that's like the most uncomfortable, way. And even like mistakes sometimes, like in the last class, I had so many PM windows going. I think it was Brad Spencer. I PM'd the wrong person's thing. And I'm like, dude, I apologize, man. It's like crazy over there. That actually helped. Like, it added my humanness to it, right? So one of the things I want you guys to get from this is, like, you don't have to like white knuckle right. You don't have to white knuckle, like dance, right? Relax, right? You can send out something. If you don't get much response out of it, awesome. You know that, like, that wasn't the right angle, right? And that tells you something, right? So come out with another angle. If, you get people mad at you or you feel like they're mad, you can just say, hey, I don't want to make you mad, right? And then you come back with your own boundary. Like, I don't want to make you mad, but I also don't want to spin your wheels. Like, so sometimes people don't want to answer our qualifying questions, right? They just want to get the info, right? So there's all kinds of ways to handle that. But as we roll into these, like, there's only a few like ground rules you absolutely don't want to do. And that is, you don't want to make people feel small. You don't want to make people, you don't want to belittle people. You don't want to use, and if you went through Big Ticket Email Mojo, you don't want to use the critical parent voice. You want to stay in either nurturing parent voice or adult voice. Nurturing parent, if you forget, just stay in nurturing parent voice. You should be in that voice 70% of the time. But very often you want to try and take the onus for anything, but at the same time keep your boundaries, right? That's kind of a hard thing to do. It's like I call it nice guy negotiation. I just keep smiling and asking for what I want, right? I'd be like, Welton, that's a very generous offer that you made. Here's my situation. And I tell him Welton, what do you think we should do? I would sure like to work this out with you, right? Smile, right? And keep on going, right? I'm not the kind of let's kick the tires and tell them everything that's wrong with the car and belittle them so they'll give me a better price. I say, man, I really love this car, right? It's awesome. Here's my situation. I've only got this much money to work with, right? You want this. Do you have any suggestions, right? And then work and collaborate with it, right? So
that would be the same as, that's kind of like the starting with no stuff, right?
Yeah.
Because I remember there was another, split the difference was one. That's basically, you talk about negotiating the car, it's truck the same way.
Yeah.
It's really different than everything else.
Yeah, I call it nice guy negotiating, right? And it works for me. It may not work for everybody, but I'm kind of a Columbo. I'm a kinesthetic person mostly. And so sometimes I have to search for words, and that's why I'm probably a better copywriter than I am public speaker, right? But it works for me, right? So I just smile. Hey, maybe I'm being obtuse here. Maybe I'm being dumb. Can you help me out? I'm not understanding. And people love to come in and help you out and help you understand, right? Awesome. So it's probably the longest review session we have. I think I'm just looking at your guys' eyeballs and face, and I don't think I don't think we're spinning our wheels here. But so I want you guys to understand this is a dance, okay? And then we're going to start looking at some T1s, T2s, and T3s. One of the things that Joe brought out yesterday, he was talking about general and specific. I don't want you to think there is general and specific. We always want to be specific if we can, but sometimes we want to move farther back on the course, right? We want to move closer to the T at points, right? So we basically have short putts. We have long putts, which are still on the green. And then we kind of have out of range, right? Out of range for what we're trying to do here on a T3, right? So if somebody comes in there being nice or whatever, and they say, well, how do I know that, your program's going to work for me, right? That's an out of range, right? And I would just simply say, well, it sounds like we're just getting to know each other, and it's not. I apologize that my timing's off, but what I would recommend is I've got people I'm rolling in right now that already know that they want to jump in with me. It's perfectly okay if you're not ready yet, but let's swing around next time, right? So if you're putting in on a T3, I don't try to convince anybody, right? So we have short putts. Typically, by definition, the strict definition of a short putt is they know the price and they kind of know the details of the offer already. Usually they're just coming with one or two questions, right? And usually that question is, let me tell you about my situation. Will this work for me? And they're looking for a yes, right? A confident yes. Usually is the most classic definition of a short putt. If you get the feeling that it's a short putt, whether you're doing it by email or by chat, and this was uncomfortable for me at first, right? Well, people will reach out and say, hey dude, I want to do this course with you, right? And my tendency was like, well, let me tell you about this, or like, what is it you're trying to do, right? And to kind of push them the ball back, right? But what I found out was if I would just say, cool, man, great to see you. Are you ready to rock and roll, or do you have a question for me? Like, nope, I'm ready to rock and roll. Well, terrific. May I drop you my fancy PayPal link? Yeah, go ahead and drop it. Perfect. Before I drop it, I have a rule over here. I don't send out links or send out invoices unless like you're 100% sure you're in, right? Are you saying you're 100% sure you're in? I'm in, dude. Perfect. Right? And like, they don't even need the details, right? Now, if it's an event you're having, or there's some, time thing or something they have to know, right? Then you want to bring that up, right? But that's the classic definition of a short putt. A long putt, and we have a lot more people on the green than we would probably ever imagine, but a long putt is they're kind of warm with you. They feel like you probably have the answer to their problem, right? They just haven't kind of found the right time yet, right? The timing hasn't been right. I'm kind of a slow roller, but I know Joe and I have been friends for a while. And it took me, how many years to get this guy to join one of my courses, right? So, and it was just the timing probably wasn't right. It wasn't anything that I was saying wrong, or anything like that. It's just the timing wasn't right? And something happened. Something comes up in alignment and the timing just is right? So those are kind of like long putts. I just had, before we got on this call, I'm helping a student right now. She's sending out her first T1 to her list for VIP day. So they're going to have to fly out, right? And she had 11 responses back in like the first 10 minutes. She's all, this is crazy, right? I'm like, yeah, there's pinup demand, right? There's balls closer to the hole than we might imagine, right? And then, of course, we have out of range, right? It's not our job in a T3 to bring the out of range people closer in to the green, right? Just kindly say, hey, my timing's off. It sounds like my timing's off for this. Right now I'm just rolling in people that know that I can help them and they're ready to rock and roll. Don't make them wrong, right? Let's just roll back to this again, like at some future date, right? And they'll be like, oh, okay. Or they might say, you know what? No, I need to go ahead and do this now, right? And so they might be closer to the green than you thought, right? Does that make sense to everybody, or have I made it clear as mud? It's going to be really important when you start getting responses back, right? Because you're going to have a tendency to want to take the outer range people and start convincing them.
Yeah.
Right?
Consider that like kind of a form of takeaway marketing in a way?
I guess you could say that, but it's not really the strategy. It's really about being the doctor. There's 50 people waiting outside the doctor's office. If they come in and say, hey, doc, I'm just here because I want to know what kind of medication that you have. That's kind of weird, right? Like, it's just like, especially you'll feel this, like if you do this, when you have like 10 people stacked up that you're trying to respond back to, right? And you've got one person like, hey, I just want to know like what kind of medications that you have, like what's the prices on your medications, like, and where, all those kind of things. You just say, hey, I love your curious nature and everything, but right now I've got people that are in pain, right? And so if I have any time to go over this for you, or I can send you to a free video or something like that if you want, to where you get to know me better. But right now it seems like my timing's off for you, right? So it's not really like a takeaway, but sometimes it does have that effect, right? You're like, well, dude, let me tell you what's really going on, right? Because some people just don't want to talk about their left grapefruit-sized testicle, right? But some people just want information. They just want like, oh, I want to see what he's up to. I want to get some information, right? So just kind of weeding that kind of stuff out, right?
Do you find that those people that are in that category more often than not are perpetual? Those are the people that aren't going to buy anyway, or they're information seekers, or they're just kind of, how do you group them in your mind mentally? Do you like have an opinion like, I know this person.
Yeah. I try not to judge that kind of stuff, but typically like the people that are going to do it, they're going to reach out and they're going to do it. Now, sometimes they're really, really busy. So they might want to do it, but you usually will get like one of the things you want to be careful of is like people that respond really shortly, don't take that as a negative. Sometimes that's a positive thing. Hey, details. Like they'll just say details, right? Don't take that as a negative. Sometimes like your movers and checkers, like the people that most of the time, the people that you want to work with are the people that have more money than time, right? Now if you want to work with people that have more than time than money, like
they're gonna be calling you.
Yeah. Or like, and not to beat up on anybody doing webinars, but sometimes like having somebody sit through a 2-hour webinar is like, who do you think sitting through a 2-hour webinar? Like,
the people they're selling to, but not the people that are doing the webinar. So a webinar is not the right way to get a webinar client.
Yeah. Right. So, but those are the things. So, sometimes when people tell you they're big, long, I'm sure you all got that. Let me tell you my big, long story, right? I've been at this for years, whatever the problem is, right? More than likely they're going to stay. And we'll even say that sometimes in a follow-up tap. They're like, if they say, well, I've been through this course, I've been through that course, I've been through that course. Our first response is, wow, sounds like you've been pretty gung-ho on that. Why do you think this is going to work if all those other things haven't worked, right? So I hate to judge people, but yeah, very much like, you'll notice that you'll have those same people that reach out and they know that it's like, hey, they just want info, right? And you'll start to be able to pick those people out too. So
if somebody comes to you and like, cause I have one guy who's a very well-known person. He's come to me 3 times with different things that I've put out, and he'll start to like, hey, we got to talk. I want to see what you're doing. I think this is, and then I'll say, okay, I'm available in an hour. Let's get on the phone. And then just ghost me. And then a month later, he'll do the same thing. He's done it 3 times in a row. Do you mentally put people like that? Maybe it doesn't happen to you, but I don't know if he's just like punking me or whatever, but it's getting annoying. But like at the same time, I don't want to like be negative and be like, put him in a box and prejudge it.
Yeah.
It's just timing, maybe whatever.
What you just told me. So what I typically do, is if I feel something, I want to say it, but you have to say it nicely, right? So a really good example, like I was on it was actually a strategy session call once. The guy lived over in Hawaii, and like it was going along okay, and then it just kind of got quiet, right? And I just felt like he wasn't with me, and I'm like, dude, maybe we should just drop this whole thing. I'm getting the feeling like you're not very interested in this. He's like, oh my God. He's like, I'm so sorry. Actually, my daughter's in the room and I put you on mute because I didn't want you to hear all that. But he goes, no, I'm very, very, interested. So it's kind of the same thing. I would just call that. It's like, hey, Tim, help me understand. Like we keep getting together. We keep reaching out. We keep having these conversations. Like, I love talking to you. But I just don't feel like for some reason I'm not offering you the right solution or whatever, but what's your feeling on this, right? What's your understanding on it, right? And just get that out. I think sales, and I say this very often to my tappers, and sales is really about getting the truth on the table, making it safe to put the truth on the table. You start seeing how we handle these taps more. It's like we make it perfectly fine for them to say no, perfectly fine, but we want to give a safe environment so that the truth can be put on the table. Because once the truth's on the table, and if we're sitting over next to it together, right, and we're both on Hell Island, we're looking across to Heaven Island, we can say, well, look at the sharks out there. How are we going to handle these sharks, right? So you don't want to like say, oh, cover your eyes, there's no shark, that's not going to help, right? So I would just like call that out in a nice way, right? So whenever I feel something, like I call this like the yellow light syndrome, like we're supposed to stop or slow down for yellow lights, but what most of the time we want to do is close our eyes and gun it, right? And go right through the yellow light, right? But we want to slow down, say, hey, I'm feeling some tension. Or you might say, hey, I'm feeling like I'm confused here. I'm feeling like there's some pressure here, right? I don't want there to be any pressure, like where have I gone wrong, right? And they want to help you, right? Like, where have I gone? Oh, well, you haven't gone wrong anywhere. I'm just thinking about this, right? So it's kind of like making it a safe environment to put stuff on the table, right?
Thank you.
Because eventually they got to tell you that their left testicle is swollen up like a grapefruit. Otherwise, you're just going to hear, well, let me think about it, or because, I don't really think your ointment, it's just ointment, it's like, that's kind of what we're going to keep hearing, right?
Yeah. Thank you.
Awesome. So, there's nothing more exciting than looking at me reading copy. I know it's scintillating. So let's go ahead and do some of that. I'm not going to read every word, right? And I'm going to give you guys these files. Your homework for tonight is going to be, or tonight and tomorrow is going to be start writing your T1s and T2s using these templates. So if you've done the homework for yesterday, this will be simpler. I don't want you to send them out yet, but let's start looking at some of these templates here. Let me share my screen here. And this will also give me a chance to walk through this file so you guys are familiar with what's in there. If I can do this right, here we go. So inside of Dropbox, you're going to have a file that has all of these files. I'm going to be adding some more stuff to it for you. But you'll notice they're labeled T1, right? So I've done the best I can to label, but T1 for VIP day, T1 long putts, T1 just the standard T1. There's another T1. So I've given you several examples for a T1. Then I've got several examples for a T2. This is the one that I would recommend you use. It's a softer, kinder qualifier. We were using a little bit harsher, like you qualify for me, motor voter. And so we were getting some pushback on that. And so I said, well, I don't do it that way in social T3s, right? So we started using this newer, format, and man, it's just so much more smooth, and people are, answering the questions a little bit better. And then we have the T3, which the T3 is pretty much, there's not a whole lot of variations, right? It's pretty much, the same T3, which you can fill in with a little bit of different things. We're all probably selling some different things here. You can sell physical products with this, right? But instead of saying, hey, would you like me to save you a spot? Or, I've set aside time to do 3 done for you funnels or whatever. You would want to do a bigger item, right? So we just had somebody put together a special, package, and we said, hey, we put together this special package inside this, and this. We have, X amount of these sitting down in the shipping room. Would you like me to reserve one for you? Right? So in other words, it was actually a $10,000 package, that we did. So they replied back, and we had their reservation. So you can use this anywhere. Again, you can use a T3 system to T3 them into a phone call if you want to, right? T1, hey, I've set aside some time to speak with 5 people about, getting more people on their, getting more show-ups on their strategy session, going from a 50% to a 90% show-up rate on strategy sessions, right? Would you like to talk about it, right? They respond back, and you T to them. I'm most useful for people that has X, Y, and Z, and would it make sense for us to jump on a call, right? The T3 is great. And so it'd be a very short T3. Here's some of the things we'll cover on the call. Here's where you can schedule it, blah, 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 blah. So I just want you guys to understand, like, the T3 is really more of a methodology, that is flexible, but we're going to kind of look at it in a more strict concept. But let's go ahead and start looking at, some of this copy here. And we'll look at the standard one first. So this is the one I would probably recommend, unless you're absolutely 100% convinced, like there's nobody close to the hole. I would probably start out with this one. So, RSVP, will get you amazing open rates. And typically I don't give a shit about open rates, but The RSVP sets it up really well. It says, hey, something's happening. It wants me to respond back, right? This is kind of like, hey, I'm trying to see how many balls are close to the hole, right? You don't have to say howdy, like all these little teeny tiny things, like, you know, put your personality into it. Howdy, I'm putting a few folks together at my home for 3 days and showing them how to take an email list and turn it into $500 to $5,000 sales. Is that specific? Do they kind of know what's going to happen when they come out to the event, right? I didn't say, hey, we're going to take your business and show you how to maximize your profits and get you to the next level, right? That's like a bunch of, I won't go where my mind wanted to go with that, but like really, really specific, right? And then I'm taking the things they don't like, right? The sharks, right? We don't use phone calls, webinars, or videos either, right? So, I bet you got to send them to a strategy session. You got to do this to it, right? We don't use phone calls, webinars, or videos either. Just simple emails and an order form. Now, I added this line just in case they didn't have a list, right? But I took this part away at a certain point. I either use this or not use it, depending if I want to teach this or not. Obviously, they can use their own email list, but I'm also going to show them how to get paid up to 50% doing it for other people's lists. These are almost always 5-figure paydays. Would you like to join us, Travis? That's it. So the basic template, here's what's happening. There is a few nuances to it. Here's what's happening, whether they join you or not. Here's what's happening. I'm putting a few folks together, right? I'm going to do this, this, and this. It's not until we get to here, I say, would you like to join us, right? Here's what's happening. Here's what's going down. Would you like to join us, right? So this is the first T1 I would suggest that you run, right? If you don't get any responses back, like don't go crying home to your mama. Like you can always send another T1. Like it doesn't mean it's not a disaster. I send out T1s that crash. Sometimes, and I've been doing this a lot, right? Sometimes I'll go too narrow, right? I'll go too narrow with something. One of my favorite simple offer tools is give me blank and I'll give you blank. Give me blank and I'll give you blank. And I'll play with that, right? We don't have the price here, but give me $6,000 and I'll give you a way to turn your email list into $500 to $5,000 sales. We just want it to be appropriate. It doesn't have to be like, woohoo, but is it just an appropriate thing? We can play with that, right? But if I would have said, give me $6,000 and I'll show you how to maximize the profits in your business, it's not nearly as strong as of a value proposition, right? Give me $2,500 and I'll show you how to find true love. Very general, right? Give me $2,500 and I'll show you how to get on 3 dates in the next 6 weeks with mentally, emotionally, and even financially secure men. Ding, 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 ding. Right? That's why I love this so much, because you put something out there, right? And it's a dance, right? Will this hit the right button? Oh, no, it didn't. Oh, okay. So we're going to try something. Put something out there. Ding, 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 ding. Like, what I love about marketing is you can use this over and over and over again. Marketing, pre-selling, your pre-selling and marketing assets are leverageable. You can leverage this. You can take it, tweak it. This little frameworks made me a lot of money, made my clients a lot of money, right? It's leverageable, right?
Can I ask a quick question?
You bet.
On the give me something and I'll give you something, do you recommend that it's always a price point, or can it be like a time period? Like
that is a great question. If you have like a big shark in the water, right? Because part of my thing is they got to fly out here. So what I'm really saying, I'm so glad you brought that. You guys are the best question askers. Give me 3 days of your life, 3 days away from your family, right? and have to be stuck eating redneck food, like Southern food. So that's a benefit or not, right? And then I'll give you a way to turn your email list into $500 to $5,000 sales, right? It's a very good point, Rebecca. Yes. So if there's something else, like, and you'll see how I did this in a VIP day one where we just tackled this. But yeah, if there's some other timer investment, a time investment, a money investment, a reputation investment, an energy investment, yeah, you might want to put this into your. You don't always state this. I'm not saying to put this in your copy. It's a tool that you can use. So what am I asking these people to do? I'm asking them to spend 3 days away from their family. They're going to give me $6,000, right? And is this specific enough? Does it make appropriate sense? Like if I can come out for 3 days and give you $6,000, if I can pop out, $500, $1,000, $2,000 sales from my email list whenever I want, that makes sense to me, right? So we want something that makes sense, right? And we don't want something that's over hypey, right? We just want something that makes sense. The biggest mistake that I see with this, and we talked about it ad nauseum yesterday, I'll still make it sometimes, but we don't have the finger pointing going on. We just get too general, or we get a lot of times we're really, really smart. So we use really, really smart words, right? Like profit maximization and, we're going to optimize your whatever, right? But what is the 6th grade? How would a 6th grader say it? How would we paint it, right? So let's look at another T1. By the way, you guys are going to get all of these, right? So let's look at the T1 for the VIP day, because that's a very good point that Rebecca brought up. Come on, baby. All right, so I'm not going to read this whole thing, but you can kind of see how we're doing it. Oh, by the way, guys, this is like an email thing. But if something works, keep running that, and not just on opens. You can say it in different ways, right? So when you get a noodle to stick on the wall, keep throwing more of that kind of noodles. But one of the things we do with email is if an email works, we'll send it to unopens. And then if it's still financially significant, we'll send it to unopens again, right? I say a bird in the hand's worth 2 in the bush, right? I'd much rather send out and resend an email that I know works than create a new one. But here, Rebecca, is where we're just handling the objections up front. I don't know if you'd be willing to jump on a plane and fly out to California and work with me for a day. I suppose it might make sense if you're spending $1,000 a day on Facebook AdWords or any other ad network, right? So you can tell we're going for people that are spending $1,000 a day. It might make a whole lot of sense if you're at a stage in your business where some days are excitingly profitable and other days plunge you deep into the rail like a roller coaster ride and you don't know why. This is the big key. Not so much this, but this. If your lead costs are rising faster than your healthcare premiums, your margins are getting gobbled up faster than brains at a zombie convention, and you're watching more freaking competitors march into your marketplace, and your need to find fertile soil and fresh angles your competitors haven't discovered grows every day. It would completely make sense if you know these are problems you want to fix, but just don't have time to sit through a damn 12-week course, right? So if you have a 12-week course, then make that the benefit, right? If you don't want to fly out to some place in the boonies, right? Like, so anything that you have, you can make a benefit, right? But this is what we're doing here. Or get stroked along for a year in some mastermind program, right? And you'd much rather, even though it's a pain in the ass, to jump on a plane, come out and visit me and knock it all out and solve these problems in just one VIP day. I don't know. It takes a strong person to brave schlepping to the airport, contorting themselves up on a plane seat and listening to the pre-flight instructions for the 11th time. Those little bottles of liquor are nice though, right? So again, it's a little bit of a back and forth, right? If you can steel yourself up for the plane trip over my neck of the woods, I'll have my driver holding up a sign. Now here comes the real benefits right here. All those other things are nice, but what these people want is to be closer to this dude that we actually wrote the content for. So I'll have my driver holding up a sign with your name on it when you arrive. Can you point a finger to that? Yeah. Like, say, oh, there it is, right? Then you whisk your flight weary bones away in a limo. He'll drop you off at a posh hotel where you and I will meet up early the next morning and have a nice hot breakfast and begin your VIP day together. Just you and me. Then shoulder to shoulder, you and I will lay out the plan to solve all these problems for you in one powerful day. I've solved these problems so many times for so many medium to large companies. I won't say I can do it in my sleep, but I do dream about it. So my simple question for you is, would you like to flow over here for a VIP day and have me help solve these problems for you and your company? We sold out, I think, with one email and one unopened. And we could have put in, like, he only wanted to open up 3 spots. They were 15K spots. We could have probably sold them probably 10 more. Like, it was ridiculous. So this could be for a VIP day or anything where you have a lot of investment, timer investment up front. Is this making sense to everybody?
Yeah,
yep, Joe.
Do you have a process for this kind of scenario where you have 3 spots and you have 10 qualified people that reach out, like a specific process that we can follow to put them on a wait list, reach back out to them?
Yeah. Let's talk about that tomorrow, if you will. It's a very great question, but if you will remind me tomorrow, or even today, we can do it. I just want to make sure we get what you guys need, right? But yes, absolutely, right? And so we like to have a little bit of that too. Because we can say, hey, I've only got these many spots. We've had this many people reach out. I'd love to answer all your questions, but we're just rolling people in, right? But yeah, you can do wait lists and stuff too. So that's a T1 example. Let me open this back up. Here is a T1 example here. Now this one is more what I call a nurture and pick. So we're almost doing away with order forms anymore. Like our regular emails, we're just having them reach out and then our tapper's closing them, right? This one was for an event, but this was just a different style. But you guys can easily modify this. This was for one of my events. But what kind of car could you buy with one Rainmaker promo to your email list? If you got a small email list, let's have a bit of fun. Travis popping by real quick. Just for email purposes, you guys know why I do this before I announce myself? Anybody know?
Curiosity, is it?
One reason, yep. There's a more technical reason for it though.
The preview.
Preview. This is almost like a second headline right here, right? And this is something that Mojo men and women do. I recommend it. It makes some people feel uncomfortable. But unless it's a really short note, usually I will announce myself because I want them to picture me. Like I want this to be like a conversation. Like if I knock on somebody's door, like who is it? It's Travis, your next door neighbor, right? So Travis popping by real quick. If you're like me, you may not have Ferrari or Lambo taste. My wife drives a Nissan Juke and I roll down the highway in my Armada, happy as clams. But how fun would it be to explore? What kind of ride could your email list put in your driveway? Right? Now I didn't want to make this like I'm going to buy you a car with your email. So I'm kind of like backing it up a little bit, right? Paid for in cash. Exactly how many emails would it take? Don't know for sure without knowing your numbers, but here's some results off the top of my files for you. These are results from a campaign we call a Rainmaker. Now, why did I call this a Rainmaker? Or why am I talking about this in this manner, right? Why don't I just say from an email campaign or from a campaign or from my email list?
Your own language? That's
part of it, yeah. It's also a bridge that they can People have an idea of what a rainmaker is, right? But it's a bridge from Hell Island to Heaven Island. I want to give them something that they can point at, right? A rainmaker. And like, I've had people come down and say, I just came to see what this damn rainmaker was, right? What's this rainmaker, or the G3 order form, right? But these numbers are opens, not total email list size from different clients and niches running Email Mojo campaigns. 600 opens in an old hardly mailed list pulled in 28,000 in less than 2 weeks. Now, here's what happens. And I know this happens because like one of my clients told me is I went in, I opened up my autoresponder and I looked at how many of these opens that I had, right? 1,300 opens plowed in 83,000 in 14 days even. 1,900 opens brought in 72,000 in 3 weeks. A total list size of 700 with 100 opens brought in 35,000 cash in the door in December. 4,000 opens rang in, right? So now you can see, even with a meager list, there may be a fun new car in there. If you're shooting for the new Tesla, well, maybe you need to run 2 or 3 campaigns, right? So I'm understating. And don't forget old Uncle Sam, right? When Jeannie wanted her Nissan Juke, I just ran an Rainmaker campaign. I also wanted a bigger rig so I could haul my workshop attendees around in. What did I do? I ran a Rainmaker. I did have a trade-in too, right? What kind of car could your email list pay for you? Don't know if you've considered it. If you're thinking my list is too old, and what am I doing here? Killing sharks, right? If you're thinking my list is too old, not responsive enough, or I'm just not a good enough copywriter, crank out a brand new car, I feel you. That's what nearly all my clients say before they run our little Rainmaker campaign. That's the 10 to 14 day campaigns we ran above. Once I give them the strategy templates, examples, they go off and crank out 10-day campaigns, which completely pay off a fun new ride if they wish. Hey, let me rub some shiny off, right? So one of the things we'll talk about tomorrow is a pendulum swing. We swing the pendulum one way. We actually want to swing it back another way. I learned this from Jim Camp as well and start with no.
Brilliant.
Sometimes we flub it up. It happens. One of my recent failures only brought in 8,000 on about 1,000 opens, but that's still a used car, right? Maybe you're not in the market for a new ride. I don't know. Jeannie and I have our 20th wedding anniversary coming up. I'm going to take her to Maui. Any guesses on how I might pay for it? So whether you dig a new ride or got a kiddo getting ready for college or just want to sock some cash away in the safe, if you've got an email list getting 500 opens or more, come out to my house for our next Email Mojo workshop. It's May 5th to the 7th. I'd love to have you, and I'd give you everything you need to make it happen for you too. A few folks have already claimed their spots on our big white sofa. Again, finger. But it just won't be the same without you. I don't have a fancy sales page. Hope you won't mind. One of the things you're going to get tired of is like, can you send me to a sales page, right? So just reply back to this email. Let me know if you can come or if you've got questions. I always sign off as my signature sign off, rooting for you. P.S. If you're concerned about the investment, let's see if we can get your email list to pay for it with my Pay As You Profit program. This absolutely crushed it. What's interesting is that they had seen this. This one did it 50K when followed by the T2 and the T3. And they knew about my Email Mojo campaign. They knew about all this. But when I positioned it as what kind of car could a Rainmaker put in your driveway, ding, 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 ding. All right. So that's another example.
Awesome device.
Can modify, right? Again, I'm not going to go over every single one of these, but let's look at the T2. So let's say they respond back, right? And this is the one and you can kind of mix and match these two, right? So I've given you different examples, but let's use it at the base format of our T2. Now, I've written this if you have a tapper that's doing this for you, right? Or you're doing it for a client. This works beautifully. Even if you don't want to do all the tapping yourself. So high name personalization. Now, part of what makes this magic work is you don't want this to be robotic. People typically won't just say, hey, want to come, right? They'll be like, hey dude, I've been wanting to come out there and learn your email mojo stuff for a long time, man. Can you give me the details? Right? So if I was just like, hey, okay, let me ask you these questions. Like a robot, right? It's going to not be, we're not going to have the same thing. We're like, dude, I'm so happy now. I'm not saying like Rebecca might not be like the dude kind of person, right? But dude, I'm so happy to see you, right? So glad that you reach out. If I don't know who they are, it's like, dude, a new face, man. Have we ran into each other before? So happy to see a new face, right? But make it personal, right? A lot of times in the Gmail, like they'll have their profile pictures, right? Or something going on in there. So you could mention something about that, right? But so great to hear from you. My name's Bob. Woo-wee, we've been busy over here. Jack would be the guru. Jack's has got his hands full today, so I'm helping him out. I know you are probably hoping to see Jack. Hope you won't mind. It's just me. Guys, this works magic. I wouldn't play around with this line if somebody else is doing it for you, because what happens is they'll say, oh, no, so happy to work with you, Bob. And so again, when's the best time to handle an objection? Before you get the objection, right? I'm going to shoot over all the exciting details to you, but before I do, can you help me out? I don't know why my thing keeps doing that. It keeps wanting to go right instead of down. You can't keep a resourceful redneck down here. So I'm going to shoot you all the exciting details. But before I do, can you help me help you? Jack wants to make sure there's nothing preventing him from getting the results you want. Would you kindly let me know the answer to these 3 questions below? Why is now the right time for you? What happened in your life or business that makes it important for you? Let me cut this off. Maybe it'll solve my problem. To get help with your blank now. Now you can modify this. You don't have to say life or business. Like, I might say like, what happened, in your business that has you, or what happened with your finances that has this so crucial for you to look at different investment options, right? So you can modify this, but this is a good general, thing. Like if you're selling somebody, weight loss, like you might say, hey, what's happened in your life? That would still work, right? Or relationship. So it's a good overall, but you don't have to like say life or business. That makes it important for you to get help with your blank now, right? But the key thing I want you to do is like, what happened? This is what I call, like the trigger or transition, right? What's happened? Typically, what I'm doing here is finding out what their hell island is, right? If you're going to join us, or if you're going to come out here, or if you were going to purchase a special reserve, what outcome would make you happy? If it was for a physical product, I would say, what criteria is most important to you? What's most important to you, right? And then 3, is the timing right? Would you be ready to get started now? Thank you in advance, Bob for Jack, right? So there's different modifications. Sometimes you're going to want to know before they come out, like something specific about them. So let me show you that example. And again, you can mix and match these depending on what you're doing. But I would use this as the base template. But let's look at this one right here. Hey Cody, thank you for connecting personalization. This was a shorter one. Do you get 500 or more opens on your email list when you send it and at least $500 offer? If we were to do this together, what outcome would make you happy? Dates are May 5th through May 7th. Now, you'll notice on that email that I read, I put the dates in there. I would still reconfirm that, right? Do those dates work for you? Do you mind flying out to Arkansas to turn your email list into $500 to $5,000 sales. You want them to say yes to this, because what's going to happen is if you don't ask these questions and you wait until the T3, you're like, oh, I can't make the dates. Oh, just can't make the dates, right? Or whatever that thing is, right? Let me know and I'll send you the rest of the 411. And I've just got other like little taps in there, like, 'cause these are just based, a lot of these are based off of actual live stuff that's happened, right? So hey, Lisa, like some people say, yeah, I can make the dates, but they don't answer the other stuff, right? Great to see you. Can you tell me a little bit about your email list, right? Because for me, like, I don't want to work with anybody that doesn't have an email list. Not that there's anything wrong with them, right? But that's just not where I want to be the most useful. So one of the things I might say is like, and this is, you don't have to say it like this, but I might even told some of you guys this. I'm absolutely useless if you don't have an email list or some kind of audience, right? Are you rolling with one or both of those, right? But I put the onus on me, not on them when I'm at my best, right? So you can do it that way.
That's a really smart way to do it. Yeah.
And then I give you a little tips down here. What really makes this work is knowing who you can easily get a result for. If your life depended on getting someone a result, but you could pick 2 or 3 criteria, which criteria would you use? Do not skip this step. There's a psychological part on the conversion side when they can raise their hand and say, yes, this is me. This is for both of you. When they can say, oh, I got this. Oh, I got this. When they can figure out, when they have to sit there and think, what happened in my life that has me considering this? They become internally motivated, but it also gives us something when we start doing follow-up taps or in the T3, right? That we follow up not with, hey, well, did you decide if you're going to buy my product? No. That's like picking up the golf ball. We want to follow it up with whatever they tell you here, right? If they say, well, I'd really like to, and I'm just thinking of a real example, I'd really like to come out to your house because I need to make enough income where I can stay home with my special needs daughter, right? That tells me something really important. I want to handle it gingerly, right? I'm not just going to say, hey, did you decide to put your daughter on the back burner? Right? I might say, hey, I know how busy you are, right? Hadn't heard back from you. Have you just decided to continue working outside the home for a little bit longer, right? See how I word that? And they're going to be like, no, like I got to figure out if I can make those dates, or I got to figure out how I can scrape up the money, right? And that could lead us to a different conversation, right? So I might say something like, John, I might say, John, boy, I'd sure love to help you. Spend that time with your daughter. You're like, I don't want money to stand in the way. Is that the only thing that would be preventing you from coming out? Yes. Perfect. Then let's not let money stand in the way. I'm happy to split this into payments for you. What would work for you? Or I might say, would a payment program help you? Would a payment program help you? Yes. Perfect. Tell me what would work for you. And as long as it's reasonable, I don't want to spread these out for 7 years, but tell me what would work for you and we'll make it happen. Right. But so that leads you down a different path. Right. Does that make sense to everybody? I'm kind of jumping ahead to the T3, right? But this is why you want to have the currency. So the biggest mistake that I see in these is number 1 in the T1s being too general, being too vague. Like, oh, you're going to come out here and we are going to optimize your business and compartmentalize and segment out all of your lists. And like, it's just too like, what the geez, right? The second thing, the big mistake that's easy to fix is just like, oh, let's just give them the T3. Let's skip the T2. Just give them the T3, right? And it will pop in some sales sometimes, but not nearly the level and not nearly with the follow-up that you could do if you knew what their currency question was. Because if you don't know what their currency question is, how are you going to follow up? There's only one way you can follow up. Hey, did you decide to buy my product or not? Hey, you going to buy my product? right? And then we've just picked up the ball, right? Hey, Welton.
I have a question. So, and I think it's great. I mean, all of this is great. I'm just wondering how you would position like more of a tech solution, like if you're offering stuff like SEO or Facebook marketing or, you know, things that would require some tech explanation. How would you position that? Because I know people would want to know that, right?
Maybe. Most people don't care about the SEO or the tech. What you want to find out is, going back to the first one, if we were to do this together, what outcome would make you happy, and what's happened in your life that has you considering this, right? Like when I go to the doctor, like he prescribes me some drug, and then my wife will do this. I won't. So some people will do this, but like I just take my doctor at his word and I take the drug. My wife comes home and she Googles the shit out of it, right? Like she Googles the crap out of it. And there's nothing wrong with either approach, right? But if somebody wants to Google the crap out of like my solution, like then for this particular thing, right now I just got people that know they're in pain. They know I can help them, right? Most people don't want all the tech. We get too involved because it's natural. And I'm not beating up on you, Elton. Like when we start talking about product, and if you haven't listened to Please Take My Money, listen to Please Take My Money. It's natural for our attention to move to the product. It's natural for the client's attention to move to the product. What we always want to be doing is redirecting it back to the problem, right? And if they say something like, well, hey, I need to know like every single place where your SEO backlinks are coming from because I want to make sure they're in safe territory and everything. You'd be like, hey, that's a perfectly legitimate concern, right? But what I really feel you saying is you're not comfortable with me yet, right? And all of our backlinks, if they do, like answer them straight up, they come from perfectly legit places. But right now, I'm just rolling in folks that know that I can help them, right? And if you're not there yet, that's totally cool, right? What would you like to do, right? So typically, my typical response, our templated follow-up tap is, I appreciate what you're saying. Here's my position. What would you like to do? Or how would you like to proceed? And we leave it open, right?
Cool.
But we smile and we tell them our thing. We tell them our position, right? If we don't have a payment program, I say, hey, can we break this up into payments? You know, that's a perfectly legitimate request. Right now, we're just rolling in folks that can write us a check for the entire investment. I apologize if that doesn't fit you and we've caught you at this, you know, the timing's wrong. What would you like to do? And sometimes they're like, I'm going to go figure it out, right? Sometimes they'd be like, I'll catch you later, Gator. Awesome, right? So that's kind of like my standard follow-up template. Like, I appreciate what you're saying, right? And if I feel like I might make them mad, I might just say, I don't want to make you mad, right? That's me, right? I just say what I feel, right? I don't want to make you mad. I don't always use that. It just depends on how I'm feeling, what's going on there, right? And then my position, right? What would you like to do or how would you like to proceed? What have you, right? Does that help, Welton?
Thank you. Yeah, it's great.
Usually like getting bogged down in the details is just our natural humanness of where our focus is going. So we want to, part of the muscle we want to build is to be able to keep going back to the problem, right? Keep going back to the problem. We are problem solvers. At the top of the circle of the money, if you went through Big Ticket Email Mojo, is problem, right?
Right.
That's always at the top of the circle of money. We are problem solvers. They really don't give two shits most of the time how we solve the problem, right? If they do, they're usually not the right type of client, right? just by and large, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Awesome. So let's move on to the T3, and that'll be the last big piece for the day. And then tomorrow we're going to talk about what happens in between with follow-up taps and all that kind of good stuff. And Joe, a lot of what you're asking for is in this follow-up tap stuff. Let's look at this T3. Modified this in many, many different markets, sometimes a little bit longer, sometimes a little bit shorter. Done it for physical products, all kinds of coaching, service programs. So again, if you're doing something a little bit different, like you're T3ing people into a phone call, like you won't need this much, right? We had a guy that was doing a credit card. He runs a company that does credit card rewards, right? So he just wanted people to fill out a credit card, right? A credit card application, right? So it was we tried longer T3s and shorter T3s, and the shorter T3 work, but it's kind of just understanding like the psychology. But hi, personalization. Thank you so much for connecting, right? You can change this up a little bit if that's not what you want. Personalization that makes it perfectly clear you can help them with their specific situation. It's key point. Now, if you don't feel clear, don't drop them a T3. Ask them a question. Man, I really want to make sure I can help you. There's nothing preventing me. Ask them a question before you drop them the T3, right? But once you get perfectly clear that you can help them, you can say, dude, with your list size and your offer size, man, this is going to be a cakewalk for me, right? So, and if I feel that way, I'm going to say it, right? Right? Hope you won't mind if I copy and paste all the, if somebody's doing it for you, sometimes it's even easier. Like, hey, with your list size and your offer size, this is going to be a cakewalk for Joe, right? This is right up Joe's alley. It's exactly what he does, right? Hope you won't mind if I copy and paste all the deets for you. If I'm doing this socially, like I might say, can I attach the details like I did with you guys, right? Can I attach the details for you to save my typing finger, right? And I wait for a response, yes, right? But I don't want to leave out anything important. Please let me know if you can make it or not as soon as possible, because, right, now if it's an event, like you might say, I got to make room reservations. I pay for my people's room when they come out to me, since they're flying out to a pain in the ass place to get to in Arkansas. I just go ahead and pay for their room, right? But if you have only limited spots, or you only have so many packages holding back reserved for them, it'd be a good time to bring that up, right? Here's the 411 for you. I start very overview, right? But on May 5th and 7th, now I've said this like 3 times, right? And we'll still get people like, oh, this is live event. I got to fly out there to you because people are scanners, right? So you're going to be aware of that. In my home, on my big white sofa, again, finger pointing, right? Anywhere you can point a finger, like point that finger. I'm putting together 6 good folks and showing them exactly how to take their email list or someone else's email list and generate 5 to 6 figure paydays with 6th grade, simple to write emails, and without needing VSLs, webinars, or phone calls. Are we pretty clear so far? We're really, really clear. I'm going to come out there and I'm going to learn this stuff. Yes, Joe.
One quick question. So when you use terminology like that, 6 good folks, what's your thought process behind that versus saying 6 experts or 6 coaches or something like that? It's kind of like more human or
part of it's a little bit my nature. I love getting good people together, right? And I typically view everybody as good, right? But, I could just say 6 folks. I want to be good folks, right? Because part of the thrill of coming out and working together is like the other people that'll be there, right? So
them on the environment,
the experts and that might be good too, right?
Also, when I read that, personally, I think it gives a flavor of more of the South, because I'm from totally opposite part of the country. So it kind of disarms the offer. Maybe it just makes it feel more cozy and comfortable.
Yeah. And if you're like more of a cooler guy than me, or more city, like I'm putting 6 experts and cool cats together, or whatever you want to say, right? But part of this is you want it to come off as personal, not like they're reading a dictionary or something, right? With just the boring.
But is it more important to make it congruent with your own personality, would you say, or would you just go with like copy and paste good folks?
Well, ideally you want some personality in there, and then even better if you make it your personality.
Okay.
But yes, personality over just like cold. Now if you are just like a very business-like person, and that's your thing, then I would just write it like that, But what you don't want to do is tone it down because you think that that's what they want to see, right? Usually people are way more junior high and fun oriented and loose, that at least maybe that's just my world, right? Then we have a tendency to think, right? People, like I always say in our copy or in our products, never underestimate the value of fun. If you can put a little bit of fun in like what you're doing, like that really, really helps, right? So, we use my 60-minute G3 order form. I call it G3 because it makes people go, gimme, gimme, gimme. Now I just put this in here. I don't know when I first wrote it, if I had it in there, but I know people have come out to the event just to get this G3 order form, right? Like, oh, that just intrigued me so much. So I put it in my copy, right? I call this the Rainmaker campaign. Just one of the things that walk away, which they can profit from years to come over the weekend. Now, if you have a modularized course over the next 6 weeks or over the 3 days or whatever, right? You and I will go over everything you need to run this for yourself or others. You'll also walk away knowing. Now, notice I didn't say you're going to get module 1 and your 8 videos and, like one of the biggest jokes I tell, and I hope this never gets back to him. I love John Carlton. I love what he does, right? But one of the funniest things that I ever saw was, his simple writing system that had 38 DVDs. I'm like, holy crap. Right? It's 38 DVDs. Like they just didn't go together, right? But, this, and if you haven't gone through Big Ticket Email Mojo, read or listen to the audio on the G3 order form, because this is a desire piece, right? We're just tapping them in. We want less intellectual and more just overt child benefit to this, right? Making it really, really clear. Matter of fact, I don't even really like how-tos that much, right? I don't like learns and how-tos that much because people don't really want to learn stuff. They just want their end result, right? How to turn your email list into passive income. I've mastered continuity, earned millions, have helped many others crush with continuity. Nobody teaches this.
Travis, can I just jump in with a question? These bullets are are the benefits and stuff. Just before that, the bit above it.
Yeah.
This is for an event.
Yep.
Can you just give a flavor of how you would phrase or position this for an evergreen offer?
Yeah. So, and I can put other examples in here, but so here's the 411 for you. I'm putting 10 people together, over the next 6 weeks. We're going to all get together virtually, right? Over Zoom or wherever we're going to be at. So you just it's just like the overview of it, right? If it was, I'm sending them out a special skincare package, right? Here's the 411 for you. I've had, Rebecca lovingly pack, your beauty case with, all the, lotions and potions and everything that will help you smooth out the crow's feet and all these kind of things. So we want to give them the big overview, and then we go deeper. Here's exactly what's in the box, right? And then you would say, you'll find, and I don't know anything about makeup and stuff, but you'll find the anti-wrinkle serum that has the T15,000, right? That comes from the butt of a elephant in India, right? Which has been proven, whatever, right? And so, yeah, but basically what we're doing is we're giving them like the overall, and then we're kind of narrowing down, right? So overall, they're going to get, what are they going to get? What's the gimme blank? And you'll get you this, right? But you don't get the first blank yet. I feel like I'm being really bumbly because I am, but is that helping at all, Chris?
Yeah, I can see how, I get the idea of the overview coming in. What this example plays to is a deadline and scarcity. And what I'm offering is a program that people can join at any point. So it's an evergreen thing. So I don't have.
Perfect. Yes. Yep. So but so what you can do is you can open up for certain periods, right? You can slice and dice, right? So, tell me, I can't remember exactly who you're helping. Who are you helping?
These are solopreneurs. It's a financial security program.
Okay, great. Right. So I'm really familiar in the financial space, right? So you got things going on in the marketplace, right? That can be timing sensitive, right? So you can do timing stuff in the market, but usually as a general thing, like for evergreen stuff, you can just open up 10 spots. Say I'm setting aside time to work with 10 people in July, right?
Right. So it requires a deadline, a cutoff, which is going to trigger them to take action, make a decision.
It doesn't have to have a deadline. We've got stuff that doesn't have deadlines that we sell evergreen, but we're just saying, hey, we're opening up the next 10 spaces. Like you could throw a little extra bonuses in if you want.
Okay. Yeah.
Deadline, right? Like right now, my Mojo Mastermind, we're almost at the capacity, right? I'm going to, probably make an offer to you guys at some point to join the Mojo Mastermind or, some type of ongoing, right? But I can say, hey, I'm going to open up. I've been full for a while. I'm going to open up 3 spots in the Mojo Mastermind, right? I've opened up 3 spots because the real thing is you can't really work with everybody in the whole world, right?
No, sure.
At the same time. So it's kind of like what kind of limits do that you want to put on it, right? That's a really good question. We're going to segue a little bit differently. One of the powerful, I've learned a lot of great stuff from Dean Jackson, but one of the really powerful things I learned from Dean Jackson is how he offers cookies. He calls it how you offer cookies. So powerful. Chris, if you came over to my house and we're sitting on my sofa and I said, hey, Chris, would you like me to bake you some cookies? You'd be like, oh no, dude, don't put yourself out, right? But if I said, if I came in the room with a plate and I'd already found out that your favorite cookies was oatmeal and raisin, let's say, and I hold out a plate and say, Chris, would you like a cookie? You're way more likely to say yes. So how he extrapolates this out in the realtor space, the real estate space, is he does this for taking people around to see open houses, right? Like if he was to call people and say, hey, whenever you're in the mood to go see an open house, let me know, right? That wouldn't be nearly as successful. What he does is he gets a van, right? Says, hey, we're getting a bunch of people together and go look at some houses in the Brentwood area of Hollywood Hills or wherever, right? We've got 10 seats. We're going to be having champagne. We're going to have a nice lunch afterwards. Would you like to join us? Right? And then he'll do it again the next week and the next week and the next week, right? But it's just like a certain, there is capacity. Like you can't work with everybody in the world. So what I would recommend you doing is like, how many people do you want to work with every month or what period of time, and say, hey, this is Chris again. I'm opening up some spots here. And if you can have a because, right? You know, the market is topping out right now. I don't know exactly what you have, but the market is topping out right now. You may be a little bit nervous about, should you pull some money out? Should you do something different with it? This is why I'm opening up spots for, 10 people over the next month. And one of the things we're going to focus on is what to do now in this market, right?
Yeah, that's sweet. Thank you.
Yep. I'm not like blowing smoke up at you guys, but you guys have asked like the best questions of class in a long time. But over the weekend, and then all I do is I walk them through the details, right? I get more details for them, but I'm also handling some sharks, right? If you want to sell by phone, there's some people that do want to sell by phone, and I can really help them a lot too. Like I've had people come out there and they have to stop sending any emails because they get so many applications, right? And they're way closer to the hole, right? Secrets to getting more applications than you can handle for high ticket products and service. Not kidding. I just said that. I've had clients that had to stop emailing so their team can catch up. How to outsource your email writing, right? What's a big shark in the water? What's a big E-shark? What's a big energy shark in the water? Well, son bitch, I'm going to have to write these emails, right? So that's why I put it into the offer. Remember we was talking about your offer? Like this is part of the more the nitty gritty details of the offer, right? But how to outsource your email writing, because Email Mojo doesn't need the great writing skills. It's much easier and cheaper to hire out than you might imagine. Don't have an email list. Now, in some of these, I take this out, right? Don't have an email list. Email list owners will happily pay you 30 to 50% of their profits if you just run it for them. I've got a whole agency with 3 copywriters, and this is all we do. I'll show you how we get them to turn over their list to us. It's the easiest yeses and biggest fees I've ever been paid. My students get clients immediately too. And then frameworks, examples, and templates galore. I don't make a big deal out of this, even though I know this is what a lot of people want, because I don't want people coming out thinking they're going to get a bunch of templates and everything's going to be hunky-dory. A lot of what we spend time is the same thing I spent time on with you. It's all about the offer. You get the offer right. You get the present pain right. You get the future pain right. You get the future gain right, and you get the bridge right, and everything becomes a lot easier, right? So now if I were you, I'd imagine you've got a bunch of questions. At the risk, and we've used a lot of different things instead of Magna Carta, at the risk of writing the Obamacare bill, you just want to be careful. At the risk of writing you the Constitution or books longer than the Harry Potter series, right? I'm going to answer some questions I'm sure you have below. The reason I do this is because by now they're getting an objection, like, goodness gracious, this is long, right? Do I need to be a great writer? Now, here's what's important in the FAQ section is you don't blow smoke up their ass. Sorry to say that so crudely. Hopefully there's no kids in the room. But answer these bluntly and with you can have a little flair to it, right? You don't. In fact, if you're a great writer, it usually hurts more than it helps. And that's true. Like the people I have the hardest time with it are right, like at a scholarly college level, right? I'm going to be sharing my 3-track trance method. Every person has a child, parent, and adult track running in their head. And you speak to all 3 tracks at the same time. What I'm doing, I'm providing a mechanism here, right? And we're going to talk about this more tomorrow, child, adult, parent. But when you speak to all 3 tracks at the same time in the right sequence and use the correct tone, you'll be able to trigger buying even if you write at a 6th grade level. It really is simple and easy. How big does my clients list need to be? You need to be able to get at least 500 people to open. I don't care about your overall list size, but you must have at least 500 openers, and they can't hate you. It's okay if they're lukewarm, but if you burn them, no amount of mojo in the world is going to fix that, right? So this is about, even if you're not seeing these people in person, imagine you're going to see these people in person, right? Like who, if you had to get them a result, if somebody had a bucket of poo and was holding it over your head and said, if you don't get them a result, I'm going to dump it on your head, but you could choose the things that they want, that you want, the criteria, like what would those things be, right? If you've got 500 openers, on average, historically, an Email Mojo campaign can bring in blah, 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 right? Do I need my own product? It helps. We find great results for Email Mojo campaigns in the 500 to 5,000 range. I'll be sharing what I call medium ticket mojo, and I'll work with you to come up with a $500 to $2,000 product in about 2 hours, just in case you don't have your own offer or need to bump your price. Of course, we can sell someone else's product. Blah, blah, blah. Well, Email Mojo is a big one because this question I get all the time. Will Email Mojo work in my industry? I run this across dozens of industries and had tremendous success. As long as there are people with problems on your email list, Email Mojo will work, because we simply tap into psychology, which really never changes. And then what's the number one question I still get? Let me tell you about all my specifics, right? I actually enjoy that question because I know they're right there at the hole, right? I've got this many people on my list. I've got this, and it's going to happen the same thing for you. There's always that, will this work for me, right? But we put that in there. Are there any bonuses? You bet. If you don't have bonuses, I have another saying, hey, I don't want to like pump this full of bonuses to get the result. You don't need them, right? So I just get in front of whatever, or just don't mention that there's no bonuses, right? Where and when? It will be at my home in Arkansas, the Mojo Shack. Little Rock Airport is kind of a pain in the butt to fly into. Again, so if there's like negative stuff, bring it out, right? But once you're here, everybody loves it because the Mojo Shack is on top of a lake on top of a hill overlooking a beautiful lake. One of my students, Jesse Elder, told me that Mojo Shack is the perfect place to learn. To make up for the hassle, I'll pay for your hotel suite. We'll also pull out our Southern hospitality and feed you like family while you're here. We've even got a country club here, and I'll take you there for a dinner one night. We always have a blast. Again, I reiterate the dates, how much it be. Now, tomorrow we're going to go over something I call the IVQ. We're not going to do it today, but they call it investment value qualifier. But if you've got, or your client has at least 500 opens, it will cost you a fortune to miss. Do the math above. With that said, your investment, here's the I, your investment for Email Mojo is $6,000. Most of my clients, here's the value, most of my students make that back in 6 emails, give or take, as long as they've got 500 openers, here's the qualifier, and a $500 product or a $1,000 product they're promoting as an affiliate at 50% commish. If it would help fit your budget better, we can break it up into 3 payments of $2,200 if you like. Sometimes I will leave this out, just depending on what I'm doing. How do I get a spot on your big white sofa? You don't need to send me any money now. If you've read the questions above and meet the requirements, just reply back, I'm in. Then I'll get you set up. First come, first serve. After all, I can only put so many butts on my big white sofa. Rooting for you, Travis. And then here's the pay as you profit program. Again, I will pull this out sometimes, right? Tomorrow we're going to talk about follow-up taps and what happens if they say I'm in, and from the I'm in to getting paid and all that kind of stuff. But this is the main guts of the T1, T2, and the T3. So your homework for tonight, I prefer, and I don't think it really makes a whole lot of difference. I typically prefer to write the T3 first. So I like to get that offer really, really clear in my head. What I might recommend for you though is to spend some time on your T2. What I want, if you guys can accomplish it tomorrow, is take the tip. Let's take the easy T1 template and take the T2. Start with your T2 and think about if somebody was holding a bucket of poo over my head, and they're going to dump it on me if I don't get them a result, what 1 or 2 things would you like them to have, right? This requires some thought. I've noticed for my agency, I should probably stop saying this, but for my agency, if I could ask one question, if there's an audience sitting in front of me and I could ask one question and put these people in a room and I had to pay for them, my one question would be, how many of you guys are using Infusionsoft or another expensive or high dollar shopping cart solution, right? I've almost always my ideal person is almost always using Infusionsoft, right? Because it's expensive, so that means they're a more sophisticated business. So you may not have that one question, but come up with 1 or 2 maybe, right? And it has to be binary. It must be binary. You can't say, are you really motivated to make 6 figures? Because that's not a binary question, right? So the better you can get at what binary thing would I like them to have, right? one or two of those, like binary things, and that'll flow into your T1, right? What binary things, right, would you like them to have to be a success, right? I'll give you an example. I've got a guy in the Mojo group, really great guy. He works with dietitians. He does some of what you do, Rebecca. He does it with dietitians. Most dietitians get paid by the hour. And so once their schedule gets full of like 40 hours a week, like they're at their income limit, right? So he shows them how to package their stuff up for $2,000, $4,000, $6,000 packages. But for people to roll into, his mastermind, what we figured out is like his most ideal person is the bigger, wellness center. Because there's like dietitians are like coaches in a way. They might call themselves a dietitian, but they don't really have any clients. But what we found out was, that one easy question is that the bigger people accept insurance. They accept insurance. So if we can say how many, of you guys accept insurance, right? Cause they have to jump through hoops and they have to be big enough, right? To be able to accept insurance, right? So, we're mostly useful for, wellness centers or dietitians that are established enough where they can accept insurance. Do you accept, insurance, right? And it's also, they have problems when they do the insurance that they like taking a long time to pay and stuff. But these are the things I think about, like what, if you had a one or two, brainstorm a bunch of qualities if you have to, but then like where could you narrow these down to, right? In the, T2, right? What would those binary things be? Does everybody understand when I say binary, what I mean? Like it's either a yes or a no. They can point a finger to it and say yes or no, right? Joe, did you have a question or?
Kind of, I don't want to keep interrupting.
Oh no, we're good. We're wrapping up, dude. So I was just giving the homework. So yeah, you guys do your T1s and T2s, tonight. I don't want you to send them yet. I want you guys to have, like tomorrow we're going to talk about T3 and follow up. More than likely if you can send on Sunday or Monday, and then we'll have a get together either Monday or Tuesday, depending on where you guys are at, to help with the follow ups and stuff. But yes, Joe, go ahead.
So I was going to ask, so for one of my questions, it's like, there's two kinds of people that come with me. Well, there's more than two, but like primarily it's like, I don't have a webinar, but I want to do all the cool stuff you're doing, but they don't even have a webinar, which I help basically get better results with an existing webinar. So like, would the question be like, do you have a webinar or something like that? And then just disqualify everyone else? Or kind of like, you could actually have a different program for creating the webinar that I could partner with somebody.
Well, first, like, who do you want to work with? Like, does it matter to you if they have a webinar or don't have a webinar?
For like the program I'm trying to do right now to begin with, yeah, I want people that already have a webinar, and ideally they're advertising on Facebook and they're finding it to be a very painful thing.
Perfect. Is there any, and I don't want you to make up bullshit, but is there, if you think about like your past clients, like what level of ad spend maybe are they spending on Facebook that you could make a qualifier? So we're doing a workshop, and the requirements are they either are spending more than $300 a day. Like you saw one of my examples, you're spending $1,000 a day on Facebook. That was like the requirement, right? So you're spending at least $300 a day on Facebook, right? So you can, or $100, whatever your thing is, right? So that might be a thing. Those are some of my secondary and my agency. Like if you have a webinar and you're buying paid ads, right? And so for me, I like to have a working offer. So I got a couple things. Like for mine, I'm just giving you guys more examples, right? So the killer question is Infusionsoft, right? But the other big one for me is, do you have a customer database? Because you can have a lot of stuff going on, but if you haven't sold any customers into it, like for me, like I try to get as close to shooting fish in a barrel as I possibly can, right? So like what would that fish in a barrel be for you, right? And then I'll back it up from there if they're running webinars. Like usually if they've spent enough time and they're running webinars and they're actually paying for ads, or they paid for ads in the past, but for some reason it stopped working, like they can't make it work anymore, right? That would be a good transition point, right? And a lot of times it's not about the funnel. The pain point is they don't want to admit to it. I'm talking about this for Chris too. The pain point is they can't afford their Facebook ads anymore.
Right.
Right? It's not that they want to fix their funnel. It's just that all their traffic is stopped because they're not converting the way that they used to, right? So now they've got their mortgage and they've got partners and they've got people to pay, and all of a sudden the money is stopped because their Facebook ads aren't working anymore. What they really want is not the funnel or the webinar. They want to be able to make their traffic work again, right? So, but yeah, so those binary things, like you could say, hey, are you spending $300 a day or whatever your thing is on Facebook? Now, we have a tendency to say, oh, I'm going to narrow out too much of my market, right? Usually what I find is like, yes, we might get fewer responses, but they're way more qualified, right? So we might want to play with those numbers a little bit if we don't know exactly what they are, and kind of play around with it. But we still want them to be binary, right? Because we want to have a high probability of getting these people success, and look at their assets, like their other assets that they can say yes or no to, right? A couple other examples. I've got a client in the Mojo Mastermind that works with financial advisors, and usually like he works better with financial advisors that are in cities with 100,000 people or more, right? They have to be in bigger cities, right? So that's kind of like hey, I've got 100,000 people in my city. When they say yes to that, that actually helps them with the conversion, but it also helps them qualify, right? So we want it to be something they can say yes or no to with concrete confidence, right?
Would one example be like, are you currently using EverWebinar or Webinar Jam as a specific?
Yeah, absolutely, right? Like, have you paid for Stealth Seminar using Webinar Jam for over 6 months, right? Now, that might, they may, oh yeah, I've had it, I'm still paying, I just haven't stopped the thing, right? But, so I think maybe a better one was like, yes, you're using Webinar Jam, and you're paying for traffic, right?
So those could be my two, and then the currency question would be the third one.
Yeah. Ideally, like just for my knowledge, I like to figure out what's the one hinge pin question, right? This is I think it's an old Dan Kennedy story, about this is an old mail order bride company that almost went broke, right? This is before they had all the online dating stuff, right? Now they were making a lot of revenue, but they just couldn't they weren't profitable, right? And so Dan went in there and said, well, like, tell me about your ideal people. And they didn't know, right? So they dug in, and what they found out by digging in was like a huge overwhelming majority of their people that bought the mail order bride service, the dating service, and stayed on it for a long period of time were truck drivers. Ding, 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 ding. Like, changed everything. Tempur-Pedic pillow almost went bankrupt. They were trying to sell a good night's sleep, right? And now it's funny, they went back to selling a good night's sleep, but they were trying to sell a good night's sleep, and like it just wasn't working, right? So they started talking to their customers, right? Saying, what had you purchased? Again, that's a currency question. What had you purchased a Tempur-Pedic pillow? And what they got back was a variation of, oh, my Aunt Gertrude bought the pillow and she said it immediately helped her with her neck pain or her back pain or something like that, right? So when they repositioned the pillow to be relief from back pain and neck pain, ding, 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 the popcorn started popping, right? Now, for whatever reason, maybe it works better now. They're back to selling a good night's sleep.
I see that. That makes so much sense. Just re-envisioning or repositioning the offer is like the most important thing. Because right now, like I'm getting everyone on GoToWebinar and automating. We have tech to automate GoToWebinar, and so we're taking people on EverWebinar, and it's like a new opportunity. It's not an improvement offer. So I think that it could have some big legs. So thanks so much, man.
Yeah, absolutely. Great questions, guys. Anybody else? I'm all yours.
In the fitness or weight loss market, would those questions in the T2 be something around like them wanting to lose a certain amount of weight?
I would not, because that's hard to say yes or no. But like, tell me about like if you can think of like the thing I usually do with clients, and I'm doing with you, is like think about somebody that you've helped, right? That you enjoyed helping. They paid you a lot of money, and it was like really easy for you to help. And then think about their specific situation. Like what specific situation were they in that they could point at, right? Like were they, and this is like you probably helped them out more with like going from average to super fit rather than probably obese to average. But
well, no, this is actually, so for one of my clients, no, his would actually be, it's more of like pretty overweight to just feeling better about themselves. So it's not like getting people in great shape.
So like, I don't know, like have they been diagnosed with diabetes, pre-diabetes? But what you want is you want to find that yes or no thing that they can raise their hand, because it's really hard to say, hey, have you been wanting to lose? Because usually the thing is like the longer they've been in pain and haven't solved it, usually the harder it is going to get them to be to convert. So what you want to find out is like what's happened. Like it could be, do you have an event coming up? Like weight loss is a lot around events, right? Do you have a special event coming up that you want to get in shape for? That would be a great yes or no question maybe, right? No, not really. Well, I'm most useful to help people that like really are internally motivated to whatever. And I'm just kind of pulling some stuff out of my butt right now, but just knowing like transitions and triggers are what cause more conversions than what we do. Like we want to think like, oh, if I put the magic NLPs on this thing, it's not going to convince them, right? But usually what happens is a crossing point, a trigger point, or a transition point. Something happens, and that is what gets them to reach out, right? So we want to be aware of what those trigger points are, because they're very key in our marketing, our pre-selling, right? But also when they come to us, right? So I love like for Joe's thing, like, hey, did you have to pause your ads because they weren't working anymore, right? So we tell them, if you have paused ads in your account that used to be profitable, right? They can raise their, oh my God, I have paused ads in my account, right? So those kind of things, but kind of what you want to do is maybe go back through some old emails, go back to the strategy session, or maybe even talk to them on the phone. Like, what was going on? Do you remember like what was going on? What had you reach out? What had you like all, like sounding nice aside, like what really had you reach out, right? To me, right? And so finding those trigger points is key, right? Sometimes it might just be something little, right? A lot of times it's something a kid says, right? So Chris Haddad, I don't know if you know Chris Haddad, but
yeah, I know exactly what you're gonna say. I was thinking about that earlier today.
Yeah, he has this VSL that was just, again, it goes to the reputation thing, right? It starts out something like, my little girl jumped on my lap. She said, "Gee, mommy, you're squishy."
Yeah.
Right. It's like, bam, right? That's like, it's so, can you point a finger at it? Trigger point, all those kind of, things, right? But also, so you want to know what's going on with them, but you also want to say, like, what's happened that I know that if this has just happened, like, I can get them a result, right? Like, what would that be? And sometimes, like, I know, trainers, like, I used to help, some fit pros, like, with their business, right? So a lot of times what brings their most qualified people is divorced businessmen. They go through a divorce, right? And they want to get back in shape for doing the, going back out in the dating scene, right? So divorce could be, now you can say, hey, did you just go through a divorce? I only work with divorced people, right? But, it's helpful to know those kind of things, right? Like what, cause you have like a high energy, they need to be a high energy motivation to come and follow through with you, right? I don't feel like I've been very helpful for you.
No, it's cool. I got some direction.
Yeah. So the biggest thing that I can have you do is like really sit down and think about that past person, what was going on with them. Like, and who, like, how do you know? Like, how do you gauge, like, if you can help somebody or not? Like what things do you look at that?
I mean, are you actually asking?
Yeah, I'm asking you. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, for this is, I know I'm trying to think of who, like, for his gym, who we're targeting, but in this case, it's mostly it's women. The program is going to be women. That's like 70-80% of the members.
Yeah.
And it's like they've all tried something before, but haven't been able to get something to stick. They're busy moms.
So let me be clear. So that's right. You're helping somebody else with their marketing, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's part of the reason why you may be having a challenge. You need to ask your client this, right? Like, how do you know if you can help somebody or not? Like, what's the things, right? How do you know the people that you can help and the people that you can't, right? Because most times if you've been doing this for any amount of time, like they're going to know, like, here's the thing, like if they do this, that, right? If they're like, so that what's happened in your life, right, is going to be really key for you, right? To know if you can help them. It's like, oh, I just need to lose some weight or whatever, I just want to look better, like that's probably not going to be enough motivation, right? But that's really great for T1s because you can say, hey, like summertime, bikini time is a big motivating factor, right? Now, right now we're coming out of it, right? But hey, we're rolling up on we're coming out of the winter, right? It's perfect time to start thinking about bikini time, right? If you got a big vacation plan, like, don't ask me how I know this, but I know like whenever we plan a vacation to a beach, like we get fit around here, it's like, that's kind of like the thing, right? There's usually like trigger and transition points, right?
Yep.
Are any qualifying questions is there a line of how much you can ask? Like, could I say, can you ask how much money they make? Because one of the qualifiers for my client is he needs someone, he can only help you if you're making at least 20K a month.
Yeah. We do that all the time. It's like, and we say this is usually best for, we don't have anything against newbies, but it's usually best for people that are already doing, 6 figures or
awesome.
20K a month. I like to, if I can, like, how are they making that 20K? Because usually you can back it down from that, right? So like we're doing an Amazon program right now, and typically the average order size, it's for over all the industry is like $20, right? So if we want to do 6 figures in gross revenue, we know if they're making 20 sales a day. So we ask them that. So this is best for if you already have one Amazon product rolling, you're making at least 20 sales a day. That way we kind of get around of just asking that money question. But sometimes we just come right out and say, look, we wouldn't be much help. Like if you're trying to do, go from, if you're starting out, like congratulations for starting out. This is going to be most helpful for people that are already in the 6-figure, 7-figure, what have you. But I like to back it out if we can. And that's why, like, we'll say if you're spending $300 a day in ad spend or $1,000 a day on ad spend, right? Because it's something else that we can talk about, without just coming and asking. People will lie more about the money. Like, I'll make 6 figures a year, right? But they won't necessarily lie about like how many opens they have or how many sales a day they're making on Amazon. I'm not saying they won't, but it's less likely. Right.
So his offer is he helps people systemize and automate fulfillment. So it's typically more higher level people who's going for it.
What?
He helps people like systemize and automate their fulfillment so they can get more free time. Okay. So would a better question to ask be about how much sales they're doing instead of how much revenue they're doing?
So to me, that's more about customer flow. Like how many, so like it wouldn't do any good. Like for my agency, like I have an average customer value of $250,000 a year for one customer, right? So, I don't have like the same flow problems, right? You know, so to me, like that number may not be the most useful number, right? Maybe, that they're generating 50 new customers a month or 100 new customers a month, right? At whatever it is, right? Because when you start getting to a level of volume, that's when stuff's going to start falling through the cracks, right? And start getting complaints and those kind of things, right? So I think that might be a better qualifier. Like, you know, are you producing like, and I don't know what, you know, you could say revenue, but that doesn't tell you the same thing, right? Because if he's helping them with fulfillment, I would assume that they have a lot of fulfillment that they're doing.
Yeah, it's typically the people who are about to burn out because their fulfillment's that high.
Yeah. So, and you could really congratulate them, right? You could say, congratulations, your marketing's working so well, your sales processes are working so well. But now you've got a new problem, and that's like you have more customers and more demand than you can handle. And you see these things happening, right? You're missing deadlines. Things aren't being shipped, or they're shipping whatever the things are, right? So now you've just congratulated them and then lead them onto the problem. But yeah, I would ask him a little bit more specifically, like, again, have them talk about his most ideal couple clients, right? What industries are they in? Like, is there a certain industry that they're in? Like, that his clients are in, right?
Yeah. It's very varied. It goes from coaches to agencies to really anywhere.
Yeah. Could be like, are they solopreneurs, or do they have 3 or 4 or 5 people in the company, right? Maybe what they're thinking about is, maybe I should add another person, but I really don't want to pay a salary, right? So this may be a solution for that, you know, if I can help you handle your fulfillment, something like that, right? But that might be a thing too. It's like, you know, I can just see an email before you hire somebody to help you on the service side or on your fulfillment side, right? Maybe you don't want to pay a high 5-figure or low 6-figure salary to, you know, blah, 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 right? So I don't know what your solution is, but those kind of, look at the timer risk and how you compare. Remember, you don't have to outrun the bear. You just have to beat the guy next to you. And that's what they're currently doing now, right?
Yeah.
But I bet it would have to be like, yeah, they're usually doing, you know, they're usually like 1-person shows, and maybe not. Like, I have a sweet spot with my agency. Like, if they have a C-suite, like a big C-suite, and they're a big company, I have more trouble because there are all kinds of politics going on there, right? So usually, like for my people, they're usually like, they have 3 to 5 people in the company, but there's one guy that makes the decision, that makes all the decisions, right? When I start getting into C-suites, we can do business, but like they really have 10 different lists, and they're being handled by 10 different people. And so it gets more complexity than I really want to handle, right? So those kind of things. But those are questions I would ask the client, right? You want to get really, really clear. Like, so tell me who you really like to work with. What are some of the things they have in common? Tell me, like, don't let them be general. Say, tell me about, like, what was his name or her name? Like, what business were they in? Like, how did you help them? How many transactions were they doing? Right?
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Yep. Anybody else?
Travis, I have a question about this is probably after the course is done, but you had mentioned, and I saw some of the emails about working with other people and helping to do this for their list, and you know, profit sharing and stuff like that.
Yeah.
You have a system with that, or or templates or?
Well, yeah, Fraser was just asking me about that. I did teach one class. I taught it live, mostly because I have people on my waiting list that I can't get to is my only motivation for teaching it. But if you guys, I don't want to do it in the first, 3 classes or heavy Q&As, but there'll be some Q&As. Probably there's just a few people that come. If you guys want to ask me some questions about the agency, I'm happy to. We need more of us out here. I don't want to help everybody try to do it, but I want to have some good people out there. So I'm willing to give you some resources and stuff, for doing that. But I don't want to think of a lot of the first, these 3 calls and the first Q&A, but like second Q&A or third Q&A, like you guys want to ask me some questions, I'm totally open to helping you on that. Yeah, but I've got all kinds of resources for that.
Cool. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Yeah, so Travis, in terms of the currency question, so I talked about financial security program, and this is for solopreneurs. It's not the finance market, it's actually for their own business. So, and
okay.
The symptom is, the classic symptom is feast and famine. So they're either working too much and not marketing, or they're struggling too hard with the marketing when they've got the fallow period. But it's the inconsistency that is the real hook for them. What they associate most with, of course, is not having the money when they need it.
Mm-hmm.
And so my inclination is, in terms of finding the currency, is to be asking a binary question around feast and famine. What's your instinct on that?
So be sure. So you help them with their personal finance. You help business owners with their personal finance. And I'm thinking, because I work with lots of business owners too, but they may be making all kinds of revenue, but they're not keeping it, right?
These ones are, it's more that they have, they're hustling, they don't have any kind of process or system, and they're just trying a load of stuff. So they're really busy, but they're not effective. So actually it's getting the business revenue.
I'm not clear on it. Are you helping with their marketing, or are you helping them with their money?
Both.
Oh, okay. Okay.
It's getting the marketing to get the business to a certain level, but there's the whole structure around it so they keep enough.
So, I mean, are you telling them so you need to have a corporate account, and you need to you'd be putting money, you need to have 6 months of savings and,
no, it's more about predictable income flow, cash flow.
So basically the sales and the marketing side, but you're not really helping them figure out if they should put their money into the stock market.
No.
Okay. Perfect. Yeah. So we kind of do the same thing, probably just different tools, right? So, yeah. So I always say I'm just a screwdriver, right? I like to make it really, really clear. I'm a Phillips screwdriver. So when I get together with people, I'm like, tell me what your screw looks like. Does it look like a plus sign, or does it look like a minus sign? They're like, well, I can't really see it, right? I'm like, oh, well, let's get you a light, because that's part of the problem. They can't really see what they're doing, right?
Yeah.
So let's get a flashlight. That's what we do with the Insight. That's how we're moving them down, right? Okay, can you see it now? Yes, it looks like a plus sign. Okay, great. Now, can you tell me I need to get an idea about the size of that screw. Could you fit 1 ant horizontally, or 2 ants? How many ants could you, probably just 2 ants, right? Oh, okay. Well, come back to the Zoom now. Let me show you something, right? And I show them my Phillips screwdriver, and they're like, well, holy shit, that'll work, right? So, but we don't want to get too enamored with the screwdriver, right? But who is somebody, for me, I can fix cash flow problems super easy if they have a customer database, or an email database audience. Those are the things I can fix super easy. So who is that for you? That's the question, because the symptom is more about, don't worry about the symptom right now.
Yeah.
I just who's super easy for you to work with? Who can you get a result right away?
People, they're charging by the hour, for example.
Okay. Beautiful. And what do you do when they're charging by the hour?
Repackage it.
That's it. right there has been Fit Pros. That's how all the Fit Pros are fine. That's how my dietitian guy. So I would talk about that and the symptoms around, charging by the hour, right? And so for the Fit Pros, like that, want to work with people that have money, more money than time, their thing is like their calendar's completely full and they know their income is tapped out.
Yeah.
And they're not going to, and they're deathly afraid of raising the price, on what everybody's going to say, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So, you help them, package stuff, right? From going from hourly to package, right? People can understand that a lot, right? So, if they're on hourly, now what other thing, just because probably not everybody on an hourly,
that's the point.
Like what other, is there anything else? Like what kind of business people do you like to work with?
It's services, not products.
There you go. Perfect. So if you're a service business, charging by the hour, right? Anything else?
I've got people, members of the program in B2B, B2C, so that's not a distinction.
Okay. Well, let's say, so you help them go from hourly to package. Now, how do you help them sell their first package? What makes it easy for you to help them sell their first package?
They don't know the problem that they're solving, or they don't talk about the problem they're solving, they talk about their process.
I got it, but we're past that. So now they've got a package. How do you help them sell the package?
Then we get them into conversations with their potential clients.
Perfect. What would make that even easier?
How do you mean?
So I know for me, like when I help people package stuff up, I just happened with he wasn't a client of mine, but he was a friend, and this was back it was 2009. He Skyped me. He's an electrician. He has an electric, company. It's 2009. He's been in business for almost 20 years, and he Skypes me and says, "Hey, dude, can I talk to you?" I'm like, "Yeah, right." And we did a face-to-face Skype, and I could tell like he's a big burly dude, but I could tell like he was choking up. And I'm like, "What's wrong, dude? What's wrong, man?" And he's like, "Business just stopped coming in. This recession killing me, and I don't know what to do." Right? And I'm like, "How long have you been in business?" He's like, 20 years. I'm like, do you have like any list of your customers? Like, no. I'm like, come on. Do you have like a file cabinet? You write like invoices or something by hook or by crook? Can you put like together, a list of people that you've worked with over the last 20 years? They're like, yeah, I can do that. Right. So I don't remember how many people we put. Now here's all I want you to just call them up and, find out how they're doing. Ask them if there's any little jobs that they've been putting on the back burner. Right. And he did that, called his past customers and started doing business. Right. So for me, I would think and I know my dietitian guy, when he has a new client, he helps them package. And then what does he do? He goes to their warm market, right? Again, kind of same thing we've been talking about, like how many customers they have that now they can offer this package to, and easy deals, right? So maybe your thing is like, if you're charging by the hour, you're a service business and you've been in business for at least the last 5 years or have worked with 100 people, because now you've just made it easy for yourself. You help them package it and I don't know how you do it, so I'm not going to try and change your whole structure, right? But if they have a past customer database they can go to offer those first few packages and make a few sales, right? Ding, 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 ding. You've just circled the first round of the circle of money, right? So those might be the things, right? Your service business, charging by the hour. You've been in business. I don't know what it would be. Like think about your best customers, right? They've been in business for 5 years, 10 years. Like what's your binary number, right? You've been in business at least 5 years, right? What you're really looking for is you're looking for what kind of warm market, right? If somebody comes to you and says, I just opened up my service business, you might say, well, congratulations, man. That's like a miracle with all the red tape and and political stuff going on, but I'm going to be useless for you, right? Or you may not want to say useless. But
Yeah.
I'm most useful. I'd say I'm useless, right? But basically they're telling me they have a slotted screwdriver, right? Dude, we're not going to be a good fit, right? I think those would be some things for you, like super easy.
Yeah, I think also I'm trying to get clear the distinction between calling out the symptoms and calling out the currency.
Yep.
Because I think my inclination, my instinct would be to be talking about the symptoms that they can say, yeah, that's me. Yeah, that's me.
That's fine. You want to do that on the T1, right?
Yeah.
Because that's how you're going to move to your whole. But at some point, if you actually take their money, you're going to want to be able to get them the result, right?
Yeah, this is the qualifying question. Yeah.
Right. So if you can but now that you know those things, now you can work back to the symptoms, right?
Sure.
Yeah,
there's zero problem with symptoms. Those are
so I think those are some pretty good.
Yeah. Okay.
Things that, if you're a service business, charging by the hour and you've been at this for 5 years, some of the symptoms will be like for our Fit Pros, like we used to use subject lines. Did you miss dinner again? That was a subject line. Did you miss dinner again? Because they were at the gym, like their family would sit down to eat. They were at dinner, right? Did you miss dinner again? And we would reuse that over and over again, right? Did you miss dinner again? It's kind of like a derivation of Perry Belcher told this, like their best, they had a product for helping people stop biting their nails. I think it was like, I don't know what it was, but their best subject line was still biting your nails, and they would use it over and over again, right? Because again, transition and trigger points, right? At some point somebody becomes embarrassed, somebody says something about it or something, and now, even though they've seen it multiple times, now it's just the right timing for them, right? So, I think that's awesome, Chris.
Thank you.
Travis, would you use or consider using the same subject line for different emails, or would you always send the same subject line with the same emails?
Dude, I do lots of stuff. Sometimes I'll use the same email and just change the subject line and call out a whole different person, right? Because the subject line is the bouncer, right, for the nightclub, right? And so I can tweak the subject line just a little bit and get a whole new set of people opening the email, or I might just be able to change a few words, right? Like I might be writing an email for coaches who are tired of talking to broke people, right? So my email, could be something like, coaches, like I might do something like, you don't need more strategy sessions, right? And then talk to them, but I might use find and replace, right? And just find and replace coaches with a different thing, right? And send that thing right back out again. I might have to make a few minor tweaks, right? But very often, like if I know an email works, I'll just change the subject line. And again, so we're doing slicing and dicing. We're slicing up the pie, right?
Right.
That's what we're doing, right? Hey, are you right? If I sell hammers, right? Hey, are you right-handed? And then the next day might be, hey, are you left-handed? Right? Same hammer. It's like, you're left, it's perfectly balanced for your left hand. I'm being a little bit funny and facetious, right? But, it's so surprising to me that the specificity, like people really need that, right? Because they're so busy, and when something calls out to them, then they see it, right? Like, oh, that's me. Like, the biggest thing, that's why present pain, like we need to cause them to dodge and duck, right? Right? Like we just kicked off a, campaign, and I found it was for an Amazon thing. And so we found a story, right before this last, Amazon, Prime Day. they booted a bunch of people out of the Amazon program. And so they actually had a story about it on CNBC, right? And so my subject line was simply Amazon suspensions. That was it, right? Is that present pain? Would I pay for people that opens that up? Hell yeah, right? And then I would go into the story, right? Hey, I don't know if you saw it or not. I talked about one person in the story, right? Diana, whatever her name is, Shepherd, just before Power Day or Prime Day, got booted out of the Amazon program, right? I named out her business, right? You can't say everybody. It's more powerful. You talk about one person, right? So you talk about one person, what's happened to them. And this is why we've decided to open up 20 spots in our mastermind, because we don't want this to happen anymore, right? Perfect. It worked great. Like day one, we already sold a 20K mastermind from it, right? They barely mailed their list, right? So
great segue, man.
Yeah. So it's like, but you want to like what is the thing that's on their radar that they're looking out for, right?
What kind of different niches and lists can I sign up, or can we sign up for to follow you on different?
I'll drop you guys. I'll drop you guys a link. I sold my relationship advice business, so I used to have everybody sign up to my relationship advice. And of course, like if you were a man, it was pretty boring for you, unless you're like wanting to get another man, which would be okay by me too. But yeah. So I've actually make most of my money doing it on other people's lists, but I've still got my old bum marketing list, and I've got a couple other lists that I mail out too that you can jump on. But really look at my Facebook group or my Facebook profile. They're shorter messages, but I'm applying Mojo all the time on those things. So
good stuff.
Now you're talking about email, Travis. What you said earlier is like you're not using the G3 as much anymore, and I've kind of been seeing what you've been doing with Jason lately, sending in the email. So like, do you consider every email a T1, and then is the same process come after every time, or is there a different process you're using? And is that working better overall as revenue per email, or however you measure?
We are doing so well with the tappers right now. Now we call them NAPs, nurture and picks, right? So that terminology is really in like big ticket email mojo, right? But for your emails we call them nurture because you go out to the garden, right? And you water it and you weed it. But if there's any ripe fruit out there, like you want to go ahead and pick it, right? Because if you don't pick that fruit, what's going to happen? Like it's going to fall to the ground and rot, or your neighbor is going to come and pick that fruit, right? So we call them nurtures and picks. So we basically, we move the golf ball further down the fairway, right? But if there's anybody that's right, we just say, hey, reply back, right? We'll give you the details on this particular program, right? We've had our ups and downs, like with this new program that we've had, but I would say overall, like when we have it really dialed in, we're converting at least 8% on everybody that qualifies on the T2, which is not quite like the 25% you would get on the phone, but the volume is a lot higher, right? So we can handle a lot more volume on it. Where it gets really exciting is like with bigger ticket stuff, because we're not seeing a drop off from that 8% conversion going from like 2K products to 6K products or even 20K products. And we might get less people reaching out, not because we're saying 20K, but usually we're saying a year program, right? So they know that there's more of a time investment and energy investment, right? But we're getting the same type of conversions on those bigger ticket stuff. So I'm getting spoiled. Like almost hardly anymore. I just want to work on 25K plus things. But the reason I'll still do 2K is because as soon as we get them to remember that on the golf course, as soon as they come through the hole, like they are really primed to go on. And like I really stretch the envelope. So we're taking people from 2K offers to 40K offers. And like, I was like, oh, this will never, like my mind was like, oh, this will never work. But luckily I've trained myself. It's like, are you basing this off of data? Like, or just a thought, right? So unless I have data on it, like I I'm an innovator at heart. So I just push the envelope and let's see if we can do it. And it's working, man. So
from what I could tell is like no email for like dozens of emails now have had any links in them other than the email address. So like, does that affect email deliverability or your stats, you think, on the delivery side? And then
we inbox on everything. And depending on like what chord we're striking or what have you, like, you know, we might have 10 people reach out. We may have 20 or 25 people reach out. But really, really consistently, right? So
I could see how it would make people want to read more almost, because it's like they're so used to just wanting to click and find out what stuff is, and it's like a pattern interrupt where they can't unless they actually have to like man up and like say, hey, I'm interested.
Yeah.
And send an actual email. And so eventually over time you probably wear them down and eventually they'll email you just to see what the next step is out of curiosity or if they're ready to go.
Yeah, absolutely. Or something happens in their life, right? Where they're like, because a lot of times once you get them on the green, it's just a timing issue, right? They're on the green. They know that you can help them. They know that you got what they want. They're just like, do I really want to remodel my kitchen right now, right? I've got the same thing. I need to change my disability insurance, but it's kind of a pain in the ass because I got to go get my accountant involved and I've got to go down for a medical test and all these kind of things, right? So my State Farm guy is doing a great job. He just keeps pinging me, man. And it's awesome because like, you know, it's actually helpful for me. But he just keeps pinging me and we keep carrying that thing a step further.
Through the email with the tapper in volume, are you still, it's still a process. You send them T3, they reply back, I'm in, ask for the payment link, and then just send them straight to PayPal or to a checkout and you just get rid of the G3 altogether right now?
No, we still do the T3 and then, we'll talk about that tomorrow. About the payments, like the last thing you want to do is have a big order page. Like when they say I'm in, there's a few things that we do to increase that paid rate. But when we want the most bare bones shopping cart, like we've got a few mistakes. Like a client will give us a shopping cart link that has all kinds of testimonials, and I'm like, no, none of that. Like just tell them it's, you know, the name of the program and you know, the bare minimum, right? Because they're in the hole, right? We don't want to tap them back out.
Awesome. Well, last question, sorry.
Go ahead. No, dude, this is all you, man.
Tappers, what's the process like for training these guys? First off, you have to get good first. So if I wanted to train someone, I got to kind of get good, I would believe, to be able to train someone. Yeah. What does the timeline look like? And how do you work with clients with that going on? Like, do you have tappers that you train in-house and you use them for multiple clients? Or are you teaching your clients to, like, is Jason bringing his own tapper in-house and then you and Jason, or is Jason training the tapper? Are you training the tapper? How does that work?
So the tapper for me is in my company, right? So that's one of the things you guys can do too here. I don't have any bandwidth, but if you guys want to like have a tapper and share them, right? That's a great way to do it. Because you know, a tapper can handle more, like lots of Gmail accounts, right? But yeah, we typically, like, we're running a new program right now. So Casey's like my lead. He's not really just a tapper, but so what we do is we get all the canned responses together. We make sure the T2 and the T3 is right. Mm-hmm. And once the T2 and the T3 is right and we have the canned responses, really the skill we need them to do is be able to read in between the lines a little bit, what people are really saying, and the way we train that. And we're going to talk about a little more in depth, but it's like, what are they trying to get you to hear? What is it they want you to hear, right? When you start feeding them that back to them, it's like when they say, yeah, I started this business with nothing, and I've turned it into $100,000 a month thing against all the odds. Like they're wanting you to hear something, right? There's a reason they're telling you that, right? And so we've also, like, when somebody says, like, for the payment tab is a really good one. When somebody, so they say, I'm in, and then we say, great, Joe, super excited to have you. I won't go through the whole thing, but may I go ahead and send you the payment link? And when they say, sure, go ahead. That sure in front of is almost never. They're saying, send me the payment link, but they're not saying they're in, right? There's a certain way that they say it. They'll say, yeah, absolutely, send it on over. That's like a done deal, right? But when they say, sure, go ahead and send me the link, or sure, send me an invoice, right? Usually what I'll come back and say, and this is kind of like, where you set your own boundaries, like, and we just say, we have a rule over here, or client has a rule. We don't send out payment links or send out invoices unless you're 100% sure you're in, right? Are you saying you're 100% sure you're in? Sometimes they'll say, yes, I'm 100% sure I'm in. But a lot of times what will happen is the truth now will be put on the table, which is exactly what we want, right? Well, let me check my schedule, or I got to figure out. And sometimes with big ticket stuff, like you'll get like, yes, I'm totally in, but I've got to figure out if I can get an increase on my credit card, or I've got to figure out blase, right? But now we've got the truth on the table, right? So we'll be like, cool. When you've got that together, then let me know, and then we'll send you the invoice or the payment link, right? So part of it is just about reading in between the lines. But once you've got the T2 and the T3 and it's working for you, and the CAN response, we use Gmail. And most people are so familiar with Gmail, they don't, we just had one question a day, like, why are you guys using Gmail? But that was the first one we've had in probably a year. But we just use Gmail. They reply back to Gmail, and then in Labs, I think Casey's got a training on this, but you can turn on canned responses, and then it saves all your responses in there, and you can just tweak them so you're not copying and pasting.
How much time do you think you would need hours per day for a tapper to do this, and how important is it to get them to reply like as fast as the email comes in, or can you wait 24 hours, or does that just kill the response?
So sometimes it's better to wait for a while. I think most of you guys, unless you're doing a huge volume, probably an hour a day, like you could probably get through most of your stuff. I hate to have, like, I don't mind if there's T1s or T2s, sitting there, or even T3s, but what I don't like waiting there is like when they say, I'm in, right? Like I kind of want to like follow up with those guys. So like, if you might want to have them like come in an hour, in the morning, and maybe somebody come in a half an hour and just check for IMINs in the evening, right? That would probably take care of a pretty large size, single business, right? An hour a day, right? It's pretty sick, right? And I would just like, we let them stack up for a while, especially if you have like limited availability, right? So we let them stack up, because what we'll do sometimes we'll say, wow, I've got 6 spots on my sofa and 30 people have already reached out, right? But we got to let them build up before we know that, right? Right? So we already had 30 people reach out.
So it's okay to batch it daily, once or twice a day. You don't have to do it around the clock. Yeah.
The only time I get a little antsy, I'm doing a little jig. It's like, I'm in, right? And it's like, get the payment link out to them, right? That's like my big thing, right?
You set a filter to email it to your main email address and then have an alert go off or something like that. If they tell you I'm in, exactly.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's really not that big of a deal once you've got the T2, T3, and your basic like canned responses, right?
Where would you recommend hiring someone or finding someone to do this for you? Like, and what are their characteristics, or what do they have?
Copywriters are good. Or people that are like, you can just slide it in. Copywriters are good. Sometimes salespeople that aren't selling now can be good. But if they've sold like commission before, they're too used to like the 20% or 25%. Just depends, right? But copywriters are abundant, right? I hate to like beat up on copywriters, but I love to find like why my business works so well is because I have an abundant supply of assets, and I have an abundant supply of talent. That I've McDonaldized the whole process to, where I don't have to spend, $300 per email, to get it done. And if I did, I still couldn't go wrong. Like if I'm having them write the T3, like I'm going to reuse that so many times, like it's just ridiculous, right? So I have, and we figure out all the offers. Like we talked a little bit about yesterday. So I have a different offer for copywriters that they can't get anywhere else, right? Because I can say, hey, I'll pay you up to $500 per email, right? But the way that it works is we give them a base and then a certain amount per sale, right, that comes in off of that. But what they also like is all they have to do is write. So in the Big Ticket Email Mojo, like we feed them the triangle of insight. So we give them the symptom, we give them the wisdom, and we give them the metaphor, right? They get that. All they have to do is, they don't have to like go figure out the pain points. Because what most copywriters are fed up with is like, they get hired and the guy's like, here's what we sell, here's our avatar, have at it. And then the people get mad at them because they can't figure out the pain points, right? So we feed them all that. All they have to do is put the words to it. They don't even have to upload it to the autoresponder. They stick it in Asana, and then it goes to a professional editor, right? And it gets edited for any stuff, and then it goes to Annette, who's our tech girl, right? And Annette goes and puts it. So all they have to do is literally, like, they get the triangle of insight, they write it. We depends on who they are, but they might get $50 or $100 base for that email for the T1, right? And then $50 per sale that it brings in, right?
So what's the triangle of insight look like? It's like 3 short sentences. It's like, okay, FB ads are too expensive, okay, and then the wisdom is like, is it just like?
Yeah. So it might be like just for the relationship space, it might be like the symptom might be he just gives her little pecks on the cheek, right? That could be like the symptom, right? And what's the metaphor where we want them to go to? So I might say, use this Gone with the Wind story. And we have audio recordings, interviews of our clients with all their stories, right? So use the story about the Gone with the Wind story. And then the wisdom is that guys don't do it to be mean or anything. They just don't know any better, right? So you kind of have to lovingly explain like what it means to you to have that kiss, right? So how do you have that talk? And that might be the lead into the offer, right? So usually we have the triangle of insight and then how it segues into the offer, right? But we feed them all that. And before we figured that out, it was hard, right? Actually, Casey is the one that kind of figured this out. He's like, I metaphorized it, but he's like, we got to tell them what to write and then let them just put the writing to it. And I'm like, it's like, we can't just say, bake me an apple pie. We have to go to the store and we have to buy all the ingredients for the apple pie, right? And then give him the recipe and then let them go do it, right? Otherwise, we just say, what happens is like I'm in the mood for pie, right? And then they bake us a apple pie. And then we're like, no, I didn't want apple. I hate apple, right? or, oh, you put cinnamon in it. I didn't want cinnamon in it, right? But once we started doing that, like everything was way, way easier. The copywriter's job was easier. We didn't have to pay the copywriters as much, right? Because we're the offer guys. We put the offer together. Those are 2 separate talents, right? And part of the challenge, I'm probably getting way too systemized, nerdy here, but
not like you.
When you mush all the talents together, like the offer positioning, let's just say is $1,000 an hour talent. The actual writing of it is, I don't know, $20 an hour talent, right? But when we mesh those together, that's where copywriters are supposed to be kind of good at putting pain points together, but most of them are not, right? But if we can separate that we can McDonaldize it, right? Here's the thing, here's what you do it, here's the fries come in, here's what you do this for and then so we separate up. Now, why would we want to have our copywriter doing the tech work, right? Copywriters hate that too. It's like either they give it to the client, right? Or they have to go up and upload it in the autoresponder. Those are 2 horrible tasks to merge together, right? So those things shouldn't be
It's
moved.
not a flow. Just let them do the writing and
Yep, absolutely.
that's awesome.
That's brilliant, man.
Oh, thank you.
Travis, can I ask you something?
I wish I could have say that we just knew that, but we had to crawl through the mud, the blood, and the beer to figure all that out. So, yes, sir, you can certainly ask me something.
So something that I'm really, really good at is seeing like you spoke about in yesterday's video about the new opportunity, the new thing to bring to the market. I see ideas all the time, all day, without hardly even thinking about it. Been doing it for years. Now, if you're in my position, would you go after people who haven't yet got a business, like they want to start something, but they haven't got an idea? They've got no, they don't know which direction to go in. Or will you go after people who already have the business set up and either their product's not selling or they're looking to add new offers in? Who would you kind of go after in?
So I'm not saying this is right for everybody, but I like to go and work with resourceful people because resourceful people have resources. And the reason they have resources because they have no problem turning those resources over to people and mining what they can't get to, right? There's 1,001 ways a business could optimize themselves. Resourceful business owners know that there's no way they can do 1,001 different ways, right? I cash flow a lot faster. I look for people that have assets. Some of my favorite words are underutilized or unused asset or even trash can asset, right? So one of the things that I'm doing now is direct mail. Direct mail. I don't know if you guys can see that or not, but why? Because it's a trash can asset. What that means is it's already, they're not doing anything with it, right? Their email, they're kind of already doing something with. That's why I like to be, I call it a back end agency. I don't know why everybody wants to help people with the front end. That pie, they got every little crumb of it, every little piece of it, no, you don't get it, right? But the back end, so I consider myself to be a back end agency. I refuse to work on the front end. I just want to work with byproducts of them working on the front end or the customer databases, right? But to me, the biggest wealth shortcut in the world is to find somebody that has a huge amount of assets, know they can't mine them all, and happy to turn them over to you, the cash flow, right? I'm not John Street, but I think with your talent, I would much rather go and say, who's already got $500,000 or $1 million worth of assets that just aren't being utilized? If I brought the new to it, we could make bank, right? So a really good example, I can't mention any names, but had a guy pretty well known in the traffic buying space, had an old product just sitting dusty up on the shelf, digital product sitting all old and dusty up there. He'd already produced it. He already had all this stuff, right? But I realized that the market is absolutely fed up with Facebook ads, right? Find out what people are fed up with, right? And this product happened to be on all the alternative networks other than Facebook, right? So all we did is hey, sick of Facebook? Here's an alternative, right? Crushed it, right? You already had prospects and a customer database, already had the product. I want to say it was pretty close to shooting fish in a barrel, but absolutely crushed it. He was extremely happy, right? But for me, and we're probably getting a little too philosophical here, but one of the things that I espouse and train and teach people in the Mojo Mastermind is what I call producer mindset or producer mojo. When we stop needing to be the creator of all the assets and value and step into a producer role, like our money mojo, our financial mojo goes out the roof. And the reason I call it producer is like, what does a movie producer do? Does a movie producer act in a movie? Not typically. Does a movie producer hold the camera or hold the lights, or does he write the script? Does he even put any money into the movie? All those things are not usually, right? What in the hell does a producer do? A producer knows the order that he needs and is really good at getting people to work together. So a producer knows that the most important thing to get the ball rolling is a good script. If you can get a good script, you can get the right actors on board. If you get the right actors on board, then you can get the investors on board. Once you get the investors on board, everything else comes together. I'm oversimplifying it a little bit, but the producer mindset is very much the same thing. We have to have a great script, and for a business, that great script is we have to have unbelievably pregnant margins. We have to have, like, people like don't give themselves enough margin a lot of times. We have to have amazing margins, especially if we're solo or smaller lifestyle businesses. Like, we really need to have good margins. So we need a script. What's our script, right? So my script for my agency, I feel like I'm trying to sell you guys the agency, but I'm just using my example. But so my script is I've figured out how to get businesses to turn over their most valuable asset to me for nothing. As a matter of fact, they pay me to turn over their asset, right? Then I get a big piece out of it because it's on the back end. It's in the trash can. They're like, dude, like, I'm not using it. Like, if you can make this pull out any money, like, yeah, I'm happy to share 30% or 50%. Like, so my direct mail thing, I'm like, hey, if I paid for the postage, if I did all the selling, if I wrote the copy, would you split the profits? Would you split the money? 40-60. You keep 60, I'll keep 40. Like, hell yeah. Easiest yeses I've ever got, right? So that's my script, right? Now that I have a good script, I also have a cheap supply. Every business, I'm really kind of getting philosophical here, but every business that's out there has a supply of something. You do some shit to it and you sell it back to somebody else, right? That's it. There's not a business out there that doesn't do that. So if you can get people to pay you for the supply, right? You're way ahead of the game, right? If you have what I call an SSP, a simple superior process, that's the game changer. Like, so this is one of the things I'm teaching you guys is the Tapper. It's a simpler, superior process. And it's always a process. It's the game changer, right? Our whole dependency on oil changed here in the United States when they figured out how to frack. Now, I'm not saying if fracking is good or bad for the environment, but it changed everything. A simpler, superior process. It can be preferably both, right? But one or the other. And usually, like Richard Koch calls it a simplifier business, right? When you can simplify something. But so as a long answer to your question, find people with deep pockets that are resourceful, that are willing to turn their resources over to you. It's amazing to me. Somebody that has a 10,000 person customer database and 150,000 person on their prospect list. Like, yeah, no problem. I'll give you my Infusionsoft logins.
Cool.
It's counterintuitive, but the person that's taken 10 years to build a 5,000 person list, like, oh no, I would never, why would I do that? That's crazy.
Interesting.
By knowing that they're not resourceful, I can almost be willing to bet they're struggling, right? Yeah. So that's my long-winded answer. To work with resourceful people. Resourceful people normally have resources, and they're accustomed to getting help for those things that they don't either want to do, or they know that there's a mountain of gold. Why would I mind giving that gold 40%, 30%? And I'm not saying to go to a revenue share thing, but, they're happy to bring those people. They're resourceful people. That's why they have resources.
To find these resourceful people, do you buy emails or how do you?
What do you mean buy emails?
I mean, like, buy email lists or.
I mean, I feel like I'm being facetious here, but like, why would I buy them? I can just go to somebody and say, and just get them to turn it over to me. Like, hey, what are you making with that list? Not a lot.
Right. But I guess my question is, how do you meet these people? Or how do you start that conversation?
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. So, the first time I did I think it was in August of 2015 when I started my back-end agency, which is Big Mojo Promotions. I made one profile post, and I filled up my client roster for the next, it was a T3. It was pretty much a T3. I filled up my client roster for the next 3 months. And then what I do is I promote the fact that I'm full. But if you'd like to jump on a waiting list, and I don't call it a waiting, I call it an alert list. But if you'd like to jump on an alert list, if and when I have another spot available, you'll be the first to know, right? And so that's how I've got my 80 people on my alert list. Now, am I saying all 80 of those people are going to do business with me? No. But does that make sense? So that's kind of how I got it started. But I've also had people that I just want to work with, right? And I'll just reach out to them. So I'm like, who do I want to work with? And I'll just reach out to them, and I'll figure out a little bit. I figure out a little bit about them, right? And I T1 them. Shorter T1. It's not like an old formal, but I T1 them. I'm like, hey, are you at full capacity on your mastermind? Like, no. I'm like, are you open for taking more people? Yeah. Hey, I don't know if it'll make any sense or not, but I've totally figured out how to fill up your mastermind without jumping on the phone or doing webinars or bringing people out for an event. Would it make sense for us to have some coffee together over Zoom? Yeah, dude. And I call that a coffee. It's literally a coffee, right? It's my first coffee, right? And then we just have a chat, and I figure out what resources they have. Are they underutilized, underused, not being used at all, right? And then my offer is just like, I've totally figured out all the timer aspects. So, and I feel like I'm going on too long, but you guys seem like you're paying attention. So,
tell it, man.
If they're selling I'll just give you an example. So the client we're working with now, their mastermind was 16K, right? So I'm like, why don't we do this? With my Mojo, we can get you 20K for it. And my fee would be 4K. So now you get all my services at no charge.
Excellent.
Right. So the biggest problem that I had at one point was I literally had people tell me I don't know anywhere to say no to this. Right. And so I had to start coming up with, places to say no. I said, well, if I was in your shoes, the only thing I'd be worried about is my reputation. When you send out the emails, how am I going to look? Oh yeah. That's, and so here's how
you're thinking about it, the objections for them. That's great, man.
Yeah, absolutely. Right. But that's just a matter of how can I was teaching you guys yesterday, that timer elasticity gap, right? The more things that your offer eliminates, the easier it is you're going to be able to say yes, right? So that's kind of how I eliminate the monetary thing, right? There's a few things I am picky on who I work with, right? And I'll tell them some of my boundaries, I don't prefer, I demand that I do everything for you. I don't want you to have to touch anything. It bungles up my works. If I have to send it to you and then your tech person puts it into your autoresponder, that's perfectly fine, but I'm not the right guy for you. And he's like, no, like, where have you been all my life? We want you to handle all that, right? But, so I kind of lay out like exactly what I want. They're perfectly okay to disagree. But we won't do it.
You're talking about the assembly line for the copywriters writing the emails. You reuse a lot of the emails by changing the subject line if it does good and stuff like that. Are they deciding all that, or is it Annette that's at, or I think that's her name, is actually putting the emails in, or is that you kind of doing it on a daily basis?
Yeah, my project manager typically takes a look at that, and he knows kind of like I'd much rather rerun a good email, right? Like I've taken things to the limit, guys. Like I have emails that went out to my women's list that probably went out. I am not shitting you. I've been in that business for a long time. So yeah, since 2000 and like my first women's product was in 2012. But I've had emails, the same email go out 50 times.
I love it.
It's great, man.
Yeah. I might tweak it a little bit for the times or, like I had one, like, what men are looking for in 20, whatever, what men are really looking for in 20. It was the same email, right? But it worked every single time we sent it out, right? Now I'm not recommending that you send out the same email 50 times, but like I really push the limits on some stuff, right?
If it works.
That's what I'm saying. Your marketing, like I can't, like Peter Drucker, like there's only two things that make money in your business: marketing and innovation. Everything else is an expense. That includes sales, right? So I'm not against that. Obviously you got to have sales, right? But sales is the harder part to leverage, right? That's why you want to set yourself up like a banker. Like anything that you get done, you want to make it, how is it impossible for me to lose, right? Like when a banker makes a loan on a house, like, there's no way he's going to lose. Like he's going to get money down. He's going to make that guy pay for the appraiser and pay for everything. And then he only has to keep 10% of the money in reserve anyways, thanks to the laws that we have, right? So if he's loaning, he doesn't have to keep that money on hand. And as soon as he has that loan done, he's going to get an insurance contract on it, which is part of what got us in trouble in 2008, credit default swaps. But there ain't no way that he's going to lose on that deal, right? You can do that with your marketing assets. Very hard to do on your sales assets, right? So we've gone way off kind of the topic now, but I'm kind of okay with that.
Oh, this is cool, man. This is great stuff.
When you do those Rainmaker campaigns, do you merchant the stuff or do you use your client's merchant account?
Good question. Yes. Yeah, we typically use the client's merchant account. There's pluses and minuses to that. People rarely believe this when I tell them that, but and since 2015, I have not been screwed yet. Part of it is the way how we get a deposit up front and stuff, but part of it is they want to continue that relationship. But there is going to be some cases where, I think with this direct mail, I'm going to start running it through my own merchant account, to kind of control that toll position, a little bit better. But I have had a few people that will say, wait a minute. So you're going to take my list, you're going to sell my product, and I'm going to pay you 40%. I'm like, that's exactly, you got it right. That's exactly right.
And from that list, do you have a share of the people who actually buy, so you can split that? Do you have rights to that?
I don't. No. That's one of the things that I think we're going to start, because as we start getting access to the customer database, they just can't create enough products, right? So I'm also really good. I had a top 10 ClickBank product for over 5 years, 10 overall, right? But what they don't understand is they have a distribution network. So I can take some of the clients, and I'm already doing this, and cross promote their offers, right? So I can actually end up owning the list too. So what I'm probably going to do I'm going to start testing with direct mail is saying, I don't want to just do this for you. I want to buy rights, the mail order rights to your customer database and just own the rights for the toll position for that.
Do you ever have, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm not doing that yet. So.
Okay. Do you ever have a situation where you're doing something a little bit more involved and you're not doing only the G3 order form, so that you'd have to come up with like a landing page, a thank you page, like an online purchase page? Does that ever come up?
It comes up. I politely decline.
Okay.
We have a very like partner relationship, not like client underling relationship. So again, I'm just a screwdriver. Like, here's what I do.
Symbiotic relationship,
yeah.
Right?
But like, I refuse to get, I'm not saying I don't sell front end products, but I do it out of the byproducts of their front end pie, right? So I tell them to take the biggest apple, they bite out of the apple they can, right? If you have a webinar you're running it to, run it to the webinar, run your own email sequence if you want to, then give them to me, right? And then let me work my magic on it, right? So I just do it out of the byproducts, right? Anything that you haven't converted, give it to me. 30, 40, 50%, is what they pay me. But usually whatever they're selling it for, like we double it or triple it too, and we still make sales off of it, right? So they come out better for having us do it. So
that's all gross, yeah?
Do what?
30, 40, 50% of gross.
Yeah, gross. Yeah, because I work mostly with, that's why I haven't got into the e-com space, because the margins are too, screwed. Now I can do a lot of good. I have worked with e-com people, but I'm like, look, you get this huge customer database, like figure out what you're really selling, right? And either package it or sell other people's stuff. And if you're selling beauty, like there's all kinds of things you can sell other than face creams, right? For beauty, right? You sell coaching, digital products, all kinds of stuff. But most people they might be, so they just don't have time to put all that together, right? They don't have time to hire the people or figure out the offers or any of that kind of stuff, right? So, but that's pretty much why I stay out of the e-com space, is mostly just because I don't want to have to hassle with all the cogs and all that kind of stuff. So I just want to shoot fish in a barrel.
Do you have any clients experimenting with the T3 principles on Facebook ads, like to cold audiences?
Yes, absolutely. I just had a guy, he teaches guitar.
Oh yeah.
He's actually in the $1 Million Offer Mojo group. He used to actually, Gene Simmons signed him to a record label and he used to open up for Kiss. But
I saw that webinar, yeah.
Yeah.
The video you had with him, yeah.
Yep. And, so he's taking it and running cold traffic to a Facebook page and then T1, T2ing and T3ing him. Now it's a $97 offer.
I was waiting for you to tell him to raise his price.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. What I told him was like, dude, like, he's got a really good first offer, which is basically for like 40-year-old guys plus. And he says, basically it's like, have you had a guitar for years, but still can't play your first song? So his first offer is, I'll teach you how to play your first song, right? Now what he's not doing is he's not making a big deal that he used to open up for Kiss. So I'm like, you have a lot of, that would be a big price elasticity for you, right? Because like if you get your choice between learning how to play golf from somebody down the street or Tiger Woods, like wouldn't you pay more money to learn from Tiger Woods, right? And then I'm like, once they learn how to play, like part of the reason why these guys want to learn how to play guitar is not just for the guitar, but there's a part of them that wants to be famous. There's a part that wants to have a little group around them and be famous. I'm like, what if you put at the end of your course, you put a little concert together where they could come and play, right? And you charge like $10,000 for that. You basically put the audience together for them and they can come and play up on the audience, right? So you could take them through, basically a 6-month program where you're getting them ready to come out on stage, right? Because he still has all of his contacts with Kiss and all that kind of stuff.
It's like rock and roll karaoke.
Yeah, dude, I love that you just said that. That's amazing. Yeah. But yeah, give them and now he's got a motivation for them. They want to like learn to play better, right? Because at the end of the 6 months, you're going to come out here to LA, right? Or wherever, and you're going to get on stage, right? Like that's going to be a motivation, right? But people will stroke out checks for 10 grand for that experience, right? Easy. But yeah, he's going nuts with it. But I don't teach it much because like we're not doing a whole lot of it, right? So I don't want to teach you guys stuff that
I just see it as a huge, like you can build these big audiences, like what Kern is basically doing right now. He's got these content videos out there building these warm audiences, and he doesn't even advertise his email list. And then once he's building them up, they'll see video 1, video 2, video 3. He can put them through a sequence, and then all of a sudden he can do a text post, because I've seen him do it where it looks like a T1 basically, where he says, hey, I'm putting a group together, 12 people, San Diego, here's the dates, here's the price. If you're interested, send an email. So it's like, you basically could do it without an email list.
Well, it's funny, Dean Jackson has the 9-word email, right? And it's really great, but Dean never tells you what to do once they respond back, right? So this is like beyond the 9-word email, but this really goes back. It's this old mail order, the 2-step, right? And the 3-step. Now all I've done is like put in like what questions do we have to ask, and to make it like a strategy session without the phone, right? But this is all this shit's been figured out kind of like in a long time ago, right? Like if you like place a newspaper ad and just said, buy my widget, like almost nobody buys the widget, right? But if you put like an info piece in there, say, send for your free report on this widget, like you get an avalanche of responses, which you can follow up with, right? And do all that kind of stuff, right?
So interesting, because actually there was a product called the Multiplier Method in 2007. I don't know if you remember it, by Brad.
I do vaguely remember that. Yeah.
It was an awesome course. And one of the things he taught about it in there is how he would sell a product out, and then he would say it was sold out, and he would disable the buy links, but then he'd have a little text below it. We still have a few copies available. Send an email to whatever support. And he would like 10x his sales. He would have a script that they would reply with an email the next day. And then just basically send them a link to the order form. But just by making them do the email instead of making them click a button, pattern interrupt, and I just thought of that. It came back to me.
Yeah. I think it works today too, because even better, because we moved away from audio and everything's text now, right? So I think people are even more open to like T1s, whether they're social or what have you, so, it's just, because I'm an innovator at heart, right? So I just get so excited that we've got something so simple, that does the same job, right? For a lot less.
When are we going to do SMS T2s or T1s?
I know, right? I've got a guy in the Mojo Mastermind that kind of does stuff like that in the real estate space. He gets, basically investors, and he T1s the investors and all kinds of stuff, but he uses a little bit of automation and stuff in there too. But yeah,
you do 2-way SMS now, so I think there's.
I've seen Kern do stuff like that. Like, hey, just send my assistant a text. Like, I never did it because I hate when people do that to me. Like, oh, I'm just seeing what your funnel is like, But
well, that's gonna happen.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Cool guys.
So this is like crazy.
I got people heading off. So. Guys, you guys have been amazing. We're going to come back tomorrow at 3 p.m. again. We're going to do a lot of stance stuff and what happens in between the T3s. And I really like your watch, Joe. That's awesome. I got a little bit of a watch problem myself.
Well, thank you, sir.
That's awesome. I'll wear my nice one tomorrow. So let's get back together at 3. Try to get your T2s and your T1s, right? Because I'm going to have a little benefit or a bonus for when you post your T1. I'm going to give you guys something extra, right? So try to get those together. And talk about that more tomorrow.
Where are those templates?
Posted in the group, you're saying?
Yes. Yeah. Don't worry about that yet. Just get them written, right? I'm going to actually give you a bonus when you send the T1 out to your list. So.
Where's those templates, Travis?
Good question. I love that you asked that question. I'll post that in the group right now. Right after we get off the call, I'll go ahead and give you the Dropbox link.
Awesome.
Jimmy, you just saved the day, sir. Thank you.
All right, guys. See you all tomorrow.
Thanks so
All
much.
right, guys. Talk to you later.
Thanks, guys. Take
Yeah.
it easy.
Cheers.
Put on this confuser. There we go. Before we get started, I have a little bit of a problem I can hope you guys can help me with. Part of my challenge, you guys know all my tricks now, but usually around this time, I will make an offer to you guys to, if you're looking to all T1 you guys for the Mojo Mastermind. The Mojo Mastermind is 8 payments of $6K, just to kind of give you a range. Usually that's what my Mojo men make in the first 60 days. They make 48, 50K or more in the first 60 days. My problem is I'm full up right now in the Mojo Mastermind. So I had a blast yesterday working with you guys. I think it's like some of the best group, and I know it always sounds like I'm blowing smoke up your butt when I tell you that. But I think it's one of the best groups that we had as far as asking questions. We'll see how it goes on the taking of the action, and when the poop starts falling out of the sock, we'll see how you handle that. But I'm considering opening up something new, and so you guys would kind of be my guinea pigs on this. So I'm going to kind of T1 you here and see if you'd have any interest. But what I'm thinking about doing is opening up, I don't know the exact name, but it'll probably be called something like the $1 Million Offer Dojo, D-O-U-G-H, Joe, like a dojo. Hopefully Rebecca won't get mad at me for using dojo out of place there. Either that or Tapper's Dojo. And the big thing is it's going to be kind of like a Tapper's Garage, right? If you have an offer that's not working, and I don't know, how many of you guys have heard an offer that you put out there that doesn't work? Anybody? Okay. Now it's cool, like if you're all by yourself, but if you got a big webinar, you got a partner or something like that, or you're paying for ads, right, it can be pretty painful. So it's an area we can come in. We can work on your offers. That would pretty much be what we do. We're talk about offer stuff. We can look at copy, but we're going to be looking at it as far as how the offer is positioned. Also, the big thing I see missing in a lot of people's businesses, and I don't know if it's missing in yours, I probably think it may be missing from some of yours, is not so much a front end offer, but what happens once that golf ball goes to the hole. Remember you guys the mini putt course example, like where the leaving fortunes on the table is how do we get a 10K, 25K, 50K offer that converts from our first time into our second time people. I believe the most important number, and it's probably arguable, I believe the most important number in business is not your front end conversion. It's your conversion from the first date to going steady. It's from your front end to your ongoing support, right? There's not many businesses out there that sustain themselves very long without having an ongoing strategy for income. And this is why I see even great business owners grind because they're constantly selling to new people. So one of the things we work on is I call it the trifecta offer. We work on how do we get people on your golf course to begin with? How do we move them down the fairway for that first front end offer, right? And then how do we get them into our ongoing and having all of that work cohesively? So that is my thoughts on what this would look like. And so I'm just going to T1 you now. If I put something together like that, if you just give me a raise of hands, I'm going to go through all the pictures. Just raise your hand. If you wouldn't have any interest in doing it, you don't have to raise your hand. There's no guilt or shame here. The investment would be a lot less than the Mojo Mastermind. But that is my idea for the offer, dojo. So, okay. If you keep them up, so I'm going to go across the thing there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, cool. So that looks pretty good. So I'm going to put some of that stuff together for you, and I might be reaching out individually, just getting with you, and seeing how we can put that together. So cool.
Would something like with something like that, when you're talking about, like, you know, for us that run agency, would that be good to get help with their offers too, or is that just for our person?
I almost, for full frontal transparency, I really, it would actually be a better deal for the agency because you have so many offers that you work on. I almost thought about having two-tiered pricing, and I may end up having two-tiered pricing because you guys will be making me work a lot harder with a regular business owner. Just you're going to have three, main offers and maybe some new offers down the way. But if we open it up here, I'll just make it simple for the guinea pigs. You guys don't mind being guinea pigs. I'll make the pricing super simple. But yes, I'd be happy to work with you on that.
Beautiful.
Cool. Well, thank you for helping me out with a little problem there. We'll see how it pans out. So let's do a short review from yesterday. And of course, like yesterday, we're going to let you do all the work. So what was some of your guys' takeaways from yesterday? And using your notes is perfectly acceptable.
This might not be something that was scheduled to talk about until later, I think. But to me, the best information I got was about how you do the agency work and how you approach people, how you start the conversation with people, you T1 people, and how you do a lot of the I guess back and forth and negotiations, the numbers, that helped me a lot because I've done a lot of that before in the past. Didn't always work, for different reasons. It has worked a few times. Well, more than a few times, I guess, but, it's not consistent, I guess. And I didn't have like a system. And hearing what you're talking about yesterday regarding like how you systematize every single aspect of your copy, your drafts, having your tech people put in the fill in the autoresponders, all of that stuff. I thought that was very seminal, and structuring that whole thing out. It kind of like sounded like a Jay Abraham seminar from back old, but I mean in 2018. So I thought that was really good.
Awesome, man. That's great. Yeah. And I really appreciate that you took that away from the agency, but I think it's applicable to every business.
Yeah, for sure.
You want to, you can either spew out a lot of words and a lot of copy or you can innovate your offers, right? You can innovate your timers, right? How do I make this how can I take out the resistance, right? And you can't always take out all the sharks, right? On every offer, but the more you can do that, like the less words you need. So, and then you want to keep that ongoing, in mind too. Everything becomes,
I love that.
Coffee, a first date. Even when I'm hiring people, right? We do projects. And then if the projects go well, they get more projects if that goes well. And so everything I do is kind of like a graduated, level there. And just so Casey knows, I gave you plenty of credit for some of the stuff that we figured out on that process there. So Casey is my organizational genius there too, and process figure outer, if that's a word. But yeah, I appreciate that. Anybody else have a takeaway they'd like to share from yesterday? Jimmy? Yes, sir.
One of the things that really caught my attention and stood out to me, and I know we talked about present pain, but I was thinking about when you were talking about ads and like how we can really point to something specific, because I think if I see one more ad about create a 6-figure month or, how to start your own agency, like I want to fucking puke every time I see that, about every third ad, and putting new angles to that, and instead of, talking about the specific agency, just pointing to a problem, within that we solve.
Dude, that's so powerful. And sometimes I don't think that I explain it well enough. So I'm glad you brought that up. But when you can describe, the old saying is when you describe somebody's problem better than they can, they automatically assume that you have the solution, right? I don't know if just Jimmy froze up or if I'm froze up. Can everybody hear me?
Oh, I froze, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. But a real quick story to relate to that. Like if let's say that you go out on the golf course and for some inexplicable reason, everything's fine on the front nine, but when you get to the back nine, like your left elbow starts like giving you sheer acute pain, right? And then as soon as you get off the golf course, like it's totally fine, right? And that's like the weirdest thing ever, right? And so you go to doctors, and, you go all these different things, you try to figure it out. Nobody can answer your question. But say one day you go to a bar and you're having a beer, somebody sits down next to you and they ask you how your day's gone. Like, well, man, it's been going okay. Not having the best day. I was just out on the golf course and I have a really weird problem out there, with my left elbow. And then the guy next to me goes, does it only happen on the golf course? Yeah. It never happens on the front nine. It happens only on the back nine. And you're like, yes. Right. And then he gets up and walks away. Right. You'd be running after him. like, oh my God, what's going on? Like this guy knows what's up. Right. So yes, just to bring that point home, when you use we call it symptomatic ads or symptomatic messaging. When you use symptomatic stuff and you can describe it better than they can, then they automatically think that you have the answer. So great takeaway. Anybody else?
Yeah, I mean, I went through call one. I had some of the recordings. I went through call one and some of call two, and just getting that clarity of, what's the main, couple pebbles in their shoe that they want to, they have to stop and take their shoe off and stuff like that. And really for my people, it's time, because my people have the ideal client has way more. It's like your ideal client, Trav. It's like they have more money than time, right? They either don't want to do it themselves or it's not their core skill. So one of the ads we did was, coming up with sales angles and coming up with persuasion messages is not the core, it's not what you do, right? It's not your core chief skill. You shouldn't have to do that, right? It's like, so I wrote down like about 20 things that basically people are afraid to make mistakes. They're guessing, which they're not using proven frameworks. And really, but the main thing that I keep coming back to is just really the time angle, right? It's like, would you like to have proven persuasion angles every month without touching your keyboard, right? So they don't have to write anything themselves. They don't have to struggle to push past. Like a lot of people tell me, like when I'm doing a small thing like an email or a Facebook post, I can do it. But when it's like long form, I get overwhelmed and I can't do it. And I'm like, okay, well, that's a time thing and that's a frustration thing. And that's so anyway, to make a long story short, I have about 20 different, sort of, angles here.
Yeah.
And then like, how do you go from a offer that's losing and an offer that sucks to having an offer that says, hey, take my money. Right. And so all of these things sort of can become angles for the T1. I'm not sure how many T1s to send, but I guess you could send like, 9 or 10 of them.
Yeah.
And then, so yeah.
We're going to talk a little bit about that today, but I say like figure out how many spots that you want to sell and send as many T1s. If you're selling something good that helps people.
I'm selling drugs, Travis.
Yeah. Well, then, but or something that people want, right? But you send as many as it takes to fill it up, right?
Yeah.
As a general rule, right?
Would you ask, like, would there be like, hey, would you like to join us after every single thing, or some type of, let me know if you want in, or some of them you would kind of leave open-ended?
I very rarely leave open-ended unless I am strategically don't have anything to offer and I'm just moving the ball down the golf course.
Right.
Either killing sharks, like in my profiles or something like that. But in like my nurture and picks, even when there's nothing going on, like if there's ripe fruit, I want to pick it, right? Because if I don't, they're going to go buy, like you guys would, and maybe I'm being too critical, but I think most people would fall down on their private parts if they knew how much stuff their audiences were buying that wasn't theirs. Like their capacity to buy stuff and to get stuff to solve their problem is way, right? But we have a tendency to put the focus on ourselves as a product, right? Rather than a solver of problems. So like we're selling a workshop for somebody right now, and like the last thing I want is one open seat, because this guy helps people and he changes their lives, he changes their families' lives. To me, that's like one open seat. Like it would be awful to have.
Yeah.
That, right.
Yeah. Yeah. And that makes total sense. And, the other one was, I read this book about Washington and how the Congress takes dead horses and they're like, well, the horse is dead, but let's get more dead horses and let's give the dead horse a supervisory position. Right. And see if it comes back to life.
Yeah.
So one of the angles is the dead horse, right? Like you can't polish a turd. That's what I keep telling people. It's like, and that's what this thing with Jason taught me is like bad offer. No amount of great copy is going to save a bad offer. No amount of kind of putting your head up against the wall is going to save a bad offer.
And I love that you have 20 angles because, maybe there's people out there that are way, way better than me, but I would rather have sent 20 emails. It's like if you everybody else, how do you put together evergreen autoresponder? Well, I'm like, how long do you want it to be? I want it to be 30. I want it to be 30 days. Great. Then if you want to have the best one you can possibly do, you need to have probably 300 emails that you've written, right? And then you take the best of, right, and you put those in the autoresponder.
Yeah,
you want to have a good one. Otherwise, you can just put 30 guesses in there, right? So that's kind of the way. But yeah, I'd like to have 20 angles, right? And I don't have to you don't have to hit the jackpot in every one of them, right?
No, because some of these, I'm not going to go through them all, but basically like 30 days of pain, like doing all this yourself.
Yeah.
Like, oh, I've got a big campaign. I have to do it all myself. I'm guessing, I'm doubting, right? Yeah. We've got, shoe pebbles. We've got, no fries, right? Where they don't have a second helping or they don't have, I talked to a guy who did $700K in makeup. I don't know what he was, a guy selling makeup, but he had this makeup company. And I was like, yeah, you did $700K. He's like, yeah. I'm like, so what kind of upsells do you have? He's like, well, we don't really upsell them until like 3 days later by email. And I was like, do you hate money? And so, but a lot of people, they've got their one thing. And I'm like, well, yeah, if you add a couple things to it. So, and that's really what I'm good at is I'm good at coming up with more angles for my people, That's
what you need by and large. And I'm spending some time on this point because it's so, so crucial. Like people want to write 2 or 3 really awesome emails that brings everybody in. Guys, it just normally doesn't happen like that. This guy was a crook, but he wrote some really good books. His name was Wade Cook. Anybody hear of Wade Cook before? Wrote a bunch of stock investing books, but what he figured out about the stock market, and he was good at the stock market, but he just did some other bad stuff. But he was a taxi cab driver in New York, and everybody wanted to make those big airport trips, right? They wanted the big $40, the big $40, $50, $60 airport trips. And he said, you make money at the meter drop, right? So he would stay in town, right? And he'd make those $10, $20, $10, $20, $40, $20, $30, drop, boom, 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 boom. And that's where he made most of his money. Not sitting at the airport waiting for that one big
all day, right?
And that's the same approach he took to the stock market. And that's a very, powerful, effective approach to take with your marketing. And again, what's great for us is like, even if we only had 2 or 3 winners, we can save those and now we can reuse those. We can use those angles again, right? We can take those angles and take them farther out.
Oh yeah, those angles work for all kinds of people. We have one called the Back to the Future angle, right? So it's like, hey, have you seen Back to the Future? If not, it's a great movie. It's about a kid who went back in time, and if I could go back in time, I would show you how to do this T3 10 years ago. But while I can't do that, the next best thing is to give you my T3 now. Yeah. And so it's like it works, right? Because people get it and they understand, and it's fun.
Awesome. Anybody else have a takeaway? We're actually ahead of the schedule because we went over a lot of things yesterday that I normally go over today. But
I liked Travis. I liked it. You said something yesterday, and I was like, yes, that resonates. When you said you don't try to convince anybody.
Mm-hmm.
So in other words, it's basically get them raising their hand and rather than all the, heavy persuasion tactics and everything else, make it so damn good that it's basically, are you in or not?
Yeah.
I've had experience with that kind of, sales call and stuff. And it just feels so much more, it's just a lot less stressful than having to be up in your head, trying to analyze and think about all the different things. Should I be saying this? Should I be saying that? So I like the stance of that. Like you spoke about the stance of it. Yeah. I think we're going to speak about that today more. I like, just that, the fact that you don't, I've been through sales courses and they're all cut, drill the objections and go handle all of that kind of stuff. And it's not me. I'm very much make the offer as good as possible. And if they turn it down, then you kind of, you're the one missing out, not me.
Mm-hmm.
So I love the stance.
Yeah, and we're really just kind of like refocusing on the problem. And when they decide to solve their problems, completely up to them, right? But we just want to keep bringing it back to the problem, right? Hey, I've got a couple examples we'll go over today, but yeah, that's exactly it. Like we just keep bringing it back to the problem. Like it's not for me to tell them that something should be a front burner priority or a back burner priority, right? It's just where is it for them, right? If it's a front burner priority, then I'm happy to help. If it's a back, but it's not about it ain't about the product. It's not about when you're going to buy my product, right? It's like you have a problem. And what really helps is if they uniquely see that you're the only person to help them solve that, right? So that might be a little bit of clarification, right? But if they see you as the only person, like the guy in the bar with the golf course, it's like, holy crap, as soon as he told you those things, like this is the only guy that can help me, right? So that's really big. I call it the mini monopoly offer. When you can create a monopoly for exactly what you do. It's real easy. I'm a Phillips screwdriver. What is your screw look like, right? Perfect. Yeah, that's a great takeaway.
Travis, though, some of the stuff when we went late that I kept asking, that was really helpful. All the stuff on in-house tappers, and then what Welton said about all the agency and how you turn it into like a conveyor belt, basically, and just so streamlined. It really gave me a lot of great ideas on how I can deliver better on what I'm doing. And the tapper stuff on the email side and kind of some of the stuff you share with that was really helpful. So.
Awesome. Great. Yeah. I'm going to do a separate training, just a video of me just going over a little bit more formalized what we talked about yesterday for tappers and copy people. I think having your tapper and copy person being the same person, which we haven't done yet, we're just merging into that now, might be something useful if you can do that. You have somebody, your tapper write the T1s, right? That would be pretty cool. I haven't done a lot of that yet, but I'll do a formalized video training for you guys on that, going to a little bit more depth on that. Cool. So we're actually really ahead of the schedule, guys.
Because the more back end stuff that you have, because I know like, okay, you run these for, you get 50, 100K coming in for your small group stuff, like this, like a live training. And then you're basically funneling them into your back end. So you're not having to go in and create so many, all right, well, I got to turn around and do another 10 to 15K thing or 30K thing. Right.
Yeah,
That's
absolutely.
anyway.
Yeah. Yeah. You want to, like, if you just want to like sell people one time, I mean, I can't judge it, but I just what I know from observing the symptoms, like you just want to sell people something one time and then keep finding. That's a grind, man. I just don't see many businesses like, you know, the iPhone, the Apple's got 1,001 ways to have ongoing. They got apps, they got all kinds of stuff, right? Music, you know, really, like most lifestyle people, we just need to have one or two like ongoing strategies, right? But what I see so often is like, and some of it's with a good heart. They put so much in their front end, right? That there's nowhere to go after that, right?
Right. Yeah. It's like, well, you did my 10K thing or my 20K thing. And
Yeah. So, but yeah, that's absolutely right. So my stuff's pretty streamlined for what I'm doing right now. So.
I mean, there's a place for a model where you just basically sell the higher, whatever your high end thing is, but do it on like a monthly or something. So when you sign them up in the very beginning, it's continuity. It's a little, it might be 5K down, but then it's 2 or 3 or 4K a month ongoing. And like, so that way, cause I get nervous about like making one sale. And then now I'm like, my whole business model depends on making this big high ticket sale. There's so many things that I'm like in my head, like, I don't know if that's going to happen. So I've never really gone past the front end. So
yeah.
Your thoughts on that?
Yeah. The way that I view it again is like dating, right? So you have coffee together, you know, which could be your marketing, and they come in, and then the first sale is a first date, right? And a lot of times, you know, most of I would say about half the first date is like they're going to like you and they want to work with you, or they're not, right? Like a lot of it, right? But a lot of it's just like, is where your date's structured? Are you structuring it correctly? Right? Like, to where, like, the easiest thing to understand right now is like people that sell books, right? Or they help people, they coach people to write books, right? So what a lot of times do, they'll say, we're going to put your outline together. We're going to help you write the book, and we're going to promote it all in this 12-week period, right? And oh my God, that's a lot of work, right? Oh, and it's like, they're giving them so much work. They're probably not gonna, it's just crazy, right? But if they broke it up to like different things, like let's write your outline. Once you have the outline, you naturally, like, oh, I got the outline now. You naturally want to write the book. And guess what you want to do after you have a written book? Like when your book's written and you're looking at it, like what's the next thing that you naturally want to do? You want to promote the shit out of it, right? And so there's masterminds that are all about, the front end we'll get your outline and book written, and then the $35,000 or the $50,000 follow on will help you promote it over a year, right?
We're just breaking that offer up.
It works beautiful when you divide it up because it's naturally where the natural breaks are, right? And so you want to set it up so there's those natural breaks for sure.
So would you give them that, like if you were doing your 12-month, like your Mojo Mastermind or whatever, because I've talked to Nations about this and stuff, and he's like, well, I kind of do 8 months and then I space it out so it's not like a full 12 months, because then they're like, oh snap, like I've already paid Lawton like 30 grand and I have to keep paying, even though even though you could be making them like 9 times as much as you're, I've seen it happen. Do you have any advice on that as far as like how you're structuring your ongoing? So,
well, just to be completely upfront and candid, I follow Nation's model on that, and here's coming from selling continuity and selling that. Here's the differences that I see. It's a little bit different than he looks at it. When you put people on continuity, most of the time they think this is I can cancel at any time. So everybody probably here knows, what's the typical stick rate for a continuity program? 5. That's higher, like 3, usually 3 to 5, right? Is usually what it is, right? When you break it up and you do like 5 payments or 6 payments or even 10 payments, if you give them a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel, what I see for myself, and even like payment programs, we do payment programs, we'll break it into 3 or 4 payments, right? But the completion rate is 70, 80, sometimes 90%.
Right.
on the whole thing. But even if it wasn't, even if they only made 2 of those payments, then you're still way ahead of the game, right? So that's my thinking on it. But like, even for me, like paying into masterminds, I like to have light at the end. I just want to pay it, either pay it all off or pay it, and be done with it, right? And not have it a monthly payment every month. So that's my take on it. Cool.
Sweet. That helps.
Cool. So let's roll in. Again, we're way ahead of the schedule. So we talked a lot about stance yesterday. If you weren't here yesterday, or just as a review, and I'm very graphic with this just so it stands out. But when we're tapping, we really want to take the stance of that we're a doctor, right? We want to have good bedside manner, but we ain't got no time for no shenanigans. We got 50 people outside of our door, right? And we solve, 1, 2, maybe 3 problems, right? But for this demonstration, like we help people that have left testicles that are swollen up like a damn grapefruit, right? So when you're going to come in, we're going to have to get to the point where you drop trowel and I look at your left testicle. If you're embarrassed about that or don't want to tell me what the problem is, I totally understand. But let's move you off to the side, right? And take the next person, right? And of course we say this in a nicer way. But the worst thing in my mind you can end up doing is become product focused and let them lead you to become product focused. Doc, just tell me how much are your prescriptions? Well, what prescriptions? Tell me about your medicine. Dude, thank you for coming. I've got a whole line of people out there right now. Why don't you come back? If I have some time at some point, why don't we come back and you can look through everything? That would be awesome, right? But we want to have good bedside manner, but even if there's only one person in line behind them, right? We still want to kind of like push them over or guide them over to the side. Does that make sense to everybody? Really, really key, important point. When you start and you want to get this across to your tappers and you want to do it yourself, don't get bogged down in private messages that go on. This is not a driver, right? We're tapping them in, right? If they're not sure we can help them, totally cool. It sounds like you're just getting to know who I am. You can give them a video, you can give them a PDF, or you can just say, keep watching my emails or keep watching my Facebook group. When you feel comfortable, reach back out, right?
So when you say move them off to the side, that doesn't mean try to convince them or have a tapper. I don't know. I thought maybe when you first said that you meant like let one of your tappers try and convince them. So there's no convincing.
No. Even my tappers, I don't want my tappers trying to convince them either. Like, tell me why your course is better than so-and-so's course. I don't know that it's not, right? When right now I've got people in line that know that I can help them, right? When you are convinced that I'm the one to help you, I'd be happy to help, right? I hope we can do it, work together someday. But now is not the right time. And I usually put the onus on me. Sorry, my timing's off, right? But we want to have good bedside manner, but at the same time, we just want to say we're rolling in people right now, or we're reserving packages for people right now that already know that they want them, right? If that's not you yet, that's totally cool. I understand, right? It takes me a long time to make decisions on things sometimes, right? So I just kind of gently, with good bedside manner, move them over to the side. Now, sometimes what happens is they'll say, "Oh, no, dude, I'm cool. I'm ready to go," right? It happens, right? Or they'll say, "Okay, doc, I'm really in here because my left testicle is swollen up like a grapefruit." They'll get to the thing, right? They'll get to the real question, right? Then you have something to work with. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So in terms of overcoming objections, like our tappers are not there to necessarily overcome objections. Like, we're trying to kill the sharks with our offer and by addressing the 5 timer any objections that fall into the 5 timers in our offer. So
before they get to your tapper. Yeah. If you can.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah, absolutely. Now if somebody says, hey, can you help me write more better? Right? That's my big one I get all the time. Like, hey, I really want to learn how to write better emails. Well, I love that. That's awesome. That's not what I do. Like, I would recommend go getting Andre Chaperone's course. If you can do a 37 bubble soap opera sequence, more power to you. He's a great writer. Like, or you can get a $2.99 Kindle book. That'll probably do a lot better than me on teaching you how to write better. I help people turn their email list into big ticket sales. That's what I do. Are we over? Right? That's it, right? And you're like, wait a minute, maybe I don't want to write something more better. Maybe I do want to do big ticket sales, right? So I'm not trying to convince them. I'm just kind of being clear, like what my unique difference is, right? But if they're like, yeah, dude, I'm going to go check out Andre Chaperone. That's cool with me.
Don't give that guy any money. He's a good friend of mine.
Well, Andre, yeah. So I just wanted to cover that again. And then here's something I wanted to cover. Somebody asked this yesterday. I don't remember who it was. Maybe Chris Gardner. I'm not sure. But what if you have something that you sell all the time, right? Do you have to have all the time limits and all that kind of stuff on there? You don't. But what you want to do is you want to make things special editions, right? And you don't, like when you call something a special edition, it makes it weak copy. Figure out what the edition is, right? So I helped a guy that sells SEO package, and he sold it on webinar. He sold it to his list. I wanted to say 100 times. It probably wasn't 100. It was probably more like 24 or 36 times. Wore that sucker out. Just wore it out. Okay. So, we get it, right? And I position it differently. I position it, for millennials, just for millennials on his list. And I position it completely different. It's called the millennial edition of his offer, right? There's reasons why it fit in, but, ended up doing 50K more on it, right? Not my biggest win ever, but he was ecstatic, right? So what you want to do is you can make special editions. You can open things up for special, for the summer. You can have summer programs, birthday programs, you almost can't get too ridiculous. Something like, this was for a lower ticket thing, but I remember, waking up one morning and it was like 17 degrees outside, here in Arkansas, which is really, really unusual. So I'm like, I haven't, done a promo in a while. So I did a Hell Hath Frozen Over sale, right? And I put everything on sale because it was so cold. And I said, I don't know how long I'm going to run it, but when the temperature starts getting back up, I'll end it, right? And crush it. It was another one of those things. I'd sold this thing over and over and over again, but Hell Hath Frozen Over sale, how to thaw out your guy's heart, kind of use that theme all the way throughout, just freaking crushed it, right? So, we all have capacity, right? I've had people argue with me. I can handle everybody. No, you can't. Like literally, like how many people can you really handle, right? 10 people a month. Can you sell 1,000 packages? Somewhere there's going to be some type of limited capacity, right? So you want to use that for your, editions. Some of the examples I just had written down because sometimes my mind goes blank. I've set aside the time to build 2 lead gen funnels next month, right? I've set aside the time, the old Dean Jackson trick, right? I've set aside the time. Or I've baked some cookies. I've got 5 cookies. Would you like one, right? But they're already baked up, right? So we want to set aside time, to do that. We've set aside 50 special roll back the years anti-wrinkle packages, right? I did something similar, for a client that was selling, he had all kinds, like brushes, like these, I don't know, these complexion brushes and all the serums, but we put it all.
You know what they are, Travis. You know.
Yeah, that's me. I'm using, all that stuff. So it was like, so I just put this in down. Would you like to join us in smoothing out fine lines, removing dark circles, and rolling back the clock, right? So this is applicable to everything. And the reason I use physical products, not that I do so much with physical products, but to get you to see that it doesn't have to be, it can be something that you sell all the time, right? Just how you position it. So let's talk about a big breakthrough that I had when I first starting doing tapping to my list. My list was pretty warm. So we'd run the T1, T2, the T3. And at the end of the T3, if you read it, hopefully you have, it says, just reply back, I'm in, right? And we'll go from there. And most of the time they would reply back, I'm in, right? And then I would send them the payment link and then they would pay. I was like, this is great, right? So I would say like 90% of the people would just pay, right? When I started doing it for clients and teaching it, not everybody's list and audience was that warmed up, right? So we'd have people that said, I'm in, and then they would go silent, right? Or they wouldn't pay, right? So we've totally figured out how to solve this problem. And I want to explain it to you guys. I call this building a door and then opening it for them as a favor. So basically how it works is this, is we open up the program. We always open up for pre-enrollment. So we have a pre-enrollment phase and we have an official enrollment phase, and then we have an ending enrollment phase, or reserve if you have physical products or something, what have you. But let's say that you have a 5,000. You don't have to do it like this, but you want to have something that you have pre-enrollment, official enrollment, and ending enrollment. And how you don't have to do it as a discount thing, but if you wanted to get like 5K, let's say for your program, I would put 6K in your T3. And then when they reach out and say, I'm in, and I've got these taps for you. But when they reach out and say, I'm in, you're like, awesome. I'm so excited to have you. Right now, we're pre-enrolling. If you'd like to go ahead and enroll in the pre-enrollment phase, I can save you $1,000. Would you like me to send you the link? Yes. Then when we drop them the link, we have a much, much higher paid rate, right? If you're doing something that just has very, very limited spots, like a live event or something like that, sometimes just the limited spots is enough to do it. So you can say, hey, we're in pre-enrollment right now. As you know, we've only got a few spots open. If you know how many you've sold, then you can tell them that, right? Would you like to go ahead and lock in your spot before we open up officially? If so, let me know. I'll send you the payment link. Yes, I want to lock in my spot, right? Nobody wants to get, I even worded it different ways. They're like, if you want to make sure nobody gets your spot and you like to pre-enroll, because nobody wants to lose something, right? Let me know and I'll send you the link. So what we're doing is we're building a door, right? A pre-enrollment phase, and then we're opening it for them as a favor, right? Works like magic. Won't say it works 100% of the time, but it works like magic. If they say something like, sure, send me the link. And I don't know how to explain to you guys how to read that stuff, but sure is one of the words that they're BSing you. They're like, sure, send the link over. Sure, send the link over is not saying I'm in. They're like, send me the link and I'll think about it, or I'm going to go do whatever.
Yeah, send me the details and I'll look it over.
Yeah. So how we handle that is if if you just need to put this as a follow-up until you get familiar with like who's shucking and jiving you and who's not, you can probably use this on every one of them. But when they say, yeah, go ahead and send me the link, you can say, awesome, super excited to help you, whatever the currency is, right? We're swinging the pendulum back. I have a rule, or we have a rule, or if somebody's tapping for you, Joe has a rule that we don't send out payment links or invoices, whatever it may be, unless you're 100% sure you're in. Are you saying you're 100% sure you're in? Then one of two things will typically happen, or one of three things. You'll never hear back from them, which is usually the smaller case. They'll say, yeah, I'm in. Yeah, send me that link over, right? Or number two, they'll put the truth on the table. Dude, I really want to do this, but I've got to go get another credit card, or I got to move some money around. That's totally acceptable, right? Okay, cool. When you got that money together, let me know. Then I will send you the link, right? Is that making sense to everybody?
So that's after they see your offer.
Oh yeah, this is they've seen everything. They've seen the price. They're saying I'm in. We're just following up to get payment.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah. This is after the T3, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So they're saying they've read through your T3. They say I'm in, and you're so excited. Yeah. All right.
Grease my palm with some silver. You know.
Sometimes they're not really in, right? It's when they get that payment link, when they've got their credit card out and they're hovering over the submit button, it's when they hit it that they're really in, right?
Yeah.
So, what I'm laying out for you with the pre-enrollment and the official enrollment will help you get those ins easier, right? Because you're doing them a favor, right? Because when you say, hey, don't send me any money now, but just let me know if you're in, that very next thing you say, hey, give me your money, right? It's like you want to come up with the pre-enrollment, right? Hey, we're in pre-enrollment phase right now, right? And then if you have any doubts that they're really in, when they say, hey, yeah, sure, send me that payment link, right? Then I would use the 100% sure you're in tap, right? Works amazing, right? I do this to tie up sales calls, right? Usually I make it a little bit funny, right? They'll say, yeah, let's do it. Great. So I'll get the invoice information or whatever. And then I usually say, before I send this over to you, I have a little rule over here. I don't send out invoices unless you're 100% sure you're in. So I want to make sure that I didn't, strong arm you, or you don't feel like I've used some master NLP kung fu on you, right? Are you 100% sure you're in, right? They're like, yeah, I'm in, right? Or they're going to give me like their question. What's the real question, right? And then we just take it from there, right? It also flows very, very smoothly with when they say, yeah, I'm in. Okay, great. I'm going to send you the invoice after I get done with lunch. When will you pay it? And I use this a lot for my agency because one of the things that when I ask for deposits, I don't need the money. What I'm trying to do is figure out how they pay their bills. If I say, when will you send it? And they say, I'll send it to you in the next hour, and it doesn't come in, guess what? It's only going to get harder when the money gets bigger, right? It's part of the reason why I feel like I've never been screwed on an agency deal. If they don't keep their word on a small 5K or 10K deposit, when it gets to be 50K, it's going to be even harder to get it, right? So after pre-enrollment, now what I like to do is I like to sell out during pre-enrollment, right? But this also gives you an opportunity to have an official enrollment. Nothing sells like a time deadline, right? So let's say that you had 15 people reach out on T3s, right? And you put 5 people in your program during pre-enrollment, right? And let's say that you still have a couple spots you could sell. So those 10 people that reached out for the T3s that you haven't heard back from, you can drop them a follow-up tap. It says, hey, Joey, I'm opening up for official enrollment Sunday night. If you'd like to go ahead and roll in so that we can whatever your currency is, I can save you that $1,000. Or it's still going to be a great value after Sunday night. What would you like to do? Right? And now we have an official enrollment that with a time deadline that we can run up people against, right? And tap some more people in. Now, you may or may not want to do that depending on what your price point are, but when you start getting up to 15K, 20K, 25K, if you can tap a few more people in that way, it kind of makes a difference. And especially like your movers and shakers, it's not that they don't want your stuff, it's that they get busy, right? A lot of times we get people that thank us for reminding them, our movers and shakers, right?
Question. So when you're doing that pre-enrollment strategy, are you really trying to sell it out in pre-enrollment, ideally?
I try to, yeah. Yeah.
And then if you don't, and you have one or two spots, is there another angle? I mean, because after you've kind of done that scarcity thing, like, hey, I've got, until Sunday at midnight, and then it'll still be a great value. Do you still follow up after that and like, hey, we got 2 more spots. Do you want one? But it's at the full 6K, or like, how do you handle that?
Yeah, so I call this the ripe fruit strategy, and I use it in various different places. But when I have my tappers follow up, we follow up with the ripest fruit first. And what that means is that your ripest fruit is going to be somebody that says, I'm in but hasn't paid. And then we back it up from there until we fill up our spots, right? So I'm in but haven't paid. T3, but we haven't heard back from, that we follow up with them. And then, or T3, that they ask a question that we haven't heard back, so we follow it back from there. And then if it makes sense, we'll go to T2s, people that haven't responded back to the survey questions. Usually we take the onus on that and say, hey, boy, I sure asked you a lot of questions. Did you get bogged down with answering more? If you just answer this one question, we just try to get the ball rolling. And we've tapped in big sales just by, oh, thank God for you reached back out. I've been teaching a workshop over here. I've been doing something over here. But yeah, we'll try to work the follow-ups from the right fruit on back, if that makes sense. But my thing is I want to fill up my spots. I want to fill up my pre-allotted, like what I figured out. Now, sometimes I'll miss the mark by a long shot, right? And I'll be like, okay, maybe I need to readjust what's going to happen here, but.
Do you have any advice for managing your messenger inbox? Like when you have hundreds of these conversations, or dozens at least, and then you sell out one promotion, and then maybe you want to reach back out to these people when you have your next offer the next month or. I've actually got that as one of the bullet points we'll talk about. It's actually pretty simple with Gmail. And I think we fairly pretty much got it down, but it's just matter. Well, like, what about Facebook Messenger when you're doing?
Oh, Facebook. Yeah, I really don't have a great strategy for that. I would just put them on a waiting list. Like if they don't have it, I put them on a wait. Hey, you missed this one. You want to go on a waiting list? Like, you don't say it like that, but yeah, Messenger. Yeah, I don't have that great of a strategy for Messenger actually. I do for email though.
And then when you put them on a wait list, you just ask for their email, and then you put them on an email list.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
Thanks.
Travis, there's a whole ton of angles that you're talking about here. Did you say you've got all these taps in another file?
Yeah, we're gonna go through them here in a little bit. Yep. I just want to kind of get the overview on it. I've actually even got more we can probably give you guys too. And I got to read through my notes because we were actually so far ahead of the schedule. I don't want to recover a lot of this. We talked about, I want to bring this point again. People are busy. Cannot tell you how much money this will make you if you don't get squeamish about follow-up. Especially if you're working with movers and shakers. Let them know, hey, just let me know if you're out. Totally cool with that, right?
With your follow, oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Chris.
So like with your follow-up, you don't really play any kind of like positioning games, that like, whatever, just following up, with the whole positioning thing. It's just like, hey, just want to see if you're still interested or not. Just very short and to the point.
Well, let me give you some examples here. So I've written some down. We've got some follow-up taps, but I just use some examples. So we'll pretend like you're a woman. Hey, Chris, I know how hectic life gets. We're shipping out the rollback the year's anti-wrinkle packages now. Did you still want to start smoothing out your lip lines before your high school reunion? Now, we only know that because we had the currency question in there, right? We figured out what they wanted, right? And people tell you stuff like, hey, they might ask the T2, hey, I'm packing for Mexico right now. So we like, Tom, I know you're packing for your trip to Mexico. Have you decided to put getting leads for your salespeople on the back burner? See, we're just taking that currency. We're not adding any judgment to it, right? And most people are like, no, man, no, I really need to get these. Thank you for reaching back out again, right? There's one, this tap. Now you don't use this until like the last dog is hung. But one of my Mojo men said this one line alone is paid for all of his Mojo man fees. It's an old 1980s tactic. But near the end, like if you've reached out to them a couple of times and they just haven't responded back and you thought they were good, I will just send something like, Welton, should I just close the file on you? No. People don't want things to be over. Especially if they're still in, right? But they just haven't gotten a response. People, I can't say it enough. People hate making decisions. And the bigger decision, the more they hate it.
And they also hate to miss out.
Yeah. But so like you're just helping them make a decision, right? And it's human nature, right? People just hate, and I'd be really overly dramatic about it because I really want you guys to. Now, if they say no, I don't arm wrestle them, right? I want them to say, I want to make it safe for them to say. That's why I'm like, should I just close the file on you? I'm leading with no, right? I'm not saying, are you still interested in buying my product? Right? Hey,
excellent distinction.
On you, right? I also love, if you guys haven't heard me say it, are we over? Works amazing, right? It gets a little bit of a chuckle, right? So those are just those examples there.
Because there's only a one-letter difference between talking and stalking, and it's really hard when you get it blurred, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. So let's take a look at some of these. Let me share my screen here. Let's take a look at some of these follow-up taps. These are, you got access to these in the file, so they're very up here at the top. And these are various ones. I tried to name them and even put notes on there for you, if you can. But these are follow-up taps, emails to the T2, T3, and IMINs. They work great for social media. Sometimes if you're doing it in social media or Messenger, you might want to even make these 2 or 3 taps, right? Rather than just one big one. Again, this is an intimacy thing, right? We want to follow up the same way we would talk. You don't typically have big, long things of text, right? If I say, hey, Welton, how are you doing? I was coming to see if you're going to buy my program. It's the best one you ever will see. It cuts bread, it slices and dices, and that's not what we do in person, right? So we want to keep it kind of personal. But I'm thrilled to have you join us or own this special edition. Thank you. I always thank. You can never go wrong thanking people, right? We aren't officially enrolling, shipping, registering yet, but if you're ready, I can sneak you into the head of the line. Now, who doesn't like to be at the head of the line, right? Or if you've built a door with a discount, you can say, I can save you X amount of dollars, or I can give you this special bonus, or whatever you guys want to do to make it special. Maybe go ahead and get you enrolled.
I love that pre-enrollment phrase.
Yeah,
that's powerful.
It works great. It works a lot better. And again, some of these are hodgepodge, but you've got to read through them and figure out what they are. I'm in one. Hey, Casey, again, I'm so excited for you. Let Chad know you're joining. So this is a great thing to do. If you have high stature, right? If you make it like, let's say I'm selling for Joe Lavery because he's like the webinar god, right? And I'm like, Welton, I'm going to let Joe know, you're joining, right? That solidifies it, right? May I go ahead and send you the link to take care of the investment so we can 100% lock in your spot in the program? Sure. Yeah.
That's brilliant. Like, do you think this is for email? I mean, I guess this could be Messenger too, but
yeah, absolutely. Yeah. If you have somebody admin and Messenger, they can.
I mean, have you ever done anything like, because I've seen people do this before in sales, like where if they're sending it to a special email, which is where your tapper is manning that special email, and then that's where this conversation is going, and then he says something like that, hey, you know, I'm going to let Travis know, and then have him CC your actual email address with that message.
I have not done that, but that would be even more powerful. Yes.
I think that'd be good.
Absolutely.
So how does it work, like when you're on Messenger and you send this message to someone and they don't get back to you for, 2-3 hours, and then your tapper has got to go on lunch or something and is not back at his desk and you're not back at your desk. So
let's follow all the way through these, and then we'll come round and round on that question, because I think this might answer what happens, right? After permission, right? So what you don't do when they say, I'm in, hey, great, I'm so excited for you, here's the link, here's what's going to happen next. No, right? It's a very, get the permission. Like every step, we kind of want to get that permission. And I hate to use the word micro commitment, right? But at this point, it is a little bit of micro commitment at this point, right? But after permission, payment tab. Thank you, I'm thrilled to have you. And then some personalization, like whatever their thing was, right? Please take care of the payment by using this fancy link, right? And then you put the link there. Here, this is your notes. Don't put that in the copy. But don't send them to a big, long-ass sales page. Not even like an order form that has testimonials, right? Maybe your logo and the program and how they can pay, right? But don't unsell it, right? They're right there at the hole. The worst thing you can do is hit it too hard, right? Then I let them know what's going to happen afterwards. You'll get full access to the course as well as the bonuses, so you can get started as soon as possible. When I've done this with physical stuff, we'll say, as soon as we get that, I'm going to have Joe go down to the shipping department and lovingly package your your widget, right? And we'll ship it off to you by tomorrow morning, right? So just whatever happens next, right? We'll get you added to our private Facebook mastermind group. I'm so excited for you. It's a rare opportunity to have access to Chad, and excited to see you get whatever their currency is, right? We're always swinging the pendulum back to their currency. Go silent after a T3. These are just some of the taps, but hey, we haven't heard back from you. I know you're super busy. Have you decided to put whatever their currency on the back burner, right? No worries if that's the case. You want to make it okay to say no. Now we're tapping. Now we're actually in sales. We're beyond marketing. We're in sales. And to me, one of the best definitions of sales is getting the truth. Is getting the truth on the table. If you have something that will help them and they feel like you have something that will help them, putting the truth on the table and collaborating on it is the best thing that you can do.
So this message would go out like how many days after the T3 and they've gone silent?
Question. Good question. So it depends. It's like a feeling that you do with like how many people are coming in, how many people you're putting in. Is this a new offer? Like, do you want to find out what they're thinking, right? Like if you're selling live events or something with a date, then you want to give them a little bit of time because they have to go and look at their schedule and see if they can make plane flights and all that kind of stuff, right? Or if it's a really, really big ticket thing, right? Sometimes I might say, hey, are you looking to see if you can make flights? Or, hey, are you looking to see if you need to move some money around, right? Or I know you're super busy, something like that, right? So I don't have a pat answer for you. Some of it's by feel, right? After the T3, I wouldn't like ping them too fast. I'd probably give them at least 12 hours, 24 hours if there's no like live event or something like that. And it depends on the size of the product, right? If it's just a $500 thing, It's like, hey dude, you in, you're out, right? Are you in or you out, right? So you got to kind of base it on the weight of what's going on, if that makes sense.
Cool. Yeah.
Go silent after I'm in. We haven't heard back from you. I know you're super busy. I was so excited when I told Chad you were joining us. Have you decided to? This is just another angle, right? In no payment, softer response. Okay, so sometimes if we're using email, like I'm wondering if our stuff's getting buried or getting in the spam folder, so we might send them. Most of these are replies based off of the same thread. So we might send them a separate email, right? And so we would actually have a subject line here. And it's, please open. I was so excited to see you join us for whatever. Thank you again. I haven't heard back from you though. And I don't know if alligators ate my last note to you or you got busy. Please respond back and let me know if I should send out a search party. This works amazing. It works great. Like if you send out invoices and then follow up, like it works amazing. They usually come back, laugh out loud. No, I got it. I just got bit or whatever, you know. But you get the truth on the table, right? I'm in number 2. What's this one thing? I'm thrilled and honored to have you join us in the program. I'll send you the invoice ASAP. Then I'll send you the details you need to get started. You'll get all your logins so you can start away. Just for an invoice thing, for just another example. General follow-up taps after T3 silence. So we have a bunch of these, right? Because we will follow up. Again, you don't have to be as assertive as I am, but to me, if I have something that will help somebody, I follow up with them until they either buy, say no, or I fill up, right? So we got a bunch of these, but, sorry, apologies. Was there a question you had I didn't cover about blank? This is a great one because they may have a question, right? And these would be great things to put in your T3 or put in your marketing, right? And the other diabolically wonderful thing about all this is that you start having these conversations, things will pop up that you didn't consider that will move mountains for you, in your marketing or in your messaging, right? Really quick example, we were doing a program for a guy that gives stock and trading advice. And we kept getting the question, like, how much trading do I have to do every month, right? And me being a little dense, I didn't put 2 and 2 together. They thought I'm trying to turn him into a day trader, right? And that was actually one of the biggest benefits of the program was it was called a straddle or a strangle, but it was an options play based off of, when the Fed chairman came and did the interest rate announcement, right? So the whole advantage was it was only a 20 or 30 minute play, right? But they're thinking they're going to have to be a day trader, right? So once we corrected that in the marketing and actually used it as an advantage, like sales started popping, right? So what comes out of this stuff a lot of time will be absolute gold. Things are moving along now in the new program. Did you decide to put whatever their currency is on the back burner? In but didn't send payment and goes quiet. I love this one. It works really, really well. Because again, we would send this as a separate email. If you see a subject, that means we sent something outside of the thread, right? Subject, not sure what to do with you. John, haven't heard anything from you. Should I just close the file on you? I usually don't follow up after this one. So this is usually we maybe have 1 or 2 spots left, but this one will get responses a lot of the time. They'll say, yes, please just close the file on me. Or, oh my gosh, no, I've been busy, or they'll come up with a question, right? This one works amazingly well as well. Status. You can use it as a follow-up or and then you can just put your name down here, but that's it. Status. If they say, I need more info. And it depends on how they say it, right? Sometimes they'll say, I have these questions and there's 10 questions, right? You're going to get those. Like, I've got 10 questions for you, right? Or if that's all they say is, I need more info, but please forgive me, I'm not following, or please forgive me, I don't understand. I'd love to learn more. We're parroting back what they're saying. This is all we've got. If you're saying it's not enough for you to make a commitment, I totally understand. I'll take that to mean you're out at this time. If I'm not understanding correctly, please let me know. If somebody says, hey, like, you send me to, do you have a webinar? Do you have a sales page? You know, please forgive me. This is all I got. Right? I hope you won't be offended. I don't have a big fancy sales page or something like that, right? If you're saying it's not enough for you to make a commitment, I totally get it. I'll take that to mean you're out at this time, right? If I'm not understanding correctly, please let me know, right?
Quick question about that. So, I mean, do you ever use like outsourced sales teams to kind of close these people that are on the fence, or is it just like, like if this happens, do you just feel that your offer isn't strong enough? They're just not a good fit. I mean, do you ever feel like you're leaving money on the table by doing this, or do you work with clients that have big enough lists that it really doesn't matter because you know you're going to fill up?
What I'm gauging is how close to the hole are they? So yes, I am not going to jump on the phone and try to convince somebody for an hour. I'm just not going to do it. I'm not saying that it's good or bad. This is not what I'm going to do. Now, if they have one question, and I will like send it to like my client sometimes, but before I send it to the client, I'm going to isolate that objection, right? If they say, hey, I just want to know, like, would this work? Can a client name help me market to people in New Zealand, right? And if I don't know the answer to that, then, or there's something they want to talk about, I'm like, cool, that's a perfectly legitimate question. With that aside, are you saying you're in if you can get the answer to that question, right? Because if I get on the phone, I call it the 6-minute strategy session, right? It's not even really a strategy session, but most of them go, hey dude, thanks for getting on the phone with me, right? They're thanking me. Thank you for getting on the phone with me. I really just have one question for you, 2 questions. And usually it almost always goes like this. Let me tell you about my situation, right? I'm this, I'm that, I'm this. Do you think this will work for me? And all they're looking for is a 100% positive, concrete, absolutely, right? Now, if you're not absolutely sure, then ask them some more questions, right? But what they're looking for on that call is they don't feel safe making the decision themselves, right? If they say something like, and I've stole this from Kevin Nations, if they say something like, well, I got to run this by my wife, that's perfectly cool. I got a line of people out, right? Outside, I'm hoping you get a spot, right? You get on their side. I'm hoping you get a spot. Sometimes, it just depends on how it's going and how they say it, right? If they're like, and I don't know how to describe when I do one thing over the other, but I might use another Kevin Nations thing is like, hey, if your wife isn't trusting you to do this, like maybe we're dodging a bullet here, right? I found that served me in good stead, right? So, but yeah, my general thing is like, no, I don't want to get on the phone. Like, and I don't make them wrong for wanting to get on the phone. But I don't really see it as me leaving money on the table. If I'm filling up all my spots, how am I leaving money on the table? If I'm opening up 10 spots and I fill all 10 spots, I'm not leaving any money on the table. Now, what I can say is, hey, right now I'm enrolling people that already know they want in. If I have any spots open, then maybe let's roll back around and have a conversation, right? But I never feel like I'm leaving money on the table because most of the time I'm selling out my stuff.
Travis, would you ever get on a call if this is the first time you're putting an offer together just to see?
Yes, absolutely. Who asked that?
Joey.
Yeah, absolutely. Matter of fact, if it's a new offer, like especially as a phoneless sales machine, if you want to stay off of the phone, sometimes your best thing to do is like figure out your offer on the phone, right? Get all the objections, right? So you can either figure out your offer in 3 months, right? Or in 3 days. You can just talk to a lot of people, find out where all their objections are, right? And get all that out of there, right? And so it's faster. So, yes, whenever I'm testing a new offer, my favorite thing to do is either get belly to belly or have a private messenger with them where we're having a one-on-one conversation. So yes, but.
And are you trying to limit that to T2s, T3s, anybody who's expressing interest in the offer? Or just the market in general, if it's a brand new law? I mean, like.
Yeah, maybe if I run out a T1, right, I get some T2s, right, and then I get some questions, anywhere in the process, I can jump on the phone with them, right? Or, like, there's not very many offers that I actually come out with that I haven't run by somebody already and got some yeses, right? That's why every offer you come out with is a winner. No, it's not. You just don't see all my failures, right? Because I'm like if I run an offer by somebody, if they say, oh, that sounds like a good offer, I know I failed. But if I run an offer by somebody, it's like, how do I get that, right? I'm like, I want in on this, right? Then I know I've got a good offer, right? So I go find like the person, it'd be the person I could most help. I started my Mojo Mastermind this way. I've shared this story a lot. I don't know if I shared it with you guys. But my first person in the Mojo Mastermind was Bob Grant. He's in the relationship space. And we kind of knew each other a little bit. Not super, super well, but we'd been to a couple events together. So I reached out. We do Skype because we're both kind of like OGs. But I reached out to him by Skype and said, Bob, I wonder if you could do me a favor. Right? Short, right? That was my T1. What if you could do me a favor? Sure, I could do a favor, right? I'm putting together a mastermind, and you're actually my ideal person. I'd like to be in it, but I'm having some trouble. And if you're not talking to a marketer, you probably want to use some other language, but I'm having trouble coming up with your pain points. Would you jump on Skype with me and just let me interview you? I'm just going to see what's going on, right? He's like, sure. Well, we jumped on Skype. We stayed on for about an hour, and I just got to all of this, like, so what's going on? Like, what happens when this happens? What's the implications of that? What happens to that? And I had 3 pages of notes. 3 pages, right? And all these were going to make emails and symptoms and offers and everything. Now, again, I said this on call 1, like my oversimplified sales strategy is get them talking about their problems, keep them talking about their problems, and at the end, ask them if they want to do something about it, right? So I kind of did that at the end of 3 pages of notes. I actually summed it up into one sentence. I said, Bob, it sounds like you just need more control over your business. He's like, that's exactly right. I'm like, and that's what you get. Like when you get in the chat, like if you're doing Chat Mojo and you hit that hot button, they almost, even if you're paraphrasing back, they're like all caps. That's it, right? And so I said, do you know anybody? Is another one of my lines. Do you know anybody that might want to join something like this? He's like, yes, me. Right? And if he said, oh no, I would have been okay with that too because I had 3 pages of notes, right? So yes, I am not against the phone or anything like that, but it definitely is a tool. I think it's people, if you're using the phone as a marketing device though, I think it's horrible. And I think it's what most people are doing. They're trying to move the ball down the fairway too far away. They're using a putter way back at the tee, and they're blindfolded a lot of the times, right? But they're using a putter way back at the tee, right? Marketing is your driver. Telephone, all that kind of stuff is your sales tool. But if you use marketing to get it right up, your ball right close to the hole where a monkey could tap it in, then as old Peter Drucker says, not just some Arkansas redneck telling you this, but as old Peter Drucker would tell you, marketing's purpose is to make sales superfluous. I would say non-necessary because I can't say it. Does that help at all, Chris? Yeah, if there's a guy that says, hey, I really want to talk to you. Some people do. They just need to like hear your voice, make sure you're real, right? Yeah, jump on. But you don't want to like be on the phone for an hour and a half trying to do the job that marketing's supposed to do, right? Yeah, then jump on the phone with them.
Travis, how are you able to create such a high level of intimacy in all your copy, in all the follow-ups? Is there a method, or does it just
Absolutely.
boil down to personality?
Yep. Go through Big Ticket Email Mojo. Rapid bonding. I lay it all out there. Mother Nature makes it very, very simple. Not all babies are cute. And so Mother Nature makes the bonding sequence. And I learned this in relationships and help people. But the bonding recipe is actually very, very simple to carry out. But I'm not trying to like put you off. We have time at the end if you want to re-ask it. That's cool.
Awesome.
Yeah, I think I do a really good job in Big Ticket Email Mojo. But it's about insights, about giving people insight and also about how you show up. So, Big Ticket Email Mojo.
I like the fact that you give them insights with metaphors. I thought that was brilliant, man.
That's the way people learn, right? It's actually, and analogies, similes. We want to, because we learn by contrast and similarities, right? So.
Yeah, the more you can like nutshell the idea, the more money you'll make. You know?
Absolutely. When you can say in a sentence or 2 words what most people would take 5 paragraphs to say, it makes it a lot.
If you can remember this, it's like Die Hard on a plane.
Yeah.
Right? So that's how they sell every action movie now.
Yeah, absolutely.
Die Hard on a boat, Die Hard on a plane.
Well, my other line is, I'm tired of these mother effing snakes on this mother effing.
Sam Jackson said he would do that movie if they didn't change the title.
Yeah. Here's an official, I know this is probably, watching me read this stuff is probably just about as exciting as watching paint dry. I'm just trying to more give you an idea of what's here, right? Official enrollment day tap for people who've given their currency. So we don't need to read every word, but just kind of closing official enrollment. This one is a moneymaker, right? Time deadline. Just want you to know we're closing enrollment for a program promptly at noon tomorrow. We've got one VIP day where Chad and you could, whatever their currency is, in February. Would you like it? Or should we just close the file on you for this? All you need to do for now is let me know you're in before noon tomorrow, then we'll handle the rest of the details. Here's a couple downsell things, and we do some downsell stuff sometimes, right? So if you're doing dates, or maybe the program's too expensive, but they still want help, you can do a downsell, right? This one's a little bit longer tap than I would like, but if I was doing this in a PM, I'd probably make it shorter. But, hi, Rob. I make most of my money doing this stuff and teach because I love it. I just do them when I feel like it. I usually do 3 or 4 a year. I got an idea, right? If you want to roll in now, I've got the online version you can get started with right away. Then you come out to my house anytime in the next year. I'll likely have the next workshop in July. It's a bit sticky out here then, but we've got AC and a pool. I'm just trying to humanize this, right? If that sounds good, let me know. We can make it happen. Works great. Now you have to modify it for what you guys are doing, but works great for downsells or stuff like that. Here's the request a phone call. Hi, Nigel. I can sense your commitment. It's crazy over here. We've got over 100 people with interest and only 10 openings. People need leads more than ever before. This was his currency. He wanted more leads. Your request to get on the phone is perfectly reasonable. At this point, we're filling the 10 spots with people ready to reserve their funnel without a phone call. And if there are any openings left, we'll swing back around for any phone calls. As we mentioned in the details, this will be an intensive interview process in person before the work is started on the funnels. Okay. Because we were selling funnels at this particular one. Multiple check-ins during the process and 90 days of support after your funnel is delivered, is delivering leads for you. Love to help you keep that number 1 spot, but this was his currency here. You want to keep his number 1 spot, but I understand if this doesn't suit your needs, it means you're out for us driving leads for your business. If you'd kindly let us know what you decide so we can get the ball rolling and close the file for you. So that's pretty long, but it's pretty effective. That's the last one there. Kind of the thing with your follow-up sometimes is, and we talked a little bit about this yesterday, if you're feeling something, say it. But say it in a nice way and take the onus for it, right? So like sometimes if you feel like a conversation's going a little bit sideways, right? Say, hey, Lawton, I don't want you to be mad at me, right? Please don't be mad at me. I hope I'm not offending you, right? People know, oh no, you're not offending me. People, like, I don't want to offend you, or I hope you're not mad at me, right? But right now, we're just rolling in people without a phone call. You know, I understand that's not going to work for you. We haven't given you enough details, right? What would you like to do? So my standard thing, and we talked about this yesterday, but I want to reiterate it. My standard template for a lot of things, if you don't know what to do, is I understand, right? That's perfectly acceptable. Or you're saying, I see your point of view. And I'll even say that somebody will say something. I'll say, Rebecca, you got a point, right? Rebecca, you got a point. Who doesn't like to hear that they're right? You're right, right? You're right. And then I'll say at the same time, or on the other hand, I'll tell my position, right? And then I'll usually follow up with what would you like to do, or how would you like to proceed, right? But with kind of an open-ended question where I give them the choice of where they want to put the ball next. That's my standard template for that.
Hey, Travis, could you donate anyway? That'd be great.
What was that?
You know, could you go ahead and donate anyway, Travis? That'd be great. No.
There you go.
You just act like you don't hear their objection.
Yeah. You know, it's like, I call this my nice guy negotiating, right? I just keep smiling and telling my boundaries. You know, when you drive down the freeway, the big brick or the big concrete border doesn't care how close you get to it. You don't mind, right? It just sits there. It doesn't care, right? But
yeah, it's like that never split the difference. Like, how am I supposed to do that? You know, like the guy, it almost just like, it was immovable. It was like, well, this is what I'm willing to pay, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, there's almost always somewhere other place for collaboration, right? Where you guys can collaborate on stuff. But what's amazing about this process is it gets the truth on the table. People will put the truth on the table, right? And that's what you're after in the tapping. So,
is the email from line always the guru name?
Good question. What we've been doing with clients and even for my stuff is we've been setting up different Gmail accounts. We're just finding it works better and easier. It's better if you just have them reply back to the email that they're already on, but that creates some drama sometimes when people have other customer service stuff coming in, and other stuff. So what we've been doing is just setting up new Gmails, and then we'll call it like, JoeVIP@gmail.com or Joe RSVP, right? Or something that makes them feel special. Joe Lavery Super VIP @gmail.com, right? And we find that's working about the best, and it's the easiest thing to set up, right? You can literally be set up in a few minutes.
Yeah, but what's the from line? That's the email address, but what's the from line? Does it say from? Does it also says Joe's VIP in the from line too?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, and I would recommend, like, if you're if you have a tapper doing it for you, Joe, you want to put your picture in the profile and all that kind of good stuff, you know, because if they can see your picture there, that adds to the personal thing, right? Of course, as soon as your tapper reaches out, they're going to say, hey, this is Travis. I'm giving, Joe's super busy today. I'm giving him a hand today. I know you're hoping to see Joe. Hope you won't mind. It's me, right? And most people are like, no, that's totally cool. Happy to see you, you know? So it works really, really well that way.
Awesome.
That's actually a good segue. I wanted to talk to you a little bit about the tech stuff. I've got a video that Casey did that walks through the tech stuff, but the tech's not really hard for keeping this straightened out in the Gmail box. They have tags. I don't know if everybody's familiar with tags, but what we do is a general overview. Is when a response comes in, we respond and tag, respond and tag, respond and tag. So it comes in. If we drop them a T2, we tag it T2, right? And then if they respond back and we send them out a T3, then we tag it T3, right? And And then those go in the respective folders. And then if they say I'm in, we tag it I'm in. Once they pay, we tag it paid, right? And it keeps it all nice and separated out in different folders. Now we do a lot of follow-up. So we have like T3 follow-up 1, T3 follow-up 2. So it can be a little bit long, but it just takes some getting used to, right? But it works pretty well to keeping everything sorted out, everything organized. You can just hit your folder and you can see what's in there, right? You can see where
you had folders for like the follow-ups too.
Yep.
So they're all separate.
Yeah, like so we'll have like T2 follow-up, you know, for following up the T2, they haven't responded back, right? So they kind of move through the gate, right? So if they haven't responded back to the T2, we might do a T2 follow-up, right? We may not if we've filled everything up, right? But usually we'll end up following up with like, you know, I'm ins, right? We might have an I'm in follow-up if they said I'm in, but they haven't paid, right? Something like that. Does that make sense? I've got a video where Casey walks you through everything. I'll post in the group for you. It makes a little bit more sense when you actually see it. But if I can do the tech side, it's really not that hard. And then we use canned response. I think I explained this yesterday. You go into settings and go into lab. There's a box you can check that says Google Lab or canned responses in labs. And then you have the ability to save all your responses, your T1s, T2s, T3s. And it makes it a lot easier.
Travis, quick question about how you kind of talk about technology and how it's so simple. Like, is that like actually you think would help sales? Like, I'm obviously very technical, but
yeah,
you think if I pretended I was like, you know, like Kern used to do that back in the day, like, oh, I can't do, you know, like he plays it off. Like he's a pretty technical guy. And you know, I don't know if it's part of your stick. I believe you're not very technical. It's fine. But
yeah.
Like, you think that like toning that down and make it seem like you're a regular person that if I can do it, you can do it. Would that actually help with sales, or is it?
That's not really why I do it. Mostly it's true. Like now, I can figure anything out. So I'm a master at figuring out problems. I mean, that's one of my skills. I'm a good problem solver. So I will figure something out. So there's times when I figured out technical stuff just by digging and digging. I do have a little bit of a technical background. I was an electronics technician, right? But when it comes, it would probably be more accurate to say my design level skills are totally shit, right? You can see that by how I
Travis' school of drawing, you know?
Yeah, exactly, right? Stick figures, right? Stick figure Sego. But I do try to keep things pretty simple, mostly because my feeling is if your message won't work in a simple format, adding more stuff to it's probably only going to dilute it, right?
Right.
Now, I'm not saying like there's probably a lot, like you'd probably come in and look at some of our stuff and say, if you did that and did this and carbon copied stuff. And,
I'm trying to shut that part of my brain off because I just want to follow what works. You know?
But what I would do is I would just get it working, right? And then add your stuff to it, right? I think and I don't think you're doing this, but I think what a lot of people do is they try to say, well, if I put this fancy webinar together, right? And I call it the Franken funnel, right? They like put all these things together, but there's no life to it because like the offer is never going to work to begin with. So they spend 3 months or 3 years trying to put a funnel together that never had a chance in hell of working.
Yeah, the lipstick on a pig, you know?
Yeah, exactly, right? So now it does appeal to people like, yeah, I just want to sell stuff because most people aren't that technical, or even if they are technical, they don't consider themselves to be technical. But you are, right? So I would just, you know, you could say I'm a technical person. I make technical stuff easy, right? Right. So I wouldn't be somebody that you're not, right? Yeah, I don't know that it really, there's going to be people that and I'll tell, I try to repel those people like, hey, yeah, I want to have like a 60-part email autoresponder with this and that and this and that and this and that. I'm like, dude,
Can't help you.
Yeah. I'm like, that sounds really complicated to me. Like, are you open for something simpler, or is that like what you really want? Either way is totally cool. I'm like, no, that's what I really want. Cool. Yeah, I can't help you. Or are you open for something simpler? And they're like, yeah. Right. But I'm just like, yeah, I can't do all that. You know,
it's like when I met somebody the other day, they're playing guitar for the first time at Guitar Center, and they're like, do you play guitar? I'm like, yeah, I play guitar. And they're like, well, is it really hard to learn? And I'm like, well, can you drive a car? And they're like, yeah. I'm like, okay, if you can drive a car, you can learn to play guitar. Mm-hmm. And they sort of get it, right? It like becomes more possible for them.
Yeah.
Cause I'm legally blind. I legally cannot drive a car. So I'm like, what's the hardest thing for me to do? Probably drive a car. So I'm like, can you drive a car? And they're like, yeah. I'm like, all right, this is easier than that.
Yeah.
And so, but yeah, you trying to figure out, you know, like with my clients, I'm like, can you use Microsoft Word? They're like, yes. I'm like, all right, I can help you, you know? So, the simpler you make it usually, you know, the better. And the more, cause like, you know, it's a common truth. Nobody likes, usually 99% of us don't like overcomplication, you know?
Yeah. I think it's just like, I don't want to like go ad nauseum into be yourself, right? Cause you probably heard all that, but I think there's so many invisible rules, that don't work for people. And we're all different and unique, right? So, and maybe it's just because I'm 50 now, and I have more, experience, just being comfortable in my own skin. I don't know, but like, I feel sorry for people sometimes because you got Gary Vaynerchuk out there saying, you know, you're a loser. Like he literally did a video, on Christmas Day or Christmas Eve at the office. And he basically said, if you're at home on Christmas Eve, you're a loser. And so you got guys like that out there. Then you've got guys like, and I feel like I'm beating up on, I'm just saying the messaging out there. So you got to grind. You can never take a break. Right. And then they get on that and they get the Tim Ferriss of the 4-hour work week. And he's saying, hey, if you're working more than 4 hours a week, you're just not being smart about it. You're being stupid. Right. And you're like, some bitch, like, what do I do? Right. And my thing is like, how much do you want to work? And
exactly. Yeah. How much money do you want to make? You know, or
I say, how much do you want to work? And then figure out how to make that amount of money because like,
exactly.
Money don't give a shit about time.
50-person company,
right?
You know, no. Okay. You know.
Yeah. But how much do you want to work? Right. I remember like TV. I used to like, Jeannie would tell people I watch TV. I'm like, shh, don't tell people I watch the TV. Like, I'll never be successful, you know? But now I use that as a joke. Like I nothing better than I like to be reading a book and watching some Breaking Bad or some old Sons of Anarchy, or tapping in deals like while I'm watching TV, right? I know I'll never be successful, but like the idea that you're never going to be successful if you watch TV, like where is that written? Like, and people point to studies and all that kind of stuff, but like just being yourself, right? I'm just maybe because I'm 50. It's just like I'm comfortable in my own skin now, pretty much, you know? So, yeah.
Travis, I wanted to ask you, and let me know if I'm derailing this. You know, I mean, the last 6 months or so has really opened my eyes to the fact that the power of the offer, right? You know, I mean, I've probably seen more offers than, you know, and more pitches than anyone else alive. I mean, I've reviewed so many people in all these group settings. Can you come review my stuff, right? And 99% of what I see is the same, right? It's depending on market, it's the same. And so, you know, cause we talked about the thing I did with Jason, right? Where we just couldn't crack it and the offer wasn't really there. And it was like, you know, get clients and use Facebook to get clients. Yeah. And, you know, we dialed in the pain, but there wasn't a mechanism that took that pain away. Right.
Yeah.
Like the more that I looked at it, I was like, well, this is just the same stuff we've been sending. And you can dial up the pain as much as you want, but if it's not resonating, you're just sort of, again, beating a dead horse. And so
they got to see what's missing. They have to see, understand there's pain, and I've had the pain. I haven't been able to solve it, but there's got to be a clear what's missing. And that's always the offer, right? And that's what they have to be convinced of or see. They don't have to be convinced of it. They have to see that, oh my God, there's something missing, right? If I only had this, right? But you're exactly right about the offer. Like, I'll butcher this, but like I have a post in my first video in the $1 Million Offer Group, how idiots get rich, right? The guy that has the mini monopoly offer, right, is going to have to do less execution. Now, I'm a big fan of execution. Don't get me wrong. But if you're not good at offers, you better be really effing good at execution, right? Most people aren't that good at execution and leadership and all that kind of stuff. So if not, you better have a very mini monopolistic type of offer, right? Or a toll gate position on something, right? And that's how idiots get rich, is you have that offer, right?
Because I was thinking about it, and because you look at one Rainmaker that we did that did really, really well, and we had to shut it down, right?
You have the right offer, you can't do any wrong.
Because it's almost like they wanted. It wasn't just the offer; it was like the second, third, fourth, fifth helping, right? Like we're like, here's how to do X, Y, Z with cryptocurrency, and they just kept buying, right? It was almost like. We couldn't do, you're right. We couldn't do any wrong. I mean, we sent 7 emails and we made $200,000 and we had to like stop it, Yeah. And so we kind of cheated a little bit because there wasn't like it was just more of the same thing. It wasn't like we were taking away a ton of pain, but I think trying to find that thing of what is the offer, like with mine, like the more I think about it, it's time. It's saving these people mountains and mountains and mountains of time and frustration.
I'm going to add to this, and hopefully everybody's seeing the relevance of this, because this is a game changer.
Like the more I talk to people like Agora, I got off the phone with Agora yesterday, right? And I'm not Agora; they're doing $1 billion, but we had this conversation, and I was like, look, it's the way you position what you have.
Absolutely.
It's like. Because they're selling the same stuff. It's buy stocks, right? It's a stock product. But the way that they're positioning it is the missing key, right? The Social Security, Canadian Social Security,
Well, here's a really good example is you have to understand what your real offer is, too. Sometimes what we're really selling is not what we think we're really selling. And you have to understand what the real offer is. Like, so, he posted it, so I'm not sharing anything I shouldn't share, but Harlan, has a big keto group, right? And he did a T3 to his keto group. Basically, would you like to become a keto coach? Right? Mm-hmm. And so like he was bamboozled with T1, like with T2s and everything. And he actually couldn't follow up with them as much as he wanted to, because he had he had a family member that was in the hospital. But he did 19 sales, like the first four T3s out, he had IMINs off the first 4, right? And he ended up putting 19 people in. But this wasn't so much about keto or what he said in his T3. This is going out to people. This was an identity offer. And that's why one of the reasons why like coaching is so big right now is they want to have a different identity. There's a pain in being where they're at, and they want a new identity. They're trying to get to a new identity, right? Keto coach. Oh my God, I love keto. I coach people. That would be amazing, but it's something that they can call themselves, right? That's why the certifications and all the coaching things are big, big business, because nobody feels like they're quite there yet, right? Their identity is never quite there yet, right?
Only I have this piece of paper on my wall,
Yeah. Understanding what you're really, really selling, sometimes I call it dark mojo. And I'm loath to bring this up when there's women in the room. But Rebecca, hopefully you will forgive me. This is not representative of every woman. But in the relationship space, when you poll women about what they want and what they don't want in programs, every single one of them will say, I don't want anything manipulative, right? Or manipulative. I don't, I want him to do what he wants to do. I don't want to control him or something like that, right? And please, I'm not saying every woman wants to control a man, but what I'm telling you is women that buy info products about getting along with their husband or their boyfriend, regardless of what they say, in the privacy of their own iPhone or the privacy of their own laptop, what they mash down the add the cart button on, what they mash down the buy button on, and what they can't stop buying is tell me the words to say that'll make him just fall to his knees. Tell me how I can,
or get into change,
Yeah. How can I get him to do what I want him to do? Right. Every VSL that failed. Now there was big companies that I know one company in particular put $40,000 into a VSL. It was very productively done. It was an amazing, it was a high profile celebrity person. And it failed. It failed big time from a sales perspective because the messaging in it was you have to change yourself in order to make your relationship work. Now, I'm not saying that's not true, right? And I'm not saying there's not a market for that, but they put it in front of the wrong market. And the joke that we kind of make, there's a guy in India who English is his second language. And he puts these VSLs together. The first VSL he ever put together, it literally sounded like a robot.
I love it.
Was reading it. It's
that's the secret,
It sounded like a robot was reading it. But his ability to give them exactly what they were looking for was unparalleled and crushes it. He did millions. Every VSL he would do would just absolutely crush it.
Love it.
Because he was spot on. He knew exactly what they wanted, regardless of what they say they want. So I call this the 3 beer, the three wine rule, right? You put 3 beers in them or 3 glasses of wine. And what is it they would say they really, really wanted? Now, I'm not saying to I'm not saying to put all your marketing like that, but you have to be aware of the inner desire of what's going on. So I'm going to be fully transparent. I label everything mojo, right? I think it's a very cool word. I like mojo, but there's a deeply psychological reason why I did mojo. Most of the people, when they come to me, I would say probably 25% come to me when their business is doing awesome and they want to do more awesome. Most of the time they come to me because they've had an awesome business and the sales numbers have been going up, and then it starts to go like this, or maybe starts to head down a little bit. And they try to do a bunch of stuff, and it seems like no matter what they do, they can't get the numbers to turn up, right? And they'll say, I feel like I've lost my mojo, right? That's why I've got it.
It's that Mojo magazine.
Yeah, there you go. And it has very, very little to do with them, actually, right? It has to do with their offers, right? They're perfectly fine. Idiots can, but their offers are, aren't dialed in, or they don't have a good strategy for ongoing income, right? something's going on there, right? But that's why everything is mine is Mojo, right? Because I understand like they want more control. They feel like they're out of control, and they want to get their mojo back. So hopefully this is really helpful for you guys. Sometimes we go really deep, and I don't.
Yeah, it's that starving crowd. You know, it's like that old Halbert had a give me, I'll give you everything that you want. You know, in your restaurant, we have 2 restaurants. You give me everything. I'll give you the location. I'll give you the best prices. I'll give you everything. And all I want is a starving crowd. You know. Yeah. You'll win every time.
Yeah, if you're selling VIP days and you know you have a fairly big name you want to get close to, you got to understand part of what you're selling is they want a VIP experience, right? That's why like when you see the VIP example that we have, like, hey, when you come down, they're going to be somebody waiting there with a sign. Well, we're going to put you in the limo. You're going to have a glass of champagne, right? You're giving them the VIP experience, right? So again, like making a better offer will sure save you a shit ton of words, right? Like that, the limos don't cost that much, right? You know, if you can make that offer and give them what they want, right? It's going to be pretty powerful.
Do you have a formula for finding out the dark mojo? You know, the deeper kind of things?
Yeah, I already told it to you. You get your prospect and you say, hey, you want to go to a bar? You want to come over for some drinks? Right? I'm being a little bit facetious, right?
Free beer rule.
But what you do is you look for, you go to places where people are having conversations and you look where they're getting pissed off and mad, right? Where their emotions, are getting out of control. Like look how mad we get at Facebook when Facebook doesn't do something we like as marketers. How could they raise the price? How could they ban my account? Right? What's the real impetus in that? Is it we really hate Facebook?
No, it's just you don't have control.
Yes, you don't feel like you have control. This is the same thing in relationships, right? If you leave the cap off the toothpaste and like you see your wife with a garrote ready to like give you a Colombian necktie, it's probably not about the toothpaste cap, right? There's something deeper going on there, right?
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Yeah. So look at what gets people emotional, right? And what's the impetus behind those emotions, right? And so it's interesting to me, like when I see people like, you know, those controversial threads, I usually don't get involved in those, right? But I sure like look at them and I'm looking like, what's really going on? What's the underlying thing? What's happening in those that's got them, you know, getting so emotional, right? That's almost as good as giving them 3 beers, right?
Yeah.
Well, most of that is like loss of control. Like all the political stuff that's happening right now, like the shifts and things like that, is loss of identity or loss of control, you know? Like things don't look the same, or my neighbors don't look the same as me, or whatever around the world. Loss of control, loss of identity, right?
Yeah. And I'm only half kidding about the wine and beer. Like I love, if you want to learn about your market, have a live event. Even if it's 2 or 3 people, invite them to dinner, give them a couple beers, you'll find out what they really think. And it's like my favorite part of the dinners, not only because like one of my favorite things is like my favorite holiday is Thanksgiving, but I love having good conversation, right? That's all people say, like, what do you guys do in your spare time? Well, we sit out, I call it the perch. We live up on a hill and we look at the lake and we sit there and just talk. Like we just talk for, you know, an hour or 2 hours. Like I just like to talk if you guys haven't figured that out. But get them a few beers, right? And ask them some questions and you start learning like, and the truth gets put on the table, right? You learn a lot of stuff.
Yeah, good stuff.
Cool. Anything Tapper related? I'm cool to like hang out. I love having these conversations, but I don't want to hang somebody up that needs to go if there's anything that's Tapper related on this. If you came late, we'll be getting back together again Monday, 3 p.m. Your homework is to you know, and don't feel shame or something if you haven't done it, but get it done. You should have your T1s and T2s pretty close to be rocking and rolling, I'd like you to write your T3, at least have the bare bones, so you're not so nervous when you hit that T1. Hit send on that T1, so you don't, and you can do it where you're like forcing yourself to play catch up. But if you're feeling really uncomfortable about it, post your T1 in the group, and Casey will take a look at it for you, or I'll take a look at it for you. But my big goal for you is to either hit send on your T1 Sunday night is a good time, like from a timing perspective, is a good time to do it. Or Monday morning, right? Because we're going to get back together again at Monday, 3 p.m. Central. So you'll never learn more about this. Even you can't learn to ride a bike in a seminar, right? The Sandler book, and the same thing here. We're gonna have, it's gonna be a dance, right? Some of you guys will send out T1s and nothing will happen. Some of you guys will send out T1s and you get tons of responses. Either response is fine. It's just what you do with the response. And I want to be here to help you, guide you guys through that, kind of be your dad, kind of making sure that the bike don't fall over on you, right? as you're learning the balance with it. So, that's my goal. And then we'll come back after Monday as needed, as much as you guys need. So, here's my little, extra motivator for you guys. When you hit send on your T1, post in the group, I sent my T1. If you want to post it, that's awesome. When you hit send on your T1, I will have Annette send you, my course called Passive Cash Flow Mojo. It's a 6K course. I haven't sold it, for a while. Is a lot of repeat stuff, but it's all geared to selling continuity. But I'll give that to you, as an extra.
That used to be called Blue Collar or something?
Yeah, I started out as Blue Collar and I kind of expanded it. Man, you watching it.
Use Google. I've been stalking you on Google for 2 years trying to learn from you before I paid you. I got a question, Travis. As far as tapping, what's the deal with the Facebook group? Is that necessary? Like, you're not just doing a T1 and then selling people through Messenger. Like, you created this group and it's kind of been like a month-long or 2-month-long process, it seems like. And so there's a lot more that goes into it. Is that becoming more necessary as there's more offers and competition, or
no?
What's your view on that? Do we need to worry about that now, or is it just?
No, I'm an innovator at heart. So I'm just like innovating my T3 in different areas, right? I did it on my personal profile. I'm trying to move away from doing it on my personal profile for various reasons. One, it just makes me, I am myself, my personal profile. You come over to my house, we're going to talk business or personal development. TV program, right? That's just who I am. I have a hard time having regular conversations, but, I wanted to have a place where I could have the more sales kind of stuff in a group, right? And post those kind of things. I do think Facebook groups make a fantastic, sales mechanism because there's group and there's social. So you can see people responding and people can come in there. It's worked out as an amazing, if you want to say, sales funnel, for me. I've done some other groups like Backend Agency Mojo group, put 300 people in there and did multiple 6 figures, when it was all said and done, from that. But put 8 people, sold 10, put 8 people in a room down in Little Rock for $8K a piece, all from a little 300 person group, and then they up leveled. Then I sold 20, actually the first, Tapper, it wasn't called Tapper then, but the first 20 came from that, right? All from a little 300 person Facebook group. So I'm doing a lot to innovate my T3 social, right? Because that's who I am. I'm a tinkerer. I'm an innovator. I like to simplify. I'm a simplifier. So that's a lot of the reason. From a monetary perspective, and I'm just laying it all out here for you, my main goal monetarily, wise with it is to, bring 2 or 3 people out to an intensive, a live intensive out to Arkansas when I feel like it, maybe every other month. And so it's kind of my little incubator for that. When I feel like, getting together and helping people with their offers. I just make an offer there. It's $10K a piece when they come out. I find that one person intensive, they get too much of me. Let's put it that way. If I have 2 people out, then there's a little bit more of a dynamic, and I think 3-man intensives are pretty good. Like we're just working on offers, and so everybody can get
1 day or 2 days or 3 days with you?
2 days. Yeah, 2 days is like I found to be ideal for me. I'm not saying that's the ideal, but that's ideal for me, right? So I make it work in those 2 days.
I like that. It's like doing a VIP day, but getting a little more leverage.
Yeah. And then I have to go back and look at my numbers, but I'd say way over 50% of the people that come out to those level up into the Mojo, or they become an agency client. So that's part of the things I'm doing now is like, I think before I take on an agency client, they're going to have to come out and do an offer intensive, right? And so I'm actually getting paid to do the offer, which usually we do that over Zoom or Skype or something, right? But I'm toying with that idea, right? But from a monetary standpoint, that's my main thing. If I just bring 2 or 3 people out here when I feel like it, maybe sell a group program when I feel like it. But other than that, it's just a way for me to entertain, get out like my ideas and such there. So yeah, I don't think you have to do it. I think it's great. I think like it's a really easy way. It builds organically. I probably disapprove probably more than 50% of the people that request to join.
That's what I was going to say. So like, are you manually adding them, only the ones that reach out to T1s? And then other people that find it, are you just kind of like asking them any questions or just kind of ignoring them?
Yeah. So one of the ways I'm growing is like, I don't do a whole lot of podcasts. So there's some people that I do podcasts with. And so if I'm on a podcast, what I do, it's a really low key way of getting people into your audience, right? Because if you said, come join my list, it's like not so cool. Like it's not bad, but it's not as cool. I have a free gift that I give away to get people on my list, right? But it works really, really good for the Facebook group. So I have a URL, $1,000,000offermojo.com that just redirects to the group. So I tell them you can just search it or come in there. So I've had podcasts where I've added 100 or 200 people. And I think we're still under 1,000 people right now. So it's not about size for me. But yeah, so that's kind of what I'm doing to build it. But yeah, I would say I probably add about 5. I get 5 requests a day, probably, maybe add 1 or 2 people a day. So I kick most of them out. Not because they're bad people or anything, but I'm really trying to keep higher level.
They sound like bad people.
More experienced people. Yeah. If you're in there, what do we do?
I am in there. I don't know how. Should have scrubbed that, Travis.
I know, right?
Who's this guy?
What insight I had from what you said, I think on the first call, Travis, was how like you kind of built up this demand. Everyone knows your price points are $6K plus or whatever. And then it's kind of building up all this demand so that if you come out with a $2,000 offer, it'd probably sell like crazy. Do you see anything where like, if you could have like 2 or 3 offers that you want to do in the next 6 months to a year, like starting with like the most ridiculously expensive one, and then with the whole purpose, put people through it, and then maybe you only make a very few number of sales, but you're really building up that demand that you have high ticket prices, and then the next offer, they're going to be more interested because it's going to be affordable. Or is that like not even?
Well, like I really love my agency because I don't have to deliver it all, right? So I can go in and do what I'm best at, which is sell it and, get 30 to 50%, but they do the delivery, right? So there's scalability for me. So pretty much I just teach I love doing this, right? I don't know if you guys can tell that or not, but, I love doing this. I couldn't do it all the time. But I love doing this. This is kind of like my reward for having my, agency go well. But if I'm more into innovating like new stuff, right? And, so I'm like, man, like my movers and shakers really don't want a 6-week or 8-week course, right? Like, damn, that's like, right. So, like, what if we just compressed it into some Zoom sessions, right? And like all of a sudden, like my Joe Lavery's and my Joey Pershas and my Lawton Childs and my John Street start showing up to these because they're like, well, holy shit, like, yeah, we don't want to like tie our time up for 8 weeks, right? It's like about that offer thing, right? Same thing with my VIP intensives. Yes, it's kind of a pain in the ass to fly out, but it really appeals to your people that have more money than time, right? Because they're like, yeah. And part of the issue is like, if I don't come out there and block off the time, I'll just never get it done, right? I also like virtual VIP days. So I've done virtual VIP days for 15 grand. And I always tell them I'm lazy, so my day is not 8 hours. Like, we'll do, 2 hours before lunch and 3 hours after lunch. And then if you guys need some follow on, like, I'm happy to work that time in there, right? So there might be some follow on, reach out or something in there, right? But those really appeal to your movers and shakers, right? Because they're, again, like we want to, like, we're so used to sometimes, I feel like I'm talking for all of you, but, I see people that are so used to trying to sell the money aspect or, and leaving the time out, right? But when you construct your offer so it takes less time, or more concentrated time, even if it's not less, like we probably spend the same amount of time here as we would in a 6-week to 8-week course, right? But it's compressed, right? So I'm all about innovating. So if you see me coming out with something, it's probably more about the fun of me innovating something, than, it is about like just trying to put another profit stream in my business, I guess.
So that compressing time thing really goes into removing people's present pain rather than selling the dream. Yeah,
absolutely. I could talk about this for a long time, Jimmy, but I like if you're selling zeros and ones and hope, I think there's a place for that, right? But just don't confuse what you're really, really selling, and don't try to make one thing something that it's not, right? If you're selling hope, right? You're selling hope dope. There's a place for that, right? But don't package it up as like a transformation and charge transformation prices for it, right? So that's why I keep my groups really, really small. Like I don't want to I feel like I'm bragging or something, but I could probably put 40 people in this, but that loses its, appeal for me, right? It loses its appeal for me. And I want to know what you guys' offers are. I want to know how you guys are doing and what you've done and who's struggling and all those kind of things. So.
Travis, did that T3 I sent you make sense? I'm sort of putting it all together at one time.
Yeah, once you explain the 5P.
Yeah, I didn't even. I was like, "What are you talking about? Why does it make sense?" I'm not smart. So. No, yeah, you were like, "I don't get it." I'm like, "Oh, what did I do?" Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, I haven't had time to really think about how to, how to conceptualize it. Other than the fact that, listen, this framework works. It's worked with my stuff, Frank's stuff, John's stuff. Yeah. Here's the numbers, 5 pages. It's like, oh, everyone can understand 5 pages,
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think it is. It's a simplifier offer, right? Simplifier time saver offer is what it is. You get the same thing done simpler, faster, or more, right? If it works better, simpler, faster. 5P. It's like, okay, we can point a finger to 5 pages, right?
Yeah, you can count on it. It's like
you can count on that. You can count that on one hand.
Count. Yeah, you only need one hand to succeed at this funnel.
So I like it. I never, there's times when my little offer sonar pings, right? But for me, the most exciting part is to do my best, but put it out there and see what happens. That's exciting to me. Whether, don't get me wrong, like I love it when I win, but I also love it when I have to roll up my sleeves and like get in there, right? And like see where am I missing the mark, right?
Yeah, we had about 35 responses, and then like I took 5 or 6 of them today through the whole process, and a lot of them were like, you know, sort of at that, they're like, well, I don't have the resource, I don't have the, you know, the materials to do it, right? You know, which is fine, but it's like, you know, once you send it out, you could see people responding, you know.
Yeah.
Like 35, 36 people.
That's awesome, dude. Yeah.
Has von deiner Frequenz gerade.
Okay, Chris. All right, man.
No, sorry, I was talking to my wife in Portuguese.
Oh, okay. I thought you said you had to go.
So that was cool because I knew kind of I hit a nerve there, you know.
Yeah.
And then it's just about getting the right audience, you know, and
it's human, so I want to be careful how I say this. Doesn't feel like I'm beating up on people because it probably happened to people, but people, we just put too much seriousness. Like committed is great. Too much seriousness, like I call it white knuckle writing. Right, and then we like hold our finger over the send button, right? And it's like, right? Like, are they going to like it? Are they going to buy? You know,
I don't have that problem. Yeah. Mine is more like, okay, I want to get it out and, you know,
I would much rather like, you know, even the only rule is you don't want to make people feel bad. Like, you know, and if you kind of follow Email Mojo, you'll never make people feel bad it would be a complete mistake if you make people feel bad, right?
Oh yeah. I mean, who wants to buy from someone who makes them feel like I had a call the other day. And so this guy was like, oh, you can't split the payment up for me. I'm like, no, that's not how I do things. He's like, well, I'd be doing you a big opportunity because I would give you a cut of every sale that you made. I'm like, I'm sorry. That's not how we do things.
Yeah.
And he kept going on. And I'm like, all right, good to talk to you. You know, I'm like, why would you make someone, you know, it's like, why would you make someone feel like an idiot to do business with you?
Yeah. That's really the only rule. Like if you, and part of the rule I have for my copywriters is like every email must have some form of braingasm in there or some kind of a little, even if it's tiny, a little bit of aha, right? That's the thing, right? And so when I say a bad email, sent has more of a chance of making money than the world's greatest email that never gets sent, right? But it's kind of like loosen it up. It's a dance. There's usually not a turn that it's going to F you forever, right? And it's kind of like, hey, if this T1 doesn't get the hand raisers, I'll send another T1, right? It's like, the people are like, oh, I sent this T1, I'm done now, right? It's like, or, like getting over sending the same email twice, right? Like one of my things is like on Saturdays, like when we're running a Rainmaker campaign, we take the best email of the week and we resend it on Saturday. And usually like the subject line might be like, did you see this? Right. And we'll say, we'll say, hey, I know how busy you've been. I thought if I drop this to you on Saturday, you might have a chance to read it. Right. And we'll do almost the same amount of sales on that email as we did the first time that we sent it. But people get like, part of it's just like over focus on ourselves. So like most of the time they don't even know you sent them an email. Like they're not,
that's the thing. Like people have this fear, some of these people, and they're like, well, I'm only going to send 2 on the last day instead of like, you know, really following up. And I'm like, why? You know, like
I just saw a thread. It was a public thread, so I don't think I'm being mean by saying it, but, Ryan Levesque, I think he sent like 7 emails on, cart closing day, right? Yep. And people were like,
probably doubled his money.
And people were like, oh, I know he's a good dude, so it must have been a mistake. Like somehow if he would have did it on purpose, like he's a bad
Yeah, I'm so upset.
And I'm just like, he's got something that helps people. And he came in and made one comment. He's like, damn it, there was supposed to be 15 that went out. right? But it's like,
and that's that old John Carlton, right? Like selling from your heels, right? Like maybe this will help you, but I don't want to get you upset by sending you another email.
Yeah, and like, who are you screwing over, right?
Yeah,
by having that empty seat or having that empty spot.
Tell them to unsubscribe if they don't like it, you know?
And that's the thing, like but what it comes down to is people are overly focused. They're like, oh, I shouldn't be selling my product.
Yeah,
like, oh, it's terrible if I sell my product.
Yeah.
Like, oh no. Like, and I'm being overly facetious, right?
Right. But yeah, it's like they're way too focused on like, it's like, I don't think this extra day of emailing will burn your list.
It's like, I didn't come up with this example. I think it was Sandler or somebody. He's like, if you're a doctor that can cure cancer and you live in a small town, right? But you're like, oh, I'm not going to go tell people what I do. And people are dying of cancer. Like where's the benevolence in that? Right. So
I wonder how people, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Will.
No, I just was going to say, I wonder how people, when they do big launches, sometimes they prep the list and say, if, you get offended by getting all these emails, then just go ahead and unsubscribe now. And I wonder, like, how many, I've never done that, but I wonder how that works.
I don't do that either. I just think, if they don't want to be on there, I don't want to be like, and I don't like, I never come, I'm not saying it's a good or a bad strategy. It's just not one that I do, but I don't like get on my Facebook profile and say, oh, time for me to weed out my peoples, right? Like, why would you do that? Like, if you're going to weed some people, let's go weed them out.
Yeah, if they're not opening, just get them off the thing, whatever.
Yeah, and even like for a Facebook, do you really want people just to say, oh, yeah, I still want to be on your thing, if they're really like, no, like you really want the people that are active and engaged, and like, it's like, why would you, this is old, like, Sun Tzu, Art of War stuff. Like, if you're strong, like, don't go out there and tell everybody you're strong. If you're weak, don't go out there and tell everybody you're weak, but don't telegraph what you're going to do. Like, just do it. Right? Just do it, is my stance on and take on that anyway. So,
Travis, can I ask, with your you spoke about your mastermind and the movers and shakers kind of thing. What income level roughly are they at? Because I've got one of the guys I worked with. We did 60 grand in the first 5 days of an offer that I put out there for him, and his finances, despite all of that, his finances are just awful. He's always leaking money.
Yeah.
So what kind of income, like kind of bracket would you be aiming at for that kind of fee?
So that's a good question. I never really filter based off of income. I filter based off of assets. And what I mean by that is, like, I look at who can I get, like for my mastermind, the way I set my mastermind fees is like the average result that I get most people in the first 2 months.
Right.
So I opened it up at 10K. That was my guinea pigs that came in at 10K, and then I moved it up to 30K, and then now we're at 50K. I could probably bump it if I went and looked at my numbers. I could probably bump it up a little bit, but I think that's pretty good right there. But what I look for is, do they have a list? Do they have a Facebook group? What is their personality? What is their personality like? Is it going to be a fit for me? Also based off of, most of my people I can almost look at their Facebook profile and tell you if they would be a mojo man or not, or a good fit. And the reason is that they're mostly family men or family women. And they're proud of it. So when I see like online business people that have their wife or their girlfriend or their family in the photo, and the reason that I kind of like working with those guys is they're not interested in like the hottest, latest, and most fatty thing. they must make sure that their business is going to be here in 5 years, 10 years,
right.
Because they have braces to put on, retirements to fund, mortgages to pay. They may have people that already on their payroll that depend on them, right? So what they want is steady principles that work regardless of any economic environment. And, you know, regardless of what happens to the economy, they want to know they're still going to have a business. I notice that, and it's not always true, but I notice it's not always the young guys that, I want to get 1 million followers on the Instagram, or I want to get my podcast down up to 1 million downloads or whatever. Hey, do you teach Instagram? Usually I know right off, like, I don't think you know that stuff, right? And I don't even teach I don't teach building a list part, right? To me, like, the biggest secret to building a list or building an audience is knowing how to monetize a small one. Once you know how to knowing how audience monetization, like, if you know how to do that, you'll never go hungry. Like, you can tap into other people's audiences. They'll happily turn them over to you. That kind of thing. So, as far as income though, I've had guys come in, like, a lot of times, like I said, like, they don't usually come into me when their business is just shooting straight up. We've got guys that make multiple 7 figures, and now we've got, I don't think anybody makes less than 6 figures, but they're kind of all across the board, on what they make, income wise.
Right.
But I would probably say somewhere between 500K to $1 million, is probably the bell curve.
Right.
I've never really even thought about it that much.
Well, I was curious when you said it makes sense with the, what assets have they got?
Yep.
That makes that now I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, it's not coming at it from what level of income are they at?
Yeah.
It's what can I help them pull out quickly?
Yeah. I call it a self-milking cow. I try to be a self-milking cow. And usually the way I structure, like, coming into the mastermind, it's a $6K, payment down, right? And then I hold off. The next payment's not due for 60 days. And that gives us 60 days to generate the cash flow. And like I said, most of the time, if they're moving and shaking and we're laying out the plan, they've already made 50K. So that payment is like easy, right? So I'm looking for people that have the assets. There's lots of assets. Email list, Facebook, reputation. Or I had a guy come out here that, like, was just going through a transition point in his life. And everything was going wrong. And like, Infusionsoft took his list. Like, he was coming off a bad relationship, but he had one skill, and that was he was really, really good salesperson over the phone. But he had a 700 person list. He actually came out here in November. It was not this November, but a few Novembers. I remember it's like, dude, like, can you help me? I'm like, well, I'm not sure. Come out here. I really like the guy. He came out here. He's got a 700 person list. I'm like, what I would do is I would mail your list every day, invite them to a phone call, right? We come up with an offer for them. In December, during the Christmas season, he did 50 grand in sales from that 700 person list. Now 35 was collected, about 15 was on payments, right? So those are the things I just look at. Do they have assets, and how easy is it going to be for us, right? I don't want to save people either. Like, if they come to me, like, I've been struggling for so long, right? I don't think that I'm so miraculous that somehow I'm going to be able to be their savior, right? And we'll have a talk around that. Well, if I get that feeling, right? I also drive analytical people absolutely batshit fucking crazy, because I'm a guy that wants to get the car off of the curb and then steer, right? If somebody needs to know 3 steps, 4 steps, 5 steps down the road, like, that ain't the way we do it. Like, I get it, but like, it's like driving in the fog. There's no way you can possibly know what's going to happen 5 steps down the road. All you can do is be alert, be aware, see what you can see, and you're going to get there, right? The worst thing that you can do when you're driving in the fog is what? I make a big deal of this when I do it in front of people, but I'll usually stand up with my butt out, right? You're going to get rear-ended. If you stop in the fog, like that's the worst thing that you can do, you know? So those are the things. I look for people that aren't super, super over analytical. And if I sense that, I take the onus, because we need super analytical people. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with them, but I drive them crazy. I just drive them crazy. Just send a damn email. We could sit here and looking at it for 3 hours trying to nuke out if it's a good email or not a good email. We'll never know until we get it out there, right? And I'm not saying to send out shit, right? I believe in being committed, but not serious, right? I think sometimes we just take life way too seriously. Committed, but not serious. Like there's very few decisions that we can make that will screw us until the end of time, right? There are a few, right? Like having a few drinks and getting in your car, right? Those could screw you forever. But in the course of a day, most of us are sitting here punching buttons and talking to people. And we're afraid we're going to blow up the world somehow, right? I'm being overly facetious, right? But it's like, oh, if I push this one wrong button, like my business is done, it's over, right? That's kind of like, hey, and you can feel seriousness, right? It kind of contracts you, right? So when you feel that way, it's like, oh, maybe I'm taking shit too seriously, right? It's all going to be okay. My favorite line in Untethered Soul by Michael Singer, he has a line in there that says, you'll never be okay until you're okay with everything. And I got to reread that and reread that and reread that sometimes, but
it's an awesome book, that one.
Yeah. The first time I read it, I didn't get it. I was younger and I was in the military. And I was just like, I'm very, very like, see obstacle, pound through it. That was just the, you know, and so I didn't get it. What's all this stuff? What do you mean? I'll never be okay until I'm okay. Well, I'm not okay with everything. You know, I'm going to change it, right? And it's a tough way to live, right? I smoked 2 packs of cigarettes a day. I had hives on my arms. You know, I got shit done, but it wasn't a very good way to live, right? So anyway, we're really going really, really deep here, but.
Thank you.
But I look for those kind of same things in who I bring in. So.
Hey Travis, do you have a way of doing direct outreach to perfect prospects? If you know, hey, this guy, I talked to him in the past. He didn't respond to a T1 necessarily, but he kind of just hit me up. I heard you're doing cool stuff with webinars, and I know this guy is someone I can help. What's a direct way to just directly contact them without, like, would you basically send a modified version of a T1, just ask them a question, hey, I'm doing this thing. I thought of you. Is this something you might want to explore or something like that?
Yeah, it depends on like what I feel like my relationship is with them already. I've reached out to people and just said, dude, how come we're not working together yet? Right? Just get it right. Now, that's kind of like a different thing. Like, you know, I
can see that working with some of the people I have in my head.
Yeah.
Or open the conversation up.
Yeah. A lot of times I try to figure out, you know, because I do a little bit of study, right? To me, it's like 60% of your audience and then 30% offer, right? But I try to figure out what pain or problem they may be struggling with. So I have lots of ways to do it. But I might say, hey, I notice you're running webinars. I work with a lot of people that are running webinars, and they have huge lists of old registrants and attendees that it may be a mountain of gold. I don't know if that's you, but would it make sense for us to talk, right? And if they say yes, awesome. If they say, you know, or would it make sense for us to do something, right? Whatever you want to lead into it. But again, it's kind of my old standard, like, would it make sense? Would you be open to discussing? And the discussion could be right there, right? Or some kind of reach out. Another one of my favorite reach outs is if I know they have a big list, I might be like, dude, I've totally figured out how to pull big ticket sales out of email lists. Do you know anybody that might have a big email list and an offer? You know, a $2,000 offer? They'd be like, yeah, me. I'm like, well, and that a lot of times that's how it works, right? So I kind of come in at it sideways, right?
Are you being facetious when you say that? Like, you obviously saw them just promote this thing, or they actually believe that you have no clue and you're just playing dumb?
What do you mean?
Like, are you actually pretending like you really don't know they already have this offer and everything? Like, kind of like tongue in cheek, kind of like, do you know anybody? Or is it like?
No, I'm serious. Like I say, hey, I've totally figured out how to pull out big ticket sales without phone people or webinars. If they have a list that's got like 2,000 opens or more, right? I don't know how big their list is, right? Do you know anybody like that, right? So I put my qualifications in there. I'm like, yeah, that's me, right? Or they'll say, yeah, I know somebody. Let me hook you up.
Right. Okay.
Right.
So like, I'm just basically saying like, I would say something similar to that, but I already kind of know. I'm only contacting the people that I already think are going to say yes, because based on what I know about them.
Oh, look, give me an example. Like, give me a little bit more of a background.
I already know someone has a webinar, and I think what they're trying to do. We already had a conversation months ago, and so if I reached out and said, "Hey, you know, I figured out how to do this and get people on a live webinar, and we're getting these results from Facebook. Do you know anyone that might have a need to figure?"
Yeah, so that wouldn't be a good fit there, right? Because you've kind of already had a conversation
right
around it, right? But what did he want to do? Do you remember like what his thing was? What he wanted to do?
The one I'm thinking of is he's getting a webinar done by Jason Fladlin, using Fladlin's style, and he wanted to use my GoToWebinar automation stuff versus trying to do an auto webinar, especially with the changes with Google Chrome lately, where the videos don't autoplay anymore and everything like that. So
yeah, so I might reach out and say, hey, did you ever get that auto webinar going?
Right.
You know,
just check back in.
Yeah. Did you decide you didn't need that auto webinar anymore? Like, and I could like do the thing, right? Because why did they want it, right? Were they generating leads for their salespeople? Or were they generating leads for himself? Or was it just, were they trying to figure out, there's a reason behind why they wanted it, right?
They want to figure out Facebook ads and like make it a money machine basically. And
yeah.
Have that. It's not working with
so you might even lead off there. Did you ever get that auto webinar so you can make your Facebook ads work? Did you ever get that working? No, right? I didn't. Or yeah, I did. Then you just like, no, I didn't. Like, and that would lead you in. It's like, and then you just kind of follow go back to the drawing of the golf course, right? So there's their present pain, right? Or there's their thing. That's a situation.
So how are you? No, I haven't actually, blah, blah, blah. Then I could say, well, you know what? That could be kind of like a T1 mini, like personalized T1 where it's like, I'm actually doing an event where I'm XYZ or I'm got this new thing. It might be perfect for you, but I'm not sure if you want to blah, blah. And then if they say yes to that, then you kind of send them the qualifications to really find out.
Yeah, absolutely. And some of it's just like, who are they? How they feel like I put somebody in the mastermind once. I'm like, who do I want in the mastermind? And it happened to be this guy named Rob, right? And so like, I don't typically just reach out for mastermind stuff, but he'd been through a course. And so I dropped him a little note. I said, hey Rob, how you doing? I got an opening for the mastermind and I figured I could do this one of two ways. One, I could make a post, and reach out to a bunch of people right, that I didn't really know and have a lot of conversations. But you're the guy I'd really, really want to have in there, right? I don't know if it would make sense for you or not, but would you be open to having a discussion about it, right?
Have you ever worked with Eric Graham?
No, I know who he is, but I haven't worked with him.
Well, that's how he signed me up in his mastermind, because he's got a full thing, has 5 spots in his platinum program or whatever. I had an opening, and he basically just hit me up similar to exactly what you said. Say, hey, I've got this one spot. I've been thinking about this for a long time. I really want. I know I can help you, and I'm reserving it for you. If you think it makes sense. Otherwise, I'll just do a post and like you said, and talk to people that way. But
yeah.
And then we got on the phone, and I signed up.
part of it, like, I think it's part of it because I do it so much. Part of it, I don't know why I say what I do sometimes, but like I put somebody in the mastermind. It's like they come through a course and they kind of had got some results, but I was like, I just say what I feel sometimes. I'm like, I really like this person. I don't know what to do with them. And I just told them that. I'm like, dude, like, what am I going to do with you? That's the way I started it out, right? Like, what am I going to do with you? Like, you got this and this, but I don't know where we're going to go from there. Like, well, let's talk about it. You know, we did, right? And, so sometimes just a matter of just saying kind of what's on your mind, right? Sometimes I'll just come out and say like, dude, how come we're not working together? You know?
Well, this all comes back to just opening up the conversation.
Yep.
And obviously that's a bad habit of me. In my head, like I'm so much better now, but like a year ago when I was trying to do all this stuff, like if someone didn't reply to Vic, I would take it personal and I would just be like, they ghosted me, fuck that person, and like totally wrong mindset. You know what I mean? Like I've kind of went to Landmark and I've just realized that whatever happens to them has nothing to do with me or it's just whatever's going on with them. And now I just see it as like, I just need to follow up and just start opening up more conversations, you know?
I think the principle that really helps me, is I see myself as a problem fixer, right? So I'm not coming at them so much with a product as like, I wonder if this guy's got a problem that I can solve or help him solve, right? So I might start it out tongue in cheek, you know, like, hey, why aren't we working together? And then we'll go from there. It's like, you know, maybe I can't help you. Like, here's who I can help. The people that got big lists and, you know, they can't make their Facebook ads work or whatever I think might be the thing. Is that you? Is that something that you're facing? If it's not, then we probably shouldn't. We probably should say separate. And I'll joke around, right? Like, I'm trying to get you to go steady with me.
That's why your Tapper examples have been so helpful. Just reading all of those and be like, that's what I should have said. Oh, I should have said that. I should have said that. Like all of these things that I've done over, you know, the last 2 years. I'm like, I didn't follow up or I just lost confidence in myself. Like, why aren't they saying yes to this? You know, like it must be something wrong with me, you know? And I just, not bad at all. It's just they're busy, like you said, or whatever, but.
Yeah, absolutely.
So.
Yeah.
Travis, kind of along those lines, you said something about this. I think it was on the first call. So in terms of opening up the conversation, like once you've really dialed in on being able to point your finger at the problem or whatever, have you ever used that messaging, not necessarily a T1, although maybe something semi-similar, for kind of mass cold outreach, like via something like cold email?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've got a lot of experience with cold email. I used to help put people in high-ticket service businesses, and we did it as a broker, right? So we would find the expert, and the expert's usually priced too cheap. I would help them specialize and put it together. So we called it the rifle method back before cold emailing got really popular, but we called it the rifle method. But it was all about figuring out the right offer, right? So the example that I always use, because it's so simple to understand, was a girl who wanted to do email newsletters, right? And as a service. And so we're finding her passions and everything. Well, she was really passionate about wine. She happened to live up in Canada, and there's 400 independent wineries in Canada. And so she started trying to reach out, saying, hey, I do newsletters for independent wineries in Canada. And as you might imagine, crickets, right? But we did a little bit, probably about an hour and a half's worth of research on independent wineries, and realized that they have a different business model than the big wine distributors that sell through stores and everything. The way they sell most of their wine is by doing in-person wine tastings. And so that was their big pain point. Like they wanted more people at their wine tastings, right? They could point to that, right? Not very many people at my wine tasting, lots of people to my wine tasting, right? So when we started leading with that, hey, I help independent wineries, and we didn't just say Canada, we said whatever the area was, get more people to their wine tastings. Would it make sense for us to talk, right? We would send 10 emails to cold people at independent wineries, and we'd get 50, 60, 5 or 6 responses back, right? So yes, it does work. And then of course, you gotta, we didn't tap them through the thing, but a guy that does, you guys know who Peter Spapin is? He used to be Andre Chaperone's partner for a little while. He's a very, very quiet, dude, but he just kills it. His whole business is run off cold email. And we were having a talk once, and he's like, Travis, I super know what they want. Not what they want, what they really want, right? And the example he was giving me at the time was interior decorators and interior designers. And apparently there's a website called Houzz, Houzz maybe. I'm just starting to see some commercials from it, but when he was telling me this, I didn't know what the heck. He's all interior designers really care. They don't care about Facebook. They don't care about SEO. All they really want is to figure out how to get more people to their Houzz listing. That's all they want. So he would send them out a cold email, like, hey, we've totally figured out how to get more people to your Houzz listing. Would you be open to talking about it, right? They'd say yes, and he basically T2 them, like, hey, this works best if you got this, this, and this. Would you like all the details, right? And they'd say yes. And then he would send them basically like a T3, which goes to it was like a $200 a month continuity program. And it was kind of like a little bit of a done for you. And he's like, Travis, he's like, I cry if I don't get 30% of the people to convert on that from like cold, right? So again, like I have what I call offer income levers. I don't teach it in this particular course, but I call them offer income levers. And one of the things that you can do, one of the levers, right? Look, if you imagine like an equalizer and you got to try to get the sound just right, to make the most money come out of the machine. But one of them is relevance, or the finger pointing. If you can move that relevance dial way up to the specific finger pointing, like your conversions are a lot easier, right? So yes, we've done had all kinds of failures and successes with cold emailing, right? And then we just dial it in. Like we'll send 20 out. What do we get back? Nothing, like, and then we keep dialing in that pants. Where I learned a lot of this, by the way, is like how getting people respond is through cold emailing.
Did you typically open those with the kind of, we talked about the start with no approach, or just kind of straight with the like, I help XYZ achieve ABC, do you think we should
depends on the situation. Like, we had a service where we were, doing webinars. It was a done for you webinar service. And at the time webinars were so hot, they still are hot, but they were so hot, that we just led with that, right? So we were contacting, big sales training companies, cause they're like, that's very, very high. So you could get a company to do sales training with you, right? And like webinars were so hot, we just led with that, right? But usually my main thing is what's their hot button? And then what do you help them do? And then would you be open to discussing it? Would you be open to discussing it, right? It's kind of like a Weasley, like, would you be open to discussing it, right? But it's an easy thing to respond back to and say, yeah, I'd be open to discussing it. So that was my typical thing, but it was just like, I got a little bit more advanced with it. So I would do things like, I like to get the conversation started, and it makes some people uncomfortable. But like I would find like a slogan or something on somebody's website, and I'm like, man, that's really cool, man. And I was like, I remember I was showing my project manager, like, watch this, right? And I said, that's a really cool slogan. So I sent an email out. I said, hey, that's a really cool, I can't remember what the hell the slogan was. That's a really cool slogan. Did you come up with that yourself? Right? And like that person's going to respond back just if they did, just to say yes, right? Sure enough. Yep. I came up with that myself, right? And I use that as the opening, right? Once you get the ball rolling, part of the thing is just getting the ball rolling, right? So if you can find something that people are proud of or something to comment on where they would seem like an absolute jerk, not to respond back, you can get the ball rolling that way a lot of times, right? But yeah, my big thing is, yeah, you just find that hot button, and would you be open to discussing it?
Nice. Thank you. Yeah. I've had some success with the kind of extreme personalization, as well too.
Yeah.
Cool.
Cool. What else you guys got? You guys are troopers, man. Like, this is amazing. People are probably seeing these and they like see the recording like 3 hours. Oh my God. I need to like
I'm back if I haven't exceeded. The waitlist stuff that you mentioned that we could come back to today.
Yeah.
Waitlist.
Yeah. What was the question on that again?
Like when you're only selling 10 spots, but you have 30 interested people, you put them on a wait list.
Yeah.
Going back to them. When do you reopen it? How does that work?
Yeah. So, there's a couple ways you can do it. Like I just want to be like in super integrity, and I'm sure you do too, right? Because like you make so much more money, like you got to think long term, right? But so if you fill up a class, right, you can do the wait list, right? So you can just say, hey, we filled that up. So I don't have anything open right now. There's a couple things you can do. One is like, would it make sense for me to do something special for you, right? If they say yes, right, then you can say, let's put you in this other thing, right? So this class is filled up, but maybe I can give you the recording of the last training or something like that, or put them on a wait list, right? You can also ask them, like, would you like to go ahead and reserve a spot for the next class that I do? If you're more structured than me and just say, I put them on whenever I feel like it, then you say, I can send you all the information. If you're down, we'll just take a small deposit today, and you'll have the next class locked in, right? So you can make that kind of a thing. Or you can just open up a whole new class. I'd consider doing that with this one, because I had lots of like people that are kind of waiting out. So I'm like, well, should I open up, another one? Like, so we did this one August 6th. I could do another one in September, right? September 6th or something like that. So I could easily just say, hey, we filled this class up. I wanted to be in integrity with you guys. It's more about class size for me, but we can put more people into the next one, right? And kind of roll off of the pin-up demand that we already have. So those are some things I do. But yeah, my favorite thing is just like when I'm sold out, like, and I didn't do it on this one, but when I sell out of something, I'm like, hey, sold out. If you'd like to be put on the alert list for the next one, so I'll do that publicly as well. Like to be put on the alert list for the next one, I'll notify you first when we open, right? So that's always nice when you can start a promo, right? And then you could say, I've already sold 2 or 3 spots, right? Before we even start it, right? So that's one of the ways you could do it.
Awesome.
Awesome. Any other questions you guys got? Everybody clear on the homework? Write those T3s, right? Send out the T1s.
When you're doing the agency, what kind of list size can you typically get, good results for or opens?
Well, it just depends on what you want to do. So, I change it seems like every month I change, what I'm doing, just because I'm trying to get more and more effective and efficient. So when I first started doing them, my requirement was that they had 1,000 opens, and at least a $500 offer, to start with, because I was going to take that $500 offer and probably make it a $2,000 offer. And then we run that out to their prospect list, right? So we'd have a 50K or 100K campaign. But then I'm like, started doing bigger lists, right? With bigger, offers. So I kind of just like stopped working with those people, right? Now, and I'm kind of like fast forwarding a lot. I don't even really want to work with prospect lists anymore. I just want to work with their customer database. Pretty much running T3s. Take their customer database, run T3s, and if they have a direct mail, if it works on their email, then we'll run it out to the direct mail. But I would say if you're, for you, Fraser, like there's all kinds of people out there that have 1,000 open, 2,000 opens on their list. I usually, again, like your biggest mistake in doing this as an agency is not shooting fish in a barrel. There's so many people that, and I particularly look for people that run webinars, right? Because here's what usually happens. They run a webinar for a while, or they ran a webinar and they make a bunch of money from it. And you say, okay, so what have you done? You made $250,000 on this webinar, right? And you ran it in November or whatever. And now it's February, right? Like, have you offered it again? They're like, no. Like, ding, 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 right? Because they've already got the pieces put together, right? So what I'm looking for is somebody that has, or I would look for you, is somebody that has, probably a couple thousand opens.
Yeah.
And I want you to repeat this after me. On your first date, no new offers. No new offers. On your first date with a girl or with a guy, you want to take them to a restaurant where you already know the food is good. You know the staff treats you well and they already know you, right? No new offers. Every time, I won't say every time that I've had a disaster on my hands, it's because I tried to help somebody with a new offer, right? And it's not so much that I couldn't fix it, but most clients are uncomfortable if you send emails and sales aren't just rolling in like crazy. It does not bother me at all because I know I can maneuver, but a lot of clients, like if there's not sales rolling in with every email, they're like, oh my God. So you want to be shooting fish about, you want somebody who has a good reputation. Their offer's already been proven. And they don't want to look over every single email that you send out.
I have a question on that.
Thank you.
What you said, actually two things. One, you said looking for people who are running the webinars already, and then because they haven't done anything with that list after, are you running them through that same sales process, like through a webinar again, or is it just?
Oh no. For my stuff, we don't use webinars. We just use order forms, or we tap them in.
Yeah, because they have all these people sitting there is what you meant, right?
Yeah.
And the other question was, you said you're taking, like, at the beginning you were helping people go from, like, take their $500 offer and turning it into like a $2,000 offer. What type of stuff were you doing to make that $500 into a $2,000 offer where people are like, oh yeah, I need that?
A lot of the stuff that I'm telling you here is like they're positioned wrong, or their positioning's not right, or I reposition them. But I also look for things that they already are doing that's they're not getting paid for. Like a really easy one to understand is like, so I'll ask them, what do you do if one of your customers emails you? Do you respond back? They're like, yes. And I'll say, are you charging them extra for that? No. Great. So let's put in and I'll say, how long do you do that for? And a lot of them say just forever, right? So I'll say, let's give them a 6-month priority email hotline, or whatever kind of hotline they have. And so they'll get a 6-month email priority hotline, right? Mm-hmm. Here's another one we figured out. For a client, it worked gangbusters. We did this in a couple of markets, but 50 and 60-year-old men A lot of what they want is to be able to connect with their family. They've worked all their lives. They don't feel like they've connected with their family, correctly. So, this has worked in a couple markets in the stock investing and real estate investing and land investing. But one of the things the dads want to do is leave a legacy, and they want to teach their kids how to do stock investing. They want to teach their kids how to do real estate investing. So what's worked really, really well for us and didn't cost my clients a dime is it's a stupid name, but we probably should rename it. But we call it the legacy bonus. And what we do is we give them logins for everybody in their immediate family. So no second cousins or anything like that, right? But after you purchase, just tell us who you want to have logins, and we'll give you logins for everybody in your immediate family. They love it, right? But it says like, oh, I'm getting it for my family members too. So, this is kind of the things that we do. It's like we just figure out, and sometimes I'll see holes in what's missing in their offers, and I'll ask them to plug it up. I don't try to make them work hard, right? But we'll plug it up or what have you, right? Or we'll just change their positioning. Like when I did the SEO, but there can't be anything more boring than SEO, or maybe it's not, right? But we repositioned it, made it pretty much for introverted millennials, right? Is the way we positioned it, right? We didn't start off the campaign with anything to do with SEO, right? Because a lot of those people are very, like common everyday millennials, right? But we started out the campaign with the plight that millennials are in right now. They've got $35,000 worth of student loan debt as a typical average, right? They having trouble buying a house or even moving out of the parents' house, right? And so we position that as the answer to millennial challenges, right? Now what's funny is that when you focus on the bullseye, we had all kinds of like, hey, I'm 50 and I would like to get this, right? Which was fine, right? It wasn't like just for millennials, but we just talked to that one market, right? Because we made it more specific and specialized, it had more value to them, right? This is one of the secrets that I think it's one of the best secrets, for price elasticity. I very often say it's not changing what you do, it's changing who you do it for. And repositioning to that, finding a more hair on fire, a bigger problem, and solving it for that group of people. So a lot of times most offer owners try to sell to everybody. Like, how can we make this appeal to everybody, right? And in trying to make it appeal to everybody, they have to lower the price because it's less appealing. When you specialize it, just like again that the golfer with the left elbow, right? That guy said, "Yeah, I have a procedure that fixes that. It's expensive though, but how much time do you spend out on the golf course?" "Oh, I spend a lot of time, you know." He's probably gonna get a lot. I don't know what an elbow doctor is called, but you know, he's probably gonna make a lot more money on that than the average general practitioner, right? So a lot of it's just about who is this really for, and how can we tailor it to them, and then we add the value onto that. So there's lots of different ways that sometimes they're way underpriced. Like it's their own thing getting in the way. I'm like, dude, there's companies out there that are doing 3x, 4x this, and they're not giving a half of what you're giving them, right? Or solving the problem. It's usually not about giving, it's about the problem that they're solving, right? And so some of it's about helping them move past their own price resistance, which is not always easy. But I don't get on a first date. I'll tell them look, here's my plan for you. We're going to put this to a $3,000 price, right? If they're at $500, put it to a $3,000 price. Do you have any issues with that, right? And we have a discussion around it, right? So some people have trouble with that, right? And it's okay if you do, but let's have a discussion around it before we decide to go out to dinner, right? And I just use that kind of terminology before we go on a first date. I want to make sure that you're okay, that I'm a meat eater, right? If you're a vegetarian, we're just not going to be a good match, right? There's no harm in saying that you don't like meat eaters, right? And then they'll be like, no, I don't think it's going to work. And I'm cool if they don't think it's going to work, right? I've had lots of people tell me I don't think that my people are going to buy 8K without a phone call until the sales start dropping, right? And like, oh my God, this is amazing, right? But as long as they can believe it's not going to work, but as long as it's not like hitting that I on the identity or the R on the reputation risk, right? If it is, then we're going to have a challenge because I don't want to sell things for $500, right? It's not going to work, for us. So.
And they probably have, if you're doing that, you're doing the deposit. So it's like, hey, that's just towards future winnings, right?
Yeah. It's an advanced commission. And really the main reason I do it, is to see how they handle money. Yeah. So usually I moved it up to about a 10K deposit now because it just makes sense. If we're doing $250,000, like it's weird if I just ask for a 5K deposit, right? So it's a 10K deposit, right? It's an advanced, commission. So if you end up owing me 50K, then that will come off of the top. If for any reason we fall flat on our face, or we earn less than that, I'll cut you a check for what's left over. So we make 0 sales, I'll cut you a check for 10K, right? That's never happened. It happened one time. And that was because it was a girl in Malaysia, and I tried to attempt a new offer to people that spoke English as a second language. So, note to self. That was the only time that I've had to return a deposit. But so I just say, and I use the way I position it is that this is how you lock in a spot on my calendar, because I'm typically booked out for the next 3 months. So, if you want to just see if we can get you in someday, then you don't have to give us a deposit. But if you want to lock in your spot on the calendar, it's the 10K deposit. And they'll be like, are you cool with that? And they'll be like, yeah. And I'm like, awesome. So what email and how would you, the PayPal or credit card or wire or whatever. So once we get the details, I'm like, great. So I'm going to send it out to you. I'll tell them when I'm going to send it. Right. But before I do, I don't send out invoices unless you're 100% sure this is what you want to do. So Joy, are you saying you're 100% sure that you want to move forward with this? And you're like, yep. And then that's when it makes it easy for me. I'm like, great. So I'm going to send this to you. When will you pay it? Just about like that tone, right? They like, oh, well, I'll have to send it to accounting. And then when they get done with it, we'll get the payments over to you. I'm like, great. When will that be? Right? We should have it done, by Monday or Tuesday. Okay. Let's make this so we can hit that deadline. Can we call it Wednesday morning? Can you have your accounting get it in by Wednesday morning? Absolutely. Perfect. So we're in agreement here. It's going to be in by Wednesday morning. So I might take it that far, right? Because usually they're just like, yeah, I'll get it in by blah, 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 right? Awesome. Right? And then I send the invoice out, and now I'm waiting to see, does the money come in early? Does it come in at all? Right? Do I have to reach out to them? And so that's kind of how I do that. If it gets past the time, I usually say, hey, we had an agreement that you're going to have the deposit in by Wednesday. You're free to send it in at any time. Right? But I can't lock in a spot for you until you send it in. I'll usually use that as the follow-up tap. If that still doesn't get the money in, then I say, hey, Tom, the reason why I asked for a deposit is I want to see how you guys handle money when the amounts are small, because these amounts are going to get big, right? So with that, unless I'm missing something or maybe something emergency happened, I'm taking, how would I say it? I'm going to take you off the calendar. Basically, I'm not going to do business with you. So, I've had the CEO of a company get on the phone with me because it was a CMO I made the deal with and the invoice didn't come back. So I just said, I'm not going to do it. And they had the CEO get on the phone with me, right? So, but this is just about setting agreements and keeping them with that. So,
cool. Thank you,
Travis. We were talking earlier about mailing lists. Do you ever do, like, if an agency or if a client has like maybe 1,000 or 10,000 or whatever names on opens on his list, do you ever do testing, like take the first 500 or and mail the first 500 or 1,000 just to kind of test it out? Because
for
as long
direct
as
mail or for
email, yeah.
No, I just
okay.
I mailed the whole thing.
Okay, because you're doing offers that they've already sent, and you know it's going to succeed. So
yeah, they've been successful in the past, and yeah, I just go all in full bore on it. So now when I do snail mail, I'll take 1,000, right, and I'll mail out the 1,000 and see how that goes, right. Now what I will do though is like on a new list, and sometimes if it's new. Like we know most of the autoresponders and stuff, but I usually like to mail a list one time because you never know what you're going to walk into, like because might have had this autoresponder for years, right? So they have all these funky tags and all this kind of stuff. So we usually have some pre-campaign emails that we'll send that don't have any links in them. They just say reply back or something like that. And because we would kind of want to see how those go, like sometimes Infusionsoft will stop you out, like if you get too many spam complaints, because they haven't mailed their list in a while. So I want to know that before we get really, really deep into the campaign. So we might, every once in a while we'll have to back it up from that. But, yeah, we usually just mail it.
And you always have your guide going in there. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. If it's like we just started, using Kartra, right? So what I do is I just have the client, can you go in there and do a screen capture of how you guys mail your list, right? And that goes to my tech person, right? Oh. So, it's going there. Could you, and I don't maybe I'm just too Columbo, but if I don't know a software or something, I don't try to pretend like I know it, right? It's like, hey, Kartra, that we haven't used Kartra yet, right? Here's what you need to do, right? Like, why try to pretend like you know something you don't know, right? What was that?
How do you like Kartra?
I don't know. I don't use it. My tech girl gets in there.
Oh, just curious if anybody's using Kartra. Yeah.
Now I had to go in and put my wiring info in there, and so I was like, wow, I've never seen an affiliate program this squared away. Like they fill out your W-9 for you and all this kind of stuff. And I was pretty impressed with that, but I haven't used it. I mean, my tech girl, Annette, she goes in there is the one uploading everything. So, but I don't know. Like I would have to go watch the videos that we have. I wouldn't know how to upload an email into it.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
Well, awesome, guys. Any pressing questions? If not, we'll go ahead and wrap this up, and then we'll roll back around Monday at 3 p.m. Central. If you guys have anything you want to post it up in the group, and we'll take a look at that for you. Don't be surprised if your index finger gets a little bit nervous about hitting that send button. That's perfectly okay. Just keep applying pressure, right? Feel free though to post it in the group if you want. We'll take a look at it. But let's call it a wrap, guys. You guys have been awesome. Really appreciate it. See you guys Monday.
Thank you very much.
We're going to do today a little bit differently. I ain't going to guarantee how it's going to go, but we're going to do today a little bit differently. Make this a little bit more interactive. But I wanted to kill multiple who's doing? I want to stone multiple birds at the same time, right? So get multiple birds stoned at the same time. So I'm all for building bigger and bigger audiences, but one of the economic principles that you just can't escape from, as I post on my page today, is that it's really hard to get more until you learn how to do more with what you already have, right? So what I found is multiplying your offer is far easier, faster, and less expensive than multiplying your traffic. To make the post like that, if we have a carpenter named Chris, right, and he's got a 500-person Facebook group, yeah, of course, I'm not against like growing that group to 2,500 people, right? But a lot of times what Chris is after is not so much more people as they are like, I just want to do more business, right? So it's far faster to multiply our offer, right, than it is to multiply our audience. So I wanted to dive into that today and give you guys a framework. And luckily you guys will already be familiar with a lot of this framework. But I'm going to ask for you guys' help on this. Can you guys see my screen? It should be like a little beach with rocks on it and stuff. Give me a thumbs up. Perfect. Okay. We've got Chris, the carpenter, and Chris does carpentry work, right? He's already got a 500-person Facebook group. And let's just say that Chris, and Chris isn't real, obviously, but he's not far from real. I've got a gentleman here that came to see me with a 700-person email list, and we've pulled hundreds and hundreds of thousands. A lot of people say 700 people is not an email list, right? We've pulled hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars. We've made that little list perform like with a 7,000-person list, right? But I want to help Chris with their next offer, right? But one thing that's helpful is to understand how Chris goes about it now. And this is the same thing I see with coaches and experts and all kinds of people selling stuff. Kind of tell me if this sounds familiar. Hi, I'm Chris, right? Or I'm doing a post. I'm Chris. Here's why I'm better than the other carpenters. Oh, don't listen to those other carpenters, right? Like they're all scammers, right? Or let me tell you about my hammer, right? And here's why my hammer is better than those Taiwanese hammers or whatever, because we buy American or whatever it is, right? But Chris sells carpentry services, and Chris has done like $100,000 selling carpentry. Hey, do you need any carpentry work done? Right? I work with wood. I've got these tools. I've been in business for 27 years, right? I guarantee my work. All these things selling his carpentry services, which is kind of just one offer, right? Everybody with me so far, right? It's kind of like you just keep on selling the same old thing over and over and over again. Like it's not that he needs a bigger audience, right? But the audience is tired of the damn offer that he's putting out there. So let's help Chris out. So the way we're going to do this is we're going to mix in these frameworks. One is timer, which you should already be familiar with. If you're not, like I would totally look into that. We're not going to go into it too deep. You guys should be kind of already be familiar with it. But here's the questions: who, what, when, where, why, and how. And then timer, time, identity, money, energy, and reputation, right? So, and then we're going to have this little sweetener at the end. Now let's turn some shit into sugar and make the sugar even sweeter. So you're probably like, what the F? What the F are you talking about, Travis? So let's see if I can make this come together. I'm not guaranteeing that I'll make it come together and the lights come on, but I think we will, right? So, but let's help Chris the carpenter with their next offer. So I'm going to give us a head start. So you can pick any one of these: the who, what, when, where, why, how, or the timer, right? So we could start with like reputation. How can we use our carpentry services to make our prospects have a better reputation, right? So you can start with any of these, but these are typically easier to start with first, right? But let's just start with when. Let's just do Valentine's Day, right? So if we go to who now, who could we do it for, right? So instead of talking about carpentry services, let's talk about what we're building, right? What is it? What's the outcome? Because nobody wants carpentry services. They just want that thing to magically appear. If they can make it magically appear without all the headaches and everything, they'd want that to happen, right? But give me a who. Who could we be doing this for if we're one of Chris's customers and we were doing it on Valentine's Day?
Husbands who keep forgetting to get gifts for Valentine's Day.
Yep. So we could write it for husbands, and who are the husbands want to buy something for on Valentine's Day?
I wanted to do it for the daughter. I wanted to get the carpenter to build a dollhouse.
I love it. You guys are already getting it. Daughter, son, right? Significant boyfriend, girlfriend. I don't even know if we're allowed to say some of these words anymore. So, you know what I mean? Right? Just make sure that I've got
for Nathan's point on the husband who forgot a gift, I wonder if you could combine that with an auction. So the carpenter's going to come over on that day and do something special for wife, daughter, whatever, but I can only do one because it's going to take me all day. And so whatever, half the proceeds go to the Brokenhearted Lovers Foundation or whatever.
Love it. We're kind of getting ahead of ourselves, but we can just pick one, right? But so basically we've already got just doing the who, right? We've already multiplied our offer by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Right? Because we can make a post or an offer, right? Or a T1 for any of those, right? So let's move on. This will become clear, right? So let's just pick one, right? I'm going to pick one here. Let's just say for this particular one, we're going to go with wives, right? We're going to do a post. It's a Valentine's Day or a Valentine's promotion for our husband that wants to do something for his wife. Now, what could we build? What specifically could we build, right, with this? Anybody got any ideas? If it's Valentine's Day, it's February, right?
Porch swing,
gazebo,
love seat, gazebo, yeah.
Yeah. Porch swing, love seat, gazebo. Probably being cold, like depending on where you're living, right? We might want to do indoor, like depending on that kind of thing, right? What would be something that would be something that, and these are where you can go through magazines and see what's really, really popular or people are wanting to get built, right? But I know a lot of people are into
like a hot tub or a sauna.
I like that. Hot tub, sauna, that's kind of romantic, isn't it? Right?
Bonded track for your underground dungeon.
Underground. How do you feel about that? Underground dungeon. Right? We're going to go 50 Shades of Grey or something like that, right? Who knows, you know?
Could it be things off the honeydew list?
What was that?
Things off the honeydew list. So if the guy's got a...
Yeah, but we want to try to be real specific, right? Okay. So, but yeah, I like that. Maybe she's been wanting to put up those spice rack in the kitchen, right? Spice rack in the kitchen, like those fancy. I know those are really, really popular. The pull-out spice racks, right, where you can pull them out. They're kind of hidden. Also, I know organizing super in. So some some shelves or organization system for the closet, right? But you see what we've done here already? Like good Lord. Like, and I just know from my offer experience, like saying I do carpentry services, right? Or has your wife wanted to get that closet organized, right? And you just never got around to it, right? Way more powerful than, and now you're like, oh, okay. Like, yeah, I could get that done, right? And we don't have to fill all of these out. We're going to fill some of them out, right? But like to get the ideas flowing and the different stuff, we don't have to fill all of them out, right? We just post, hey, Valentine's Day, it's coming up, right? So another idea we could do is like where, right? I'll get you guys started, right? So how about kitchen, right? What's some other where places that we could do this at? Maybe they want a kitchen remodel, right? Or something in the kitchen.
Bedroom, like a walk-in closet for that closet one.
Beautiful. Bedroom, walk-in closet. What if it was a little bit warmer outside, right? Then we've got, somebody said their daughter, right? The clubhouse or playhouse for the kids, right? Outside, birdhouse if they're bird watchers, right? Now, how many people in a 500-person group is going to be a bird watcher? But do you think if there's like 5 bird watchers in, they're not going to all raise their hand if they're interested in putting a birdhouse out there? Yes, right. This is we're slicing the pie, right? Now I love this question, right? And this kind of sometimes will tap into your timer stuff, right? One of the ways to think about it is what is it they are really buying? If I'm getting my wife a spice rack, right? A pull-out modularized spice rack in the kitchen that I know that she's been drooling over and wanting and like looking at plans, like what is it I'm really buying?
Good husband. Loving husband.
That's right. I'm looking for admiration, right? Admiration. I'm gonna be the good husband, right? Now, obviously, you can't go in your copy and say, "Hey, are you a shitty husband? I've got a way to turn this around for you," right? You can tell little stories, right, or tell little things of like, you know, how awesome this is gonna make. And there could be lots of reasons why, right? Maybe she's really into cooking, right? It's going to help from a reputation side. He's giving her support and supporting that cooking, right? He may also get to eat some of that cooking, right? So we got the energy. That's an E, right? Joy is energy, right? He gets to eat that cooking, right? For some reason, my word wants to do something weird, but right? Let's see if I can unbold some of this. Give me some how things while I'm twerking around on my word here. How's a hard one sometimes for some of this, right?
Does how sort of start to play into the plan a little bit?
It can, yeah.
Yeah.
It could do it in a knight outfit to be a knight in shining armor. Carpenter rolls up in a knight thing on a steed.
That's kind of we're brainstorming, right? But yeah, we could put a bow on it. We could show up as a knight, right? But you got the right idea. Like, what's the how? How are we gonna process this, right? Is there a difference between like if we're doing a course, right? Is there a difference between delivering it over video and having people fly out to a workshop, right? Those kind of things, right? So again, we don't have to fill out all of these, right? But you can see like the idea stimulators this gives us, right? And then we're going to start playing with it with this timer here in a minute, right? But we could
Carpenter could do it with the dad or the daughter or whatever.
The biggest thing, we want it to be a surprise, right? How do we do it as a surprise? Can we make that happen?
You could send them to dinner together.
Ooh,
and you do all their
yes. I'll send you, right? If it's a big job, right? And we're going to get into this. This is how we do offers, right? I love that. So what if we needed like 2 days? What if we could hook up with maybe like a hotel that's out of the way, like a romantic hotel, and we could put them up in a hotel, and while they're at their hotel, they give us the keys, right? And we go in and we do the closet organization, right? So we just do a JV or something with the hotel room, right? Or we add it to the thing, right? We do a romantic hotel stay, and then build it while they're gone. That's perfect. You see how this works? Like you start coming up with these ideas, right? That just blows it out of the water, right? That's going to be because how many guys are great at doing Valentine's Day, right? Like there's a jewelry store here, and their jewelry is, I won't say it's twice as expensive, but it's way more expensive than the other jewelry places. And I could order it online, right? But here's what happens when I go to the jewelry store locally here in my town. They wrap it for me. It comes with a dozen roses. It comes with a gold. I'm just thinking the last time I got it comes with a gold rose, right? None of this stuff probably cost them very much to put together, but what is it doing? It's saving me energy. It's making me look awesome. It's saving me time, right? And it makes it very, very compelling for me to go do business with them, right? So we use this filter. Like we're going to come up with but now we've got like, hey, here's my Valentine's Day special, right? If you've been wanting to, if she's been asking you to organize her closet, right? Not only are we going to do that, but we're going to come in and we're going to send you to a romantic stay over at Capitol Hotel in Little Rock, right? There's going to be fresh roses. There's going to be chocolates in the room. There's going to be, you're just going to be like the hero. Like, good God. Like, I'm like, oh my God, can I do this now, right? That's how you know when your offer's on track, right? So to give you more premium pricing, right? So we're moving up here to timer, right? So let's just go with that, right? I like that so far, right? So we're saving him or her time, right? From buying the present, flowers, candy, all that kind of stuff, right? And you guys getting the idea with this now, right? If we remember, identity is how we feel about ourselves, right? Reputation is how we think that other people look at us, right? Identity. Well, I want to be a good husband, right? I'm just going with that. Good husband, good provider, good husband, good provider. Money. Well, yeah, we can spend a lot of time on this. We'll talk about this here in a little bit when we turn shit into sugar, right? But how's it going to save them money, right?
Cheaper than divorce.
I was just writing that. Just so you guys, I was in the relationship advice business. The biggest day for breakups is the day after Thanksgiving. There's more divorces and the more breakups the day after Thanksgiving. It's also Ashley Madison's biggest day, right after Thanksgiving Day, where more women go to find online dating stuff in a relationship, right? But again, you don't come out and say this, right? But if you can bundle it in with a hotel room and that kind of thing, right? Another thing that you can do is this is a carpenter, right? Maybe he doesn't typically do financing, right? He says, hey, look, I believe everybody should have an organized closet and guys should be heroes on Valentine's Day. That's why, even though I'm not a bank, right, I'm going to do financing. I'll let you finance this out, right? Finance this out over 6 months, boom. Right now we've got the money offer. There's all kinds of ways. We can say no payments, right? Until whenever, no payments, whatever it is, how are we going to do it, right? But we can just do these things. Energy, like we kind of went through that. How's it going to save him energy, the reputation? Let me just check my notes here. That's kind of what he's really buying, the admiration in his wife's eyes, which you can see admiration in the wife's eyes. That's really eyes making her happy. Just so you guys know, the number one thing that men tell therapists before they get the divorce is like, no matter what I did, I didn't know how to make her happy anymore, right? And women's number one thing is he doesn't appreciate me. That's what the therapists hear most before the divorce, right? So just going down there, right? But look at what we've done. Look at what we've done here, right? This is just for one thing. We started with a pivot of Valentine's Day, right? Spring's coming up, right? Well, I'm just pivoting off the win, right? And guess what? If this campaign works well, let's say he does, 5,000 in profit on the job, right? He does 20 jobs, right, on Valentine's Day. Do you think he can run it again next Valentine's Day? Right? He can change one of these things out. Hey, last year I did organization for the closet. Today we're going to do gazebos, right, or hot tubs, right? Right. So all these things are changeable. We're multiplying our offer right now, right? Which is how we get them to pull that, right? So something I always like to look at is how can we turn shit into sugar or make the sugar even sweeter, right? So what's going to kind of suck about this, right? And I think we already got a good thing, but like, let's say we're remodeling. Let's not do, we don't have to go with the whole remodel, but let's just use it as an example. Let's say we're going to remodel the kitchen, right? What's something that's going to suck about remodeling the kitchen?
Sawdust in the mess.
Sawdust. Right. Okay. How
won't be able to make dinner. Won't be able to make food.
Yeah, can't be able to make no dinner for 2 days, right? How can we turn that shit into sugar?
I'm going to provide, delivery meals for you guys, or I'm going to pay for you for.
I'll get you some Bite Squad, get you some DoorDash. Maybe that new restaurant in town works a deal out, right? You see how we're making this offer? Like, holy crap, right? Turn that shit into sugar, right? We're taking the risk out for them, right? There's already sugar. How can we make it sweeter, right? Is there something that we can make sweeter? Like, so it's like, if she's really buying, being a better chef, right? Or cooking mastery, right? If we're remodeling the kitchen with spice racks and all this kind of stuff, how can we make this even sweeter? Maybe it's not relying on carpentry. How can we make it even sweeter?
Stock it with new spices.
All the spices, right? What are you going to need? I love it. You have this big spice rack, right? Not only do that, but it comes with all the top grade organic spices from blah, 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 right? New spices. What else could we do?
Knives or pans.
I love it. Cookingware, right? Hey, so you got all this stuff. How about a new set of pots and pans and like cookware, right? What else?
Cooking class.
Yeah.
Chef comes into your home.
Class, right? Hell yeah. Cooking class. Now, when you add all these things up, you think this guy's going to get paid more than the butt crack carpenter that comes out and too bad. If you want your model your kitchen, get the hell out, right? Does that make sense? That's just how I take an offer, and I just keep using it over and over and over again. But it's not about using the offer. It's like multiplying your audience, right? As soon as you get somebody to raise their hand on that, right, that would never raise their hand on the general, hey, does anybody need a carpenter? Anybody need a carpenter? Right? You like out of 500 people, you might get 5 people. Yeah. But if you say, hey, has anybody thought about organizing the closet? Right? I need some shelves that go in there. Anybody like need a great Valentine's Day gift? And you get, maybe you don't get more, right? But you get 5 other people that wouldn't have raised their hand on the carpentry, right? Then all of a sudden you do another thing, right? Like, but you get 5 more. We're slicing and dicing. We're making that audience work like it is 3 times bigger, 5 times bigger, right? With those things, right? Now, will all of these be like smash down successes? No, right? But some of these will be just like home runs, but some of them will be singles, right? And then once you take them and test them on your warm audience, then you can take them out. Like if it really works great, like if it works great for a carpenter to do organize, or spice racks in the kitchen on Valentine's Day, and he sends them to a hotel, right, for 2 weeks or 2 days while he's doing it, right, and all this stuff, like that'll probably work on cold traffic too, right? But if you just run a damn ad that says, hey, you need a carpenter in Russellville? Yeah. Right?
What's cool about this too, I think, is that you're not just, you've probably heard the whole like stacking the cool, like Kern used to do, and, putting all these cool things in there. It's not just that. Like, I love how, like, when you're making stuff sweet or making it sweeter, is how it just is, it's very organic. It's not only is it building that bridge and it is a plan. You think about it, you're also like giving them the plan of like how you're going to do this stuff just by saying, hey, like, we know that it's going to take 2 days. So guess what? We're going to set you up at such and such a place overnight. Like, that's part of the plan. That's part of like the bonus. And it also increases the perceived value as well. It's very organic. It's very cool.
Yeah. And it gives us, if we want to take it even farther, it gives us JV opportunities. If there's a nice hotel room in town, like, hey, I would like to pay for a hotel room, right, for everybody that wants to get their kitchen remodeled, right? I'll pay for, a weekend, right? Then you could just send it to my Facebook group or whatever, have them opt in. Right now you're building your list and running JV opportunities, right? So it's just a framework for more flexibility and getting, doing more with what you've already got, right? I could run probably 2 hours talking about different examples that I've done this with offers and different offers and stuff. The ones I keep going to that are easy to understand, and Kirsty kind of in the same market, right? Had an e-com. I was sharing this with somebody earlier this week, but e-com, right? You show people how to put up Shopify stores, right? Every week, Shopify. Here's why Shopify. Here's Shopify, right? Oh, all these different kind of things, right? It's like, oh, well, it's still selling, but like sales are down, right? Well, like, do you think those people are like really into pets? Right? Are they really? This is how I think about it. Who, what, when, where, why, how, right? Timer, like they're really into pets. Maybe they want to start a pet product business or a dog product business, right? So we did that. Instead of just saying Shopify store, we said a dog product business, right? Do we fundamentally change what he's doing? No. Right? This carpenter could still come out and do other stuff, right? We don't fundamentally change what they're doing. Maybe we can add little things on there too. We can add some, we can buy some spices or send them to a hotel room, right, for a night or something like that, right, which adds more value to it. But we don't fundamentally have to change our whole business on that, right? But that worked out super well. But slicing and dicing using the who, what, when, where, why, and how, right, and then kind of matching it in with the timer, right? And you can start with any of those, and you don't have to do them all, but like there's an infinite number of offers that you can do, right? you can find, hey, the organization closet really sold well at Valentine's Day. Maybe we can do it for a birthday. Like, I don't know what, take 100 divided by 12. What is that, right? 12. Let's just say a 12th of your audience, right, has birthdays every month, right? Or a 12th of your audience spouses have birthdays every month, right? So we're just keying off the win, right? Thing there, right? So,
there's another thing you made me think about earlier. I got a buddy of mine, there's an app, and it's like there's National Girlfriend's Day, National Wife's Day, National, like there's all of these little events that if he wanted to, you can incorporate that in part of your email, and people would be like, and you could actually even preemptively like, hey, and next week is National Wife's Day, whatever, boom, set it up. You don't even have to wait for a special day.
What if we ping off of what? Right? So I'll tell you something, like, if we're coaching, especially if we're in the business of helping people make more money, like they're buying shit with that money. Why can't we got to be careful how we do it. We can set a goal or a challenge. I got to watch my language there. We got young mojo ears. Right. But like one of the angles that's worked really, really well, was when I talk about running Rainmaker campaigns and they're big enough to buy a car. Right. And so I think you guys got that template too, right? It's like, what kind of car could you buy with a Rainmaker campaign? And I kind of take a very low key kind of thing with it. Right. But it's weird. It's like saying make money, buy a car. That works so much better, right? The specific thing. And of course you could do that with houses. You could do it with, hey, the average mortgage, I've done this in markets, the average mortgage payment, can't remember what it is now, but I said the average mortgage payment's this. One client, right, that you get pays your average mortgage payment, right? I actually did that for millennials I didn't come out and say it, but a lot of them were living in their parents' house, right? So I'm like, hey, or the average rent, right? But the whole idea is like the structure of the offer, right, to where it's the what or the why, right? And you just never run out of hand raisers for that, right? Even if you promoted the same thing the day before, right? If you're a carpenter and you're promoting, hey, it's springtime, right? Here's the big things. Here's the top 3 things people are asking us to build: birds houses, tool sheds, and playhouses, right? So I've got deals on any of those, right? That I'm not using the whole thing there, right? But boom, like they may have not have ever thought of hiring a carpenter until you said tool shed, right? Like, holy crap, I could use a tool shed, right? What's big right now, too, like knowing your market. What's super big right now, like going through COVID, right, is, I know we're not trying to make you carpenters, but I want you to think about this with your business. Like, what's happening right now, right? But backyard offices are big right now because people are working from home, but at the same time, the kids are around, they're kind of screaming, and like we need a quiet place to go do Zooms or a podcast, right? So they're building little backyard offices, right? It's a big, I won't say it's like ginormous right now, but backyard offices are big. Tiny houses, like we're running some ads for land, and there's like, can I put a tiny house on it? Like, it's unbelievable, right? Tiny houses, right? But if you just say, yeah, I'm a carpenter. I've been doing carpentry work for 37 years, right? All your carpentry needs. Have you guys seen that? The marketer's like, for all your real estate needs. That's what, for all your carpentry needs, for all of your plumbing needs, right? Like, and that's why their audience or their group, right, starts running out of steam, right? And I'm not against building bigger audiences, but what they need is they need to multiply their offers. Far more profitable, faster, easier, and less expensive to multiply those offers. Does anybody not see how they can apply this to their business? Let's start there. Sometimes just give it a gift, right? Go ahead, Irene.
Can you give examples in a coaching environment?
Yeah. So I kind of did, like, what are we coaching them for? Right? What is the thing that they, like, if we're going to go to the what is it that they're trying to do? Are they trying to retire their husband? Are they trying to retire their wife? Are they want to spend more time at home? Now that's the what. I've got a coaching offer I'm working right now where the women are working at hospitals, right? And they really don't want to work at hospitals anymore. But they still want to help people heal, right? So they want to do it at home. So that's kind of a where and a what, right?
Yep. And then what do you, what would be sort of the actual offer? So that's the reason why, but you don't
even have to change. Again, that doesn't change what the carpenter does. Like you can hire him for a birdhouse, you can hire him for an office, backyard office, right? It's just what you talk about. It's the offer that you're making. It doesn't really have to, but that's the offer. Like, hey, let's do a retire your husband challenge in 2021 or retire or whatever it is, right? It's the same thing, but that's what they want the coaching for. But we have a tendency to say, buy my coaching. I've been coaching for 37 years, right? Or buy my carpenter for all your coaching needs, right? See me, right? Or we just make it about making more money, or we just make it about having more time. What are they going to do with the time, right? Do they want to go on a around the world trip, right? Do they want to go fishing? I've literally, I can't remember where you wanted to go fishing at, but I've signed people up as coaching because he wanted to go some kind of fishing. I don't remember, some big fish somewhere, right? And that was the offer. Like, let's do that. He was a therapist in actually San Francisco. And he worked with doctors and their wives, right? And he just wanted to put and grow his practice and put more people in there. But he didn't want coaching. What he wanted to do is he wanted to have more time so he could go fishing. And I can't remember where and what kind of fish, but so like that was the offer, right? I had a guy that I signed up, and he was a sales coach, and he loved teaching people sales, but he was on the road all the time. So when I wrote up the T3 for him, I modified it, I customized it. I called it, his first name was Steven, let's get Steven off the road plan, right? It's the same shit that I was doing before, right? Like it was nothing different. It's just how I positioned it, right? A lot of people want to get off the road, right? So does that help, Irene?
Yes. So you're saying let's get Steven off the road or let's go fishing is the equivalent to build a birdhouse or a spice rack.
Yeah. Well, that's just the why column, right? We've got an offer that's working really, really well that is about bringing on one of your kids to learn this specific business model, right? Now they get to do it with their kids, and that's worked in a lot of markets for me. Sometimes you won't buy stuff, like especially women won't buy stuff for themselves, but they will buy it for their kids, right? Like you never sell heart attack prevention to the guy, you sell it to the wife. The wife is the one that buys the heart attack prevention, not the guy typically, right? But we see a lot more people, like if they can do it with their kids or do it with their spouse, they'll purchase, right? So we put that bonus in there, right? It doesn't fundamentally change anything depending on what, if they want to bring them to a call, it might change something fundamentally, right? But those kind of things, weight loss coaching, right? Is big in weight loss. It's not so much learn weight for yourself, but you have kids you want to set a good example for. I wouldn't say it in that many words, right? But you have kids you want to set a good example for, right? Let's bring them in. Let's teach them healthy eating habits as well. That's kind of like the who thing that we're changing there, right?
Yep.
The key thing is to kind of sit down with it, kind of like we did here. And I would even spend more time, but brainstorm it out. Like in hours with the brainstorming, you'll come up with weeks or if not months of different things that you can put out there and test, right? Again, some of them are going to be strikeouts. Some of them will be singles. Some of them will be doubles. You might get some home runs in there and some triples, right? But the key thing is that we're going to take a list that, or an email, or a Facebook group, or a YouTube channel, or even a small Facebook interest targeting, right? And run multiple things, because they're all limited in scope, right? But we can make them act bigger, right? If that makes sense, by multiplying our offers rather than just trying to get more people and selling the same old, I've done carpentry for 37 years. All the other carpenters are scammers and like they don't do it right, right? So you should really hire me for the carpentry work, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Travis, this is awesome. Sorry I joined late, but I'm kind of catching up. But what's weird is just based on what we talked about for the cold traffic stuff, you know, doing those really short T1s, and because I haven't really done that before to the audience. I've done more the longer, you know, waxing lyrical style stuff for the Rainmakers. That's kind of what I've done. So you know, we talked last week about just keep going. So I just took the little short ones that I did for the ads and just sent them out. And I swear to God, like, it's been raining. People are like, oh my God. I was like, shit, why didn't I do this before? But yeah, I think it's just because it's a different style, like you said. I started with the just RSVP and with one, and that got some chomps, but I've kind of used that before. The next one was, are you getting undercut by competition? That got a lot more. Then it was page one rankings charging full price. And then today was a bit more like what you're talking about, like making Amazon a full-time gig. And that got like 20 people coming back straight away. Yeah, I want to make Amazon my full-time gig. So just, I think tapping into that kind of, the kind of literal stuff around, yeah, this is what's happening right now in your business, and accompanying that with what you actually really want is brilliant. So yeah, I've only done 3, so I'm like, but I just got stuff straight away. So I can't wait to do that.
Yeah, and again, I'm just brainstorming with you here, right? But there's a lot of people, I know a lot of people, and I'm sure you know more people that run a pretty nice Amazon business, but they're still holding on to the job, right? Because it doesn't seem very stable sometimes, right? But now, like, let's say they're kind of they're a necessary worker, right? And they go on Amazon, but now there's even more like reason, right, to turn Amazon into your full-time gig, right? One of my good friends, like, was running multiple 6-figure Amazon business, right? But he kept his job because he's like, what if I lose my rankings? What if it just all goes away, right? Like, you know. So yeah, I think that's totally a good angle, you know.
When you get that like ding, ding, ding moment, so you then just kind of switch up that kind of thought, but you kind of slice and dice the thought. Is that what you mean?
Yeah. Well, if I get a real, you know, I call it if the spaghetti noodle sticks on the wall pretty good, and I'll just throw more of that kind of spaghetti noodle, right? So I'll kind of go deeper into that, right? You know.
Brilliant.
Awesome. Any other questions on this? We can roll into any other topics, but I was excited to get this out to you guys today. Go ahead, Nathan.
I just wanted to say thanks for sharing this with me yesterday, Travis, because in a couple of hours, I've had almost a dozen people reach out, and more than half of them are people I haven't ever talked to. So thank you.
That's it. I'm glad you said that. That's the whole point of this, right? If you sell sales training, let's just say you sell sales training, get more closes, get more conversions, like sales training. You're going to get a certain amount of people that raise their hands. But if you say, what are they selling? What is it they want to sell more of? And you talk specifically about that, like say, you know, here's how to sell more VIP days. Especially if you put a little spin on it, right? I won't give it away, but there's somebody that put a spin on that on VIP days, right? He's a client, so I don't want to give away his whole thing, right? But like, what if you just work one weekend a month and make more money than everybody makes that month just doing a workshop 1 weekend a month, right? And he called it something different. I'm not going to call it, right? But what do they want to sell more of, right? Sell more masterminds, right? If you think about it, I'm going to be a little self-depreciating. I can't say that word, but sometimes I want to say self-defecating, but I know that's not it, right? But I'm just an offer guy. And I'm pretty good with copy, right? And I've been around the block to have some leadership, but everything I do is just, that's my carpentry skills, right? I just like, let's do it like this. Let's do it like that. And so I'm just changing the when. What if we could, what if we could do it right after people buy? I call that a love letter, right? It works like magic, right? But if I change the where, well, if we not do it in a webinar, we do it in the chat, right? I'm just changing the where. It's the same. I don't have any more skills than that, right? Like I just got my offer ability and my way of making things like sixth grade sounding and personal when I talk about it. Most of the time I'm having a good day. If it sounds complicated, I'm not having a good day, right? I'm just putting different things on it. So if you're a sales, like what do they want to sell more of? They want to sell more workshops. They want to sell live events. Do they want to sell like all those, like here's how to sell a live event. If I'm doing copy, like here's how to sell your live event through copy, right? Here's how to sell your live event, luxury live event, cheap live event. Like all of those, you're going to get different people to raise their hands that never have raised it before, right? If you all the time do 6-week courses or 8-week courses and you roll out, hey, this is the how. Let's skip all that bullshit. Let's just compress it all, put it into a 3-day workshop. Like all of a sudden you're going to get your movers and shakers to raise their hands that are time. They've got money. Money's not the problem. They're time hungry, right? It shocked me the first time that I did a live event at my house, right? The people that, like the movers and shakers, I'm like, this defies logic to me, right? Like why would they want to just do it in a 6-week course online? Well, because for people that have more money than time, they'd rather block out 3 solid days and fly and get it all done, right? Than have to show up, right? All those times over 6 weeks, right? So you get those people to reach out. When you do done for yous, right? I'm not saying you just change your whole complete business model. When you do done for yous, like your biggest people reach out. Because I don't even want to learn this shit. Just come in and do it for me. I'll pay you whatever you want. Right? I'm not saying to do that, but I'm just giving you different things to think about on that, right? It's amazing how much money a little group of people spend, right? Like you'd be flabbergasted. We just kind of think like, oh, if they're not buying my stuff, they're just not buying. That is not the case. People spend lots of money on stuff, right? So if we just slice and dice it out, using the offer multiplier method, I wanted to call it Mojo, but it just didn't quite work the same way on that, right? We can and I didn't want to make it unbelievable for you guys, but we've done an incredible amount of money from groups, just slicing and dicing it, right? Again, little tiny lists that we just keep pulling money out of over and over and over again by slicing and dicing it, right? And then you don't have a traffic problem anymore, right? Like if you have a 500 person Facebook group that you pulled $500,000 out of over the year, that's $1,000 per member. Like you're not going to have any advertising problems, right? Like, okay. And that's just like front end-ish kind of stuff, right?
So do you do any not targeting, what do you call it? When you've got your list and you put them into buckets. Sorry, my brain's gone today. Segmenting, that's it. Yeah, like on your list and stuff, because we don't have a lot of that. Or do you just kind of let the email do the segmentation?
Yeah, when I own the list, typically I didn't do a lot of segmenting because I'm like, and here's my logic and strategy on that. Like if I sell shoes, right, then if my subject line says red shoes, red pumps, right, that look good at the office, but you can still go out with the girls, right? Just because they don't buy those, right, doesn't mean it's not useful to know, oh, like if I ever need red pumps, I can go there, right?
Yeah.
If I take it and I'm a little bit outside of what the list is about, then you can segment, right? When I own the list, right? So if I had people that signed up to learn how to build a list, right? An email list, but then I was going to sell a Facebook group thing. Tell me like, hey, I love email lists, but there's definite advantages to Facebook groups. I don't know if you're interested in that or not, right? But then I might segment those off because they're a little bit more, it's not quite on topic, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes I wouldn't though, right? It's just like, oh, okay, I know he's got that. Now that I do it a lot more for partners, I do more segmenting, but the reasoning is different. The reasoning is I want to get out, but it's also like, I wish I would have saw this when I was doing it back for myself. That's why I'm explaining it here. So the thing that I really understand more is that digital and IP and assets are clonable. They're reproducible. Mm-hmm. So if you were to do, say, a program, right? I'm not saying to do it, but if you were to do a program that was all on Amazon for pet products, you could segment that list and you could put somebody else in charge of that list to run your stuff for you, right? And it's not going to take away from the list that you're already running. So you can still do with all the stuff that you want to do with your list, but you segment them off, right? Put somebody else in charge of that profit center, right? Mm-hmm. Put your own tappers or whatever in there, right? And now you got a cloned asset, and it doesn't take away from the other one, if that makes sense. So yeah, I think it does make, test it on your main list first. But if you got a gusher, like, hey, Amazon turning into your full-time business and it was working really well, then you say, hey, a lot of people just run Amazon as spare time businesses, and that's totally cool. But we're going to be giving some tips and everything over this Facebook group or this email list or wherever you're going to clone the asset off to, right? Because then you've kind of like just added a new income stream, right? Now, the challenge is you got to put the people in place. Otherwise, because before long, you can't run like 5 lists all by yourself, right?
Yeah.
But you can put other people and they can tweak what you've already got, right? And then when you get something that works in one spot, you may be able to tweak it a little bit. And so your assets keep multiplying for you. So, I do segmenting a little bit more now or cloning lists or cloning assets, right? More than I used to, but mostly because I did it for partners. And what instigated is I wanted to get out of their hair. I don't want them saying, oh, you got to mail Monday, Wednesdays. No, I like to be my own boss. Thank you. So I like to get out of what they're doing, right? That's why I like direct mail, because it's an asset that they're typically not using. So I can just go in there and say, let me just have at it. Right. But it's a great, from the flip side of it, like you got to realize like we can do so much more. Data right now is the most valuable asset in the world. That's why Facebook, you got to be cool how you're doing it, right? But we're doing it in a cool way. We're saying, hey, raise your hand if you want this, right? But that's why Facebook so dang rich. That's why Amazon so dang rich, right? That's because it's all off data, right? Data, and the reason data is awesome is because it's capital. It means you can use it and not spend it down, right? So we can do that in our businesses as well. That's what I do when I segment off a Facebook group somewhere else, right? We call it Crockpot group for the one that's going to stay around, but then I'll microwave, right, a certain topic, right? I could keep on running those, right? Does that make sense? Is that helping?
Yeah.
I want to go over this because it is one of the most counterintuitive concepts for people, and it could literally be something simple that means millions to you, on how you structure your offers and your payment plans and stuff. So you want to keep in mind that the richest people on this planet are bankers, insurance companies. There's a reason, right? Because they offer financing. But I want to take our focus off the money for a minute and remember the purpose of business. The purpose of business is to get customers. Customers are the assets, right? So we want to get more customers, right? Because it's the customers that are going to end up giving us the money. So we really want to, if we take a focus on how can we get more customers, the money will naturally follow. But what happens is people start worrying about things like how many people are going to complete the payment program. And just to answer that question, I'll come out and say, like, the way that we do it here on Planet Mojo, about 70 to 80% of folks complete the payment program, but that's not the real strategy why we offer the payment program, right? Which I'm going to kind of go over here with you, but it will change your whole business if you start focusing on how do you create assets, which are the customers, rather than just focusing on the money. Remember, the wealthy don't work for money. The wealthy work for assets, right? So we want to create our business and run our business. So we're creating assets, and then the money will take care of itself because the money is a byproduct of the assets. And people end up kicking themselves in their man and lady parts by being too focused on the effects, which is money, of the cause, right? Rather than the cause itself, which is having as many customers, happy customers that want to pay you over and over and over again, right? So let's take a look at this real quick. It's just real simple. I kept this really, really simple. I call this millionaire math, right? If someone is currently selling, IP, it doesn't matter what they're really selling, but IP or a digital course or whatever it is, or even, a physical product, right? But they're selling it for $1,000 and they normally sell 50 in a campaign, or they want to sell 50, right? A lot of times they get too focused on, let's get our $50,000 in the door, right? So we're just going to do 1K full pay, or maybe they'll even split it up to 2 or 3 payments, right? And they're literally walking by millions, right? So let's look at this. So this is financial leverage. It's a payment program, right? So anytime we can add financial leverage, we want to do that, right? So let's just look at, if all we did was make this $220 a month, right, for 12 months. Now, if people are paying $1,000, right, I'm going to run a couple of examples here, but if people are paying $1,000, when you bump it down to 220, you're probably going to get 3 times to 5 times as many people to go into your program, right? Of course, people are like, but what do they worry about? Oh, how many of the payments am I going to collect? Right? And I'm going to show you why this is not what you want to look at. But let's just run simple scenarios. Let's say all we did here was, let's say we didn't sell anything more, right? Let's say we didn't get any more assets, 50 people, but we bumped it up to 2640, right? That's 132,000, right? It's a lot better than 50,000. It's like $82,000 better, right? So even if we got 70%, right, of 132, which is our normal collection rate, we're still way, way ahead of the game, right? This gets better. So hang with me here because I really want you to get this. This will blow you away. When you see it, it'll blow you away even more when you do it, and you just have more money than you know what to do with. And I'm being a little bit crazy here, but it really is amazing, right? Let's say that we doubled the amount of people that would come in on this 220. It's so much easier for somebody to say, I'm in at $220 a month than $1,000 down, right? Say we got 100 people to come in, right? Times 2640 is 264,000 or $22,000 a month. And you can run your own math on the collection rate, but you're going to see here why this is not what we focus on, right? Let's say we do 3 times. That's 150 people, times 2640 is 396,000. Now we're 8 times the money. 8 times the money, right? $33,000 a month. Now we're making more a month than we even, well, almost as much. In 2 months, we'll have almost as much here, right? So hang with me because I haven't got to the best part yet, right? So here's the thing. Now, the real reason I do this strategy is one, to get more assets, right? So I'd much rather have, and here's the thing, I didn't even go, like, we've had 4 and 5 times as many people come in on this, right? So I'm not even running the numbers on all those, right? But the reason I do this is I want the customers, because if you're delivering your magic and you're actually getting people a result, 30% or more will upgrade to a more expensive program or continue with you on the past 12 months if you offered something else. This is why I want to bump this up, right? Because if I have $1,000 a month program after this, right, and I get 30% here, that's going to be 45 people coming into my $1,000 a month program, right? Whereas if I only have 50, right, 30% is only 15 people, right? So, and still, I haven't got to the best part, the people that people love the most, right? And here's what else we're not talking about. We're not talking about, again, if you're delivering, right, 50, like, wouldn't you rather have 150 people or 100 people out saying, wow, you are awesome, right? I went through this guy's course and he's really awesome. And they tell other people, right? This spreads the word of mouth a lot faster than the 50 people, right? But I still haven't got to the best part yet. Here's a hint. After they say, yes, I'm in to this. So you present them, you don't even talk about the full pay, right? So when you do your T3, right, or your love letter, right, you just say it's $220 a month for 12 months. That's it. Don't talk about the money they could save on the full pay, because what you want to do is get the micro commitment to I'm in. So much easier to say I'm in at $220, right? But here's the best part. After they say yes, or I'm in, ask, we have a full pay in full discount. Would you like to hear about it? They say, yes, I can save you $740 if you want to pay in full $1,900 today. I don't have a horse in the race. What works best for you? You know what happens with this? Depending on your market, 50-ish plus % of the people will say, yes, I want to do the full pay. I want to do the full pay. So what does this mean? Look at this. If we have, let's say we doubled our I'm in conversion on this, right? And 50% of the people want to take their full pay. We still, in this case, collect $2,000 instead of the $1,000. That means we make $100,000 for 50 people. Up front. If we get to the 150, then we have 75 people pay in full at $2,000. I'm rounding up a little bit, $1,900, right? 75 plus 2,000, 150,000 up front, collected today, right? Just by making the payment option first. So what people are focused on is, oh, I'm going to lose some of this 50,000, right? And focusing so hard on getting these full pays, right? They literally are kicking themselves in their banking private parts, right? And so this is the part that most people like the best, right? Now you don't have, if you have more of a cart situation, you don't have to ask this question. You can just take them to the cart page where you have both options, right? On your shopping cart, right? And again, they'll still take like 50% plus on that. It depends, different markets. We've had it go down as low as 40%. We've had it as high as 80 and 90%, right? Especially at the $1,000 level, right? And this kind of like has worked across all different kind of markets, right? So this is really why I call it the millionaire math, right? It's very, very counterintuitive. It takes me a long time for me to explain it to people, and it really makes people nervous to try it, even after I explain it, right? But here's the other thing too, right? Is I really don't, it's not the front end money I'm trying to make. I I am focusing on the assets, right? And what I will do, I'm not saying you have to do this, but the people that are on the payment program, if they up level with me, I cancel. I tell them, I don't say cancel, right? I say I'll pay off your other one, right? For you, right? Because I really want to give them an incentive to become a long-term customer. That's what we're really trying to do here. On Planet Mojo, we really don't think people are customers until they buy from us at least 2 times. And I'm even coming more to the belief that people aren't really customers unless they're paying you every single month, right? So that's what I'm really going. I'm looking for the 45 people that will continue with me on a month-to-month basis, right? If I only have 50, right? 30% of that is 15. That's a big, big difference, right? If you run one of these campaigns, right? Like most people, 50K for a year, right? And just keep on doing it again every single month or whatever the heck you're doing, right? Or every other month, right? It's not a whole lot to write home about, right? But if you stack these up, right? Let's say that we get half of these on full pay, right? 75 times 2,000 is 150 grand in the bank, right? And then you still have 75 people paying you on the month-to-month basis on this, right? But then all of a sudden you upgrade 30, 40, 45 people into your month-to-month, right? Here's what happens on Planet Mojo. People don't always need to keep selling every month, right? They get, 50K a month, 100K a month. They're like, hey, I'm just going to work with the people that I have because we know that 100K a month is going to be coming in over and over and over and over again, right? And then if people drop off in their long term, they can come in and they can do another one of these campaigns, right? Right here, $220 a month for 12 months, right? And they can put some more people in, right? But it's so much easier to get people to come in at $220 a month for 12 months than plop down $1,000. Again, you can change the numbers. This is a $5,000 number, right? So much easier to get somebody to come in at $990 for 12 months or $990 for 10 months, right? Than it is to plop down $5,000. So you can change the numbers up, run the math your way. But I hope that this makes things clear for you because it's going to make a world of difference for you. Is what I've seen. It's made a huge difference for me. It adds so much time to my calendar and so much more money in my bank account. And I hope it does the same thing for you. This isn't like brand new stuff. It's based off of Hell Island and Heaven Island. But kind of the challenge with the Hell Island, Heaven Island, and the obstacles in between is it's very 3-dimensional. So you have all these symptoms and you have all these things on Heaven Island. Sometimes it's hard to which path do I go down and the bridge and everything. I think this helps really narrow it down. And I've been kind of loosely showing it and working with some other folks doing it. And I'm just taking people that are just writing amazing T3s right off the bat. They're putting them out there and popping in sales, right? So I think I'm on to something here. And I think it's going to help me. My thing, it's my thing that I like to do, but I've never been able to McDonaldize my offer process, right? Like how do you just go from this to the offer, right? And so I think, because we've been working on plan and new plan and old plan, I think there's really that magic there with this. So we're going to run through what I call an offer tee for Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, right? Because we're all familiar with that and we can all work on it together. So we'll see how it goes. I'll probably do some junior high drawing, which is always not my forte. Go ahead, Elizabeth.
Oh, no,
Oh, okay.
I'm set.
Cool.
I was thinking, well, that's always my favorite part, you and the sandwiches and the rock and roll hair and all that.
Well, I'm going to try to draw some reindeer today, so I don't know how that's going to go. I'm really nervous about it, but I'm not really nervous, but let me see if I can switch this camera over here the way it's supposed to go. There we go. Y'all probably don't need to look up my nose, so I'm just going to turn the other camera off. I can still see you. So if you're not paying attention, you'll hurt my low self-esteem as I'm doing this. So you don't want that. Let me start this off. So if it's an offer tee, here's where the tee comes from. This is very complicated. T. And we don't have to be limited down here to how many steps there are or how many things we're doing. Like the example I showed in the beta doc, which is this beta version 2.0. People were like limiting themselves. Oh, I can only have 5 of these, right? But you don't have to limit yourself here. So the big thing that's going to be up here is the old plan and the new plan. But that's not where we're actually going to start here. The reason this is so powerful is because people think that excitement equals conversion, and excitement never equals conversion. It's the challenge that's in front of them. This wall here, whatever this line is, it's getting them over this hump that creates the conversion, right? So let's just kind of roll with this. Everybody's familiar with Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer story. And we're not going to start off with the old plan yet, right? First, we want to start off with, this is hell over here, right? And this is heaven. So what kind of things, starts with an S, do we have on Hell Island that we normally look for?
Symptoms.
Symptoms. What are symptoms of Hell Island? For this one, we can brainstorm a few, but we're going to pick one symptom. The Rudolph story is pretty simple. Here's Grayson. He's got some help today. He's got a little help on this tapping today. But what is the symptom? Remember that symptom is something you can see, hear, feel, taste, or touch, right? Or a combination of those. But what's Rudolph's symptom let's go with the movie, if you remember the whole movie, or just the song here will probably work for that. I brought some brainstorm sheets. We'll kind of try to keep this a little bit clean. But what are some, what's the main symptom for Rudolph in the song?
Had a very shiny nose.
He did. He had a shiny nose.
Made fun of him.
Yeah. Made fun of him.
Wouldn't let him play with other reindeer games.
No reindeer games, right? No reindeer games. So he's like laughed at, right? Remember, one of the things we want to do, unless we just really like to do a lot of writing, right, is try to get really clear, could we draw this out, right? So I think kind of like being laughed at, and getting called names, right, is something that you could kind of make a little mind movie out of, right? So down here on the bottom, we're going to have at least one symptom of Hell Island, right? But this one is probably going to be, I don't know if you guys can see. Yeah, you can. So here we go. Little stick reindeer, right? Little stick reindeer. Dun, dun, dun. And they're going to be like, ha ha! Can't join our game, weirdo. Right? That's kind of the external symptom, right? There's also an internal, this goes to identity and reputation as well, right? And this can be a little bit looser, right? And not so general, but the big thing is like he feels abnormal. He feels like a weirdo, right? That's the big thing. But we want to extrapolate that out to external things that you can point at. Most marketing just by itself saying, hey, do you feel weird? Do you feel abnormal? Right? Is not as powerful as saying, hey, do the reindeer not let you join in their little reindeer games? Right? Are they calling you names? All those see, hear, feel, taste, touch, right, are typically more powerful, right? So let's go up here. Now we're going to go up to the top of this column up here. And I've got this sheet. It's not very well done, but I can give you guys this sheet just to ask some questions or help you go along this path. But what is Rudolph's plan? What's his current plan or his old plan, right? So he doesn't get laughed at anymore, right? And they maybe would invite him in the reindeer games. By the way, what's the heaven? If this is the hell, what do you think heaven is over here if we were to reverse these things?
Plays games with him.
You play games, right? He gets picked in the reindeer games. They stopped calling him names. Right? So now we've got our hell and we've got our heaven over here. You might have to go back to the movie for this, right? If you can think back to the movie. What is Rudolph's plan? What does he do to try to be normal?
Covered up his nose, didn't he?
That's right. He covered up his nose with mud, right? So his plan is covering his nose. Now, the important part of this is not the fucking guess, right? We either want to go and research like what they're using as a plan, or if you're already working with people, right? We want to look at, well, how are they solving it now? And looking at how people solve something now tells you a lot about what they're trying to do. And it tells you a lot about the assumptions that they're making, right? And we only stay stuck in problems because we're making a false assumption somewhere, right? We can't just say, oh, dumbass reindeer, Rudolph, like you're making false assumption, right? But so he covers his nose, right? So we can look at some of these questions here. Here's a biggie. What don't they like about the current plan? What don't they like about the current plan? What does Rudolph not like about the current plan? Anybody remember the movie? What happened when he put the mud on his nose?
It came off.
That's right. So one thing is not to like, it comes off, not permanent, right? Then what happens?
You got embarrassed.
You got even more embarrassed, right? Like the reindeer started laughing harder, right? Assholes. And you can take this down a couple loops, right? But you can do it, then what happens or what causes more things that they don't like, right? What we're doing here in the 5 Ps is we're exploring the cost of keeping their problem and their current plan. Remember the 5 Ps? So all these, I'm going to show you all this is going to cover the 5 Ps, right? So reindeer laugh even harder. What happens after that? And this, they didn't go that deep in the movie, so, right? Does it become more secure or less secure? Less secure, right? Now, there's a good point. This is a little bit advanced stuff, but if you can attach a name to it, right, to what happens because they're using the plan, like it's super powerful. Like I did a post kind of based off of this called the smorgasbord effect, cramming 2 years of content in an 8-week course, right? And so that's kind of the plan. We take it down. This becomes like the smorgasbord effect right here, right? Something they can see like, oh, okay. But we could call, he just becomes more insecure, right? He tried to cover up his nose. It doesn't last, right? It falls off. They laugh more at him. And then he becomes even more secure. So the insecurity spiral or whatever, I don't know if that's a good name, but we've kind of already got this. It comes to what is the worst part externally and what's the worst part internally, right? We kind of did this first off for this, right? So every story, there's almost always an external result and an internal result, right? But now we've kind of got this mapped out, right? If we were starting an ad or a VSL or something here, we're going to start here with the symptoms, right? Hey, are you a reindeer that's always getting laughed at? Are they always calling you names, right? Do they not let you join in any of the reindeer games, right? Then you go up to the plan, right? We try to cover up our noses, right? That damn mud always comes off. Does that make sense? Is this making sense to everybody so far? So what is the assumption? And here's where the big epiphany and the new plan. But what is the assumption that Rudolph is making about his shiny red nose?
That he has to hide it?
Yeah. He's got to hide it, or we'll just put assumption up here.
That it's bad.
Stand out.
That's right, Bob. That it's bad.
Yeah.
And it's always in this assumption. Sometimes 180 degree reversed from it. Sometimes a little bit different, right? But what happens one foggy Christmas day? What happens in the story there? What does Santa come and say?
Asks him to guide his sleigh.
That's right. He asks him to guide his sleigh, which is not really the plan, right? But inherent in that, or inferred in that, what's the new belief?
You can use your nose is good. You can use it for something.
That's right. Your nose is good. Your nose is useful. Right? Let's go to my other page here. This part on the new plan, when you come up with a new plan, it works way better. I've seen people lose hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars by making this new plan have to be something you have to change internally to yourself. So even if it is something internal, if you can bring it outside of yourself or turn it into a character that you can fight against, right? But if you just say, like in one example, like the one plan was willpower, that's internal. These hormones are external, right? They are internal to your body, but you can you feel like you have more control, especially if you name them, right? Herman the hungry hormone, right? If we can just get these hormones not to be so hungry anymore, right? Then they don't have to rely on this willpower, if that makes sense. So we want to make the change external if we can, or painless or effortless from an internal changing standpoint, right? If you tell a guy he's got to change all of his, habits and inside, and he's got to be, he's got to stop being a wuss and being more of a man. Or if you tell a woman she's got to change herself to help a relationship, you're not going to convert nearly as much as if you give her some words to say, right? Or that's why everybody's so into hacks and stuff, right? I'm not saying not to ever take it deeper than that, but in cold ads or first dates, we want to be very tactical, right? But the new plan is your nose is useful, right? What do they like about the plan, right? This becomes like a positive spiral. What do they like about the plan? They get to guide the sleigh, right? All the reindeer won't let him join in their fucking reindeer games. And Santa says, hey, why don't you be the leader of the game today, right? Why don't you play in my game, right? And then you can take this up several levels here, right? What happens when he gets to guide the sleigh? What happens at that point? The positive up spiral.
Everybody wanted to be his friend.
That's right. Everybody wants to be his friend. I'm thinking like, too, he saves Christmas for millions of little boys and girls. Or billions. In the song, what did it say? All the reindeer shouted his name with glee, right? That's the exact opposite of being called names, right? Shouted his name with glee. Then we get down to what's the best part externally and what's the best part internally, right? We kind of talked about that. He gets picked in the reindeer games. They stop calling him names. Now in the song, he goes down in history. That's the internal, right? Which means not only was he normal, but what's the legend? He becomes legend. Right? Isn't that a big thing from how I feel abnormal to now I feel normal and now I'm a legend? Holy crap. Right? Does that make sense? So if you look at this now, this almost writes your whole T3 in your campaign, right? You start out with the symptom. What's the plan they've been using? What's happening with that plan? Why does it get worse and worse, right? What's the assumption that they're making, right? And then what is the new plan, right? This is where conversion starts to happen. But let me rub some fucking shiny off of this. In the song, does Rudolph give Santa any lip? He's just like, no. Okay, Santa, I will guide your sleigh, right? This is not like this in the real world, though, right? If we change stories, right? Let's go to Star Wars, right? We got Luke Skywalker, who's the good guy in the story. Who's the bad? Who's good? Who represents evil in the story? It's the finger pointing part of evil. No Star Wars fans here?
Darth Vader.
Darth Vader. He's the finger pointing part of evil, right? The assumption Luke has